So this is the year 2025's compilation, and I just want to thank everybody who gave me their time for that year. I'm thankful that you guys lend me your ear, and as last time, this was edited very similarly. There's no announcements at the end. That way, it's more continuous. And so I'm just going to do some announcements right now. I do one-on-ones, I do live streaming, and my books are out. And if you're interested in those things, just go to the description. It's all there. And I just want to thank the person who has edited the last 3 years. Their name is Agape Leuthers Psych. That is their name online. And the last 3 years we've kept in contact, and they have edited these, and they've just gotten better. So I appreciate their support. And so I'm just thankful for their work. And so I hope you enjoy 2025's compilation. Thank you. So I'm aware that it's the new year now, and I just start to reflect upon just the years that I've been speaking and really the years I was writing. And I've been trying to get across a single message. And really the point that I'm trying to make with all these videos and all this writing over the years is I'm trying to get people to see that they are the imaginal self. The imaginal you is the real you. Because all outward expression, everything we say, everything we do, everything we think has to come from some being, something that's aware of being. As Neville coined, he said, you can't act unless you first are. And so we're trying to go back to what we are. And what we find is that our lives are being shaped by what we're internally doing. The external life is being shaped by what I am doing internally. And what I'm doing internally is what I'm being internally. What am I being inside? And I've been trying for many years now, trying to get this message across the best I can from the way I understand it. And for this New Year's, we all try to come up with resolutions, and which is fine. We're trying to come up with some resolution, but the resolution really is one within one. The resolution's in oneself. It's all within us. It's not external. When you see that it's not external, you change your motivation, your intention, and you play this inward game versus this outward one. And the only resolution that really matters is the shaping of I am. That name that we shouldn't use in vain. We shouldn't just apply things to it that are otherwise to each other and to ourselves. We shouldn't apply blasphemous things to that name. We should try to uphold that name and lift it up and honor it. It's a name that was given to us. It's your first name. And no, it's not one that's uttered with physical lips. It doesn't need to be. You knew you were before anyone put a name on you. You knew you were. And we have shaped what you know you are. We've shaped it. We've given it ideas. We've planted seeds of states within oneself, either through our environments, our upbringings, and it's shaped our I amness. It's shaped what we are. And we've now come into contact. If you've listened to this and you listen to Neville, we've come into contact with becoming responsible, really, with this name. Now, Neville said, it's not he did, she did, they did. It's I am. And it's the hardest name to accept. It's so easy. I said this in the beginning of the book. It was one of the beginning quotes I wrote. Or I put Neville's quote where he said, it was easier to blame everyone around me before I heard this. And it is. It's very simple to live a life where you blame people. It's very difficult to take upon this name of I am. Very difficult to look at it as a cause because it pins me against myself. But as much as it pins me against myself, if I use it correctly, because it's also a power, I can free myself from what I'm pinning myself against. Whatever I'm denying myself, I can learn to accept that part. Whatever it is I'm restricting myself of having, I can give it to myself. And so it is, it's a two-sided coin to this. It can feel very frustrating when you hear that the name is I am, and it's not they did or they are. It's I am. And so for this New Year's, think about how you're going to shape this I am, and try to think about what it means for the I am, and where is I am. And you'll find that it's within yourself, and it's not something you say with your lips. We can try to our best with all our might, scream on the rooftops of our, on a mountain that we are something. But if we don't feel that internally, that we are that, we get what we are, not really what we're shouting. And so it's really important that we shape I am from the inside out, not necessarily shaping what our outer lips are saying. It doesn't really matter what they say. And I think everyone knows that by now. I think you've learned that we can say things we don't mean. And the same is true with ourselves. You can tell someone something you don't mean, but within yourself, you can also do the same thing. You have to mean it when you say it. It's also simple when you see it, but it's such a difficult practice. It's the simplest practice. Mean what you say and shape I am. I mean, it's so simple. Shape it beautifully. I mean, it was given to you. It's a gift if you'll take it. And the name is I am. And you can start now to shape it. And it doesn't really matter where you start. I am is not bound by some physical circumstance. Although you might think it is. It's not. And so at any moment of time, no matter where you're at, no matter what you're doing, what you're wearing, what you're thinking, you can change. You can change yourself. It doesn't matter. Now, that's very easy to say, more difficult to do, as Neville said in one of his books that he quoted Shakespeare, that it's easier to teach 20 people what to do than for me to follow my own teachings. And then he admits that he does the same thing. So it can be difficult to apply it. But you need to know what you're applying, and what you're applying, the way to apply this is to change I am. When you see that it's actually a freedom, not necessarily a burden, it becomes easier to apply. So that was just my take on the New Year's resolution. I understand there will be many people imagining new things, which is good, and I hope they're good things. But really the important thing is that you imagine that you are good. That you imagine that you are wonderful, that you are brilliant and bright, that you change how you talk to yourself about yourself, and you no longer keep yourself in denial. Don't try to use outside things to shape your inner talk. You don't need to do anything to shape your inner talk. And you can shape it according to what you want. You start there. You have to take the position that the seen things in my life were created by things that are unseen. And if you take that approach, you'll start to change. You'll start to see that your true self is unseen. You might be aware of it, but it's unseen by mortal eye. And when you start to shape it, you'll notice that you'll express that self, you'll start to express that change in self naturally. It'll all happen naturally. Everything will befall you naturally. And so, again, that was just my take on the New Year's. I want to thank everybody for all the, for the years of just paying attention to this work and, giving me your ear and your time. And, the book has been out. It's been doing wonderfully. I do hope that those who read it enjoy it and they gain insight from it. And they really, really ponder on what's being said. Think about it. And I wouldn't read it quickly. I would just try to read it slowly. Try to take in what's being said. That's the only thing I could recommend is read it slow. Take it slow. But, take what's being said seriously by Neville, that it is a change in I am. And so that's really what, for me, at least, that's how I take it. That for this resolution, how am I going to shape myself this year? And if I have to, I'm going to have to shape myself the next year and the next year. But, you can take one day at a time. You can take 1 year at a time. How will you shape yourself from the inside out? What are you going to start imagining? Start to imagine what you want versus what you don't want. You can just start simply there. But again, thank you guys for listening, over these years, and take care. So this video is actually a section I took from the recent live stream I did for the members. I had a member message me and say that they thought that I should share this section of it because they thought that it encapsulates Neville's work very well. And yeah, it's really just about responsibility. That's really what this is about. And just to add to it, we have to see our imaginations as something that we own. And when we see it as our own ownership, that's when we really take responsibility for what we do inside of it. Until then, if we think it's someone else's, we won't take full ownership of it. And that's just the case, just even in our lives, that when you own something, you know that you are responsible for it. And again, thank you guys for listening. I hope you enjoy. I wouldn't ask myself what to do. I'd ask myself, what am I being? Neville had a hyper sense of responsibility. He took that from scripture. That he took it from Christ, where he says, "No one lays down my life; I lay my own life down. No one takes it from me." This idea that I think he was in a state of consciousness that really saw that and knew that at a certain point that no one takes our life from us. We lay our life down. It's a very strong sense of it's such a Spider-Man story where it's like, with great responsibility great power comes great responsibility. In this case, from Neville's standpoint in scriptures, responsibility is power. It's almost reversed, but yeah. And yeah, I think that just the concept that no one takes my life from me. I lay my own life down. I mean, what could be more? How do we not? Doesn't everybody feel that we were shoved into this place, and it feels like it was nobody's choice? I think that everyone internally feels that, and yet Scripture wouldn't say so. Neville wouldn't say so. But I think they're seeing reality from a different angle. I think on this angle, of reality, it's like a diamond. It's just a bunch of facets. You see a different shine to it. And I think here we're seeing, of course, it feels like I was pushed into this place, and I joined a place that was already started, and it was already, it's like I join in like it's like the middle of a movie. Like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what happened yesterday. I don't know what happened 2,000 years ago. I don't know what's going to happen, in my lifetime. I don't know what's coming next. It's like, yeah, I think we all feel that. And then to just, now Neville says this. Neville would say this, is he says this. He actually openly says this. He says that when he's talking about no one takes my life from me, I lay my own life down. And he says that that's you, that's your story. What he's saying is that these are the words of eternal life. And these words, although they're eternal words, and although they're so difficult to accept, we have to return to them one day. We go astray and we accept many other words, as in, this whole world's random and everything's a coincidence and everything is happening to us, and all of these things. We hear all these words and we accept them. But he says eventually you're going to have to return to the eternal words of this almost hyper responsibility. And then that relates with Blake when he said true enlightenment is taking full responsibility for your life. I can't think of anything more difficult to do personally, just from my own personal understanding of this. It seems like it's a forever practice. But at least it gives you something to do. Because if you don't do that, you're going to find blame everywhere, and then you're going to feel not just lost, but that life is just meaningless. It just is. But I think man, like I wrote this in the book. I think man himself is a grand plan. I think it's a plan. I don't think that this is our final stay. Although this appears so meaningless, I don't think that this is truly meaningless. I don't think we are meaningless. Why does it feel so challenging to imagine at times? I mean, there could be so many reasons. For one, it could be that the circumstances they feel so overwhelming. This is the great war of Scripture, of the inner and the outer. This is the greatest war of all. All these wars that we have are just really, really what's happening inside of ourselves. It's the great war of, can I go beyond what I've experienced? Can I go beyond what I've always known? Can I go beyond my senses? It says in Scripture that to God all things are possible. But then it also says to the man who believes, all things are possible to him. So I would say those are equal. But there's a condition. There's not a condition on God. There's a condition on man. If he believes, then all things are possible. So it's a condition. We have to believe. Or we have to find a way to believe. And you know, what I found too is that if you do a lot of investigation on yourself, because there was this problem I had, which was like, but what does it mean to believe in something? What do I do? Like, how do I believe in something? I don't understand what that means. And I meant that. But once I started to look at myself and I started to see that there are some beliefs in me that aren't good. Like there's a big belief in me that I'm a disappointment, that I was always going to disappoint everybody. And it was an actual thing I believed. Like truly, I believed it. And I went through all the situations in memory of the times I felt I disappointed people I cared about, people I didn't know. And I believed I was a disappointment. And I had been living from that position. And I realized and I went through every single person that I felt like I disappointed, every single one. And I forgot one. And that was myself. I realized I disappointed myself. And I disappointed myself by believing I'm a disappointment. And that's why I wrote in my book that actually let me read it because it should be right here. I said, deep in the chambers of mortal fright lies not a monster but a mirror's light. For man's true terror is a reflection clear, is but the self-concept he holds dear. So that was a self-concept that I was holding for so long, and that was my fear. It was my fear. My own fear was believing that I'm a disappointment. It was something I believed. I can go through why I believe this. And I can find fault in every person who ever did that. But for myself, I believe that about me for myself. And it's my responsibility to change that. And so when I figured out that if I want to change what I believe, I have to figure out what I do believe. So it's not really a matter of how. It's more of an acknowledgement of what I already am believing. What do I really believe about myself? Not what I want to believe. Of course I want to believe this, this, and this, but what do I really believe? What am I living by? What am I imagining by? That's what I believe. As Neville said, our real beliefs are what we live by. So we can say imagining creates reality. We can say I'm the sole creator of my reality, that I'm this and that and the other, but do I really live by that? Because if I claim something, I have to take the responsibility of that claim. Well, it's too much to bear. It's too much. That's why Neville said it's easier to blame the country across the ocean. It's easier to blame my neighbor. It's easier to blame everything around me, the weather, than to dictate my feeling, than to just decide what I want to do. But to say that I'm the cause of the phenomena of life, it's just too much to bear. I had a question come up that I was going to address this question before, and then someone actually wrote a comment asking this exact question. And the question was, What do I mean by the wish fulfilled? Or what does Neville mean by the wish fulfilled? And this was a term that he coined and he used often when he would speak. And there is some confusion on it because some people think it's an emotional response. It's like this high exalted feeling. When Neville really says it's the acceptance of it being done, that is the wish fulfilled. Now, if that elicits within you emotional responses that are like, elation or tranquility or peace, then that's what it does. Or it gives you joy or happiness or excitement, movement, whatever it produces, let it produce that. But essentially, it's about knowing that it's done, actually yielding to that. And for me, the wish fulfilled is, and I've said this in the deferred occupancy video, where it's you want to occupy or you want to be in, and when you go inside of yourself in imagination, you want to go towards the space where the solution is already done. Every time we go inside of ourselves, we are archers and we're trying to hit our mark. We're trying to find our bullseye, and we can often miss it. And when you miss it, you can injure yourself because you're not receiving what you want inside. You're not giving yourself what you want. So you have to find your mark and you have to hit it. Whatever your mark is, try to hit it. I don't care what it is, just try to hit it in imagination. And try to hit it from a space where it's already done. Don't try to find the how or the when. Just go to the space where it already is done. That is what you imagine. That is the wish fulfilled. That's what you must accept as being true. Not as something you're trying to make true. You accept it as true. Now, the wish fulfilled, when you go inside yourself and you find the wish fulfilled, you're coming into contact with something that supersedes your reason and goes beyond your senses. And that's going to cause you to grapple with the doubt of that. You might doubt it. That your imagination just puts you in touch with a state of consciousness that goes beyond what you know, what people have said, what happened in the past. It goes beyond that. And that can be difficult to accept because we want to hold on to our past. We want to hold on to our doubts. We're afraid to let them go. We feel that if we let them go, something bad will happen if I let go of my doubts. I have to know my doubts. I have to keep them with me, sort of like a reserve, a safety reserve in my back pocket, mentally, my mental back pocket. But you have to empty your pockets out. You have to completely remove everything. You have to remove all the labels you were told. I don't care what someone has told you. I don't care what mean thing they said to you. You remove it. You let go of it. I don't care what mistakes you've made. We've all made mistakes. Let go of the mistakes. I don't care what the circumstance is. Your imagination puts you in touch with states of consciousness that go beyond your circumstance. It goes beyond your reason, beyond your senses. It puts you in touch with something beyond all of this, beyond the shadow of this world. Well, the question now becomes it says all things are possible to God. And then it says to man, all things are possible to him, if he believes. So there's a condition placed upon man, and that is to believe. Can you believe it? Can you believe in the state of consciousness? Now, as I said in my last video, how do you believe in something? Well, figure out what you do already believe. Figure out what you believe now, and you'll find out how to change that. You will just know. And so the wish fulfilled really is a place in you where it's already done. That's the wish fulfilled. And you accept it. Let's say it's a scene that implies it already done, or an eavesdropping. These are all just ways in which to find the wish fulfilled within you, but really it could be anything. There's a story of a lady who said she wanted money, and she and her daughter imagined receiving lots of money. She just imagined almost like a waterfall of money coming to her. And it happened. Now, that scene isn't necessarily realistic, but it's more about getting to the point of the feeling of it, of you're hitting your mark in some way or form inside yourself. That's the wish fulfilled. The wish fulfilled is, although my circumstances tell me one thing and my imagination tells me another, I'm going to trust implicitly in my imagination. That's the wish fulfilled. So really the wish fulfilled is something that goes beyond everything you've always known. It goes beyond your knowledge. And if you can do that and you can accept that, then you've accepted the wish fulfilled. That's what it is. Now you can doubt it. You can come into contact with something that you want inside yourself, but you can doubt it. You definitely can doubt it. Push it to the side. But who are you doubting? You're doubting your imagination. Well, what is your imagination? Wouldn't you claim that you're one with it? Although it does the conjuring of the image, although you can direct it and tell it what to do, it does it, sure. You're not sitting there figuring out how to create this image or this scene. It just sort of does it for you, but you're directing it. Wouldn't you claim to be one with it? It obeys your orders. So it puts you into contact with something that you might doubt, something that you want, something that you feel it's not rational to believe in such a thing. And yet the imagination itself doesn't seem to care about your rationality. It doesn't seem to care about your reason and your senses. It still puts you in touch with it because you've asked it. Some part of you demanded that you come into contact with this. In this case would be the wish fulfilled. Now you can come into contact with things you don't want inside yourself. But in this case, we're focusing on the wish fulfilled. So that's how I see it. I'm starting to see this more from an angle of you're coming into contact with what's already there. It's already there within you. Now, it goes contrary to everything around you. That's true. But I'm coming into contact with something that's already there. I just might not believe in it. I doubt it. But I am coming into contact with something that seems to be the fulfillment of whatever it is I want. And when you see it from this angle, many times people ask, can I manifest this? Can I manifest that? And they're focused on whether or not it can happen instead of going to the space within themselves where it is happening. They can't seem to let it go and just be in that mental space because it goes against everything, right? But really, when you see it from an angle of you're coming into contact with what already is there, then it's a matter of belief and doubt, not really a matter of manifesting. If man creates himself out of his own imagination, and where he is in imagination, that's where he shall go in the flesh. If that's just how it is, then where am I in imagination? I shouldn't worry about if I can manifest it or not. I should worry about what am I imagining? What am I doing inside? That becomes the question. Because when you try to focus on the possibility or impossibility of something, you're never going to really figure it out. Rather, go to the end. I read a comment recently that said, can I study abroad? Can I manifest studying abroad? And I thought, forget whether or not you can manifest. Just start being abroad inside yourself. Like when Neville went to Barbados, he wasn't asking himself whether or not he can manifest that. And if he did, he shouldn't have. Just told him, be in Barbados. Just start being there now. That's the wish fulfilled. So the wish fulfilled is removing all questioning and being or doing exactly what you want to do. And you do it first in imagination. You start doing it. I don't care what it is. It could be something very small and something very large. Really, that's subjective to you. But regardless, the wish fulfilled is where it's already done. So forget whether or not you can manifest it. And instead ask yourself, can I imagine it? That's the question I ask myself. Can I imagine? I know that the senses say one thing, but can I imagine this? I know the doubts say one thing, but can I imagine this? I know I was told this thing in the past, some rude thing, some mean thing, but can I imagine this? Some wonderful thing. Can I imagine it? Can I do it? Regardless of whether or not I think it can happen, it doesn't really matter. Can I imagine it? So I go beyond the idea of, I just trust that imagining creates reality. I just trust that premise. So I ask myself, can I imagine it? And you'll see that you always can. You always can imagine it. So I hope that provided some clarity to this question, or this idea of the wish fulfilled. Because I know that at times it can be a bit confusing as to what exactly is meant by that. But that's what I mean by it. But again, thank you guys for listening. And I do hope that this provided you some clarity on this. So this channel, when I first started talking, I was just speaking on Reddit, and then I was kind of just introduced to making a YouTube, and now that I've made a YouTube, this channel has grown over the years, and I just want to speak to mainly what really we're talking about here. And there's really two quotes that just come to mind, and it's that man creates himself out of his own imagination. That's the first one. And in practice, the second one I would give, and these come from Neville, and it's that if you judge by the senses, you will always be enslaved by them. These are really the two quotes that I would give for this channel as of now. I will get into the promise and all of that in the future, but really these are the two quotes that I give that I think are important. Now, there's other ones, but I find these to be really important because they encapsulate the discipline of it and also what we're doing, what really the purpose of it. Because if we create ourselves out of our own imaginations, then it matters what I'm imagining. And if I only imagine within the framework of the senses, then I'll always be enslaved by them. If I only believe in sense perception, I remain enslaved by sense perception. And if I create myself out of my own imagination, then I only will create myself out of the senses and what really the senses have told me. And so I live really in darkness. My image that I've created, my identity, really comes from the senses, and it comes from it's more of a reaction, more of a response to the world rather than my own freedom, my own way of choosing how I want to imagine. I'm only just reacting, creating my identity out of reaction. And that's most people. Most people create their identities out of reactions to this world rather than becoming proactive within themselves. They just become reactive. And when you create yourself out of reactions in this world, you're not living or imagining the life you want. You're waiting on a responding world to tell you what you are, rather than deciding for yourself what you want to be within yourself. And if we create ourselves out of our own imagination goes beyond time and space to decide what we are. So I don't have to wait on time and space to tell me who I am. It doesn't matter. And so we try not to create gods here. By gods, I mean causes. And we try not to create these devils and demons either, because both of them are scapegoats. My imagination creates the good and the evil. It creates both. There's only one creator to both of these things. So don't create two, because next thing you have two, you're going to have three, and you're going to have four. And you're going to keep multiplying until there's so many gods you can't even name. You won't remember them. And all you're doing is creating gods within your own imagination. And so you don't need to go outside of oneself to decide one's fate or to figure out what one's fate is. It's not in your palm. It's in your imagination, because we create ourselves out of it. Now, this is very important because I've seen people shame other people for creating outside saviors. I've seen this. And then I've seen those same people who are shaming create outside devils. And both leave the person in a place of powerlessness, in a place of, well, I guess, how can you defeat God? How can you defeat a devil? Can't even see it, right? But really, these are just being constructed by our own minds. So don't go around trying to create false gods and false demons. Really, they're one and the same. And they have one cause, one creator, and that's you. That's your own imagination. Now, this is very important because Neville says the chief delusion, the greatest delusion, is second causes. And it's so difficult to accept that there is only one cause. I wouldn't say it's easy. I never claim this stuff is simple. You'll see that often in this type of work where people will say, or this field, they say things that it's the easiest thing in the world. Now, I haven't found it to be that easy. I found it definitely to be challenging. It's challenged me more than anything because I came into contact with my own imagination, and within my own imagination, I found myself imagining terrible things. I imagined terrible fears, catastrophes within me, things I didn't want to experience. I couldn't help it. It's like I couldn't help it. It's like it would just intrude upon me. And the next thing you know, I have dreams of intruders coming into my room or into my home. And these resemble the thoughts that I don't want to have. They're personified, yeah, but they really resemble the thoughts I don't want, and they're being intrusive upon me. And it's almost like I lived in this state of feeling like no matter what, I'll be pounced on at any moment. And then a thought would come and pounce on me. I didn't realize at the time that I was the one doing it. I didn't see myself in any of it. All I saw was the terror. All I saw was the fear. I was so preoccupied, I lost myself in it. Now, in some strange way, I'm using my imagination. I'm just not using it wisely. And to use it wisely is to imagine without fear, which means to imagine with love. You don't have to imagine the Hollywood idea of love. You just imagine without fear. And you'll notice that that's where your doubt stems from. It stems from fear. And so when you imagine out of love, which is no fear, that means you imagine with no doubt. And then you start to see why love is a power. Why it's powerful, I should say. And so if we create ourselves out of our own imaginations, what am I creating myself into? What image am I forming myself in? Now, I can live my life in a reactive mode and feel that my imagination has just become, a place of reaction, almost a prison. Or I can turn it into a place of exploration. That's why Neville in Out of This World, he said he sat down for 2 hours just imagining himself to be different. He was exploring his imagination. Instead of being fearful of it, he explored it. He explored what he could be inside. Now that invitation is available to you within yourself, if you give yourself that invitation. If you shut the door, which you can do as well, then you shut the door to really yourself. And I've done that. I spent a lot of time shutting doors on me because I didn't think I was deserving of opening them. They were always for someone else. Those doors were always for someone else. And the doors on the label would say forgiveness. It would say with a wish fulfilled. It would say beauty. It would say love. It would say all these wonderful doors, and I just wouldn't open them. And instead, I'd open these fearful doors, and you open them and you just see terrible things happening to you in your mind, and you panic, and you don't shut the door. You leave it open. You just stare, and you're petrified. But close the door. You can close the door. That's why a lot of my images in these videos, you'll see that there's doors everywhere. These just resemble different really scenes or different states of consciousness that you can entertain. And that's all we're doing. We're just entertaining ideas of ourselves. You can't become something in this world unless you first entertained it. Think about that. Is that true? You might say, well, that's not true. That's okay, but at least try to think about it. All I'm asking is that you think about it, contemplate on that idea. Have I really become everything that I have once entertained? At one point, I entertained myself to be this way. Even me speaking, I entertained it. I entertained it for years. So really the message is man creates himself out of his own imagination, which is the same thing as what we think we become. It's the same idea. All of this, nothing's new here. If you're looking for something new to be said, this is the wrong channel. Nothing is new here. There's nothing new under the sun. It's the same old message. It's maybe said differently in different ways, but like in this case, what we think we become, as a man thinks, so is he, or man creates himself out of his own imagination. These are the same things, really. So there's nothing new that's being said. I'm not saying anything new. And the other idea is that if we judge only solely by the senses, we'll continue to be enslaved by them. So what we judge by, we're enslaved by. Well, I don't wish to be enslaved anymore. But the slavery that's happening is within myself, by my own judgment of myself. And so try not to live a life of pure reaction, because you're not really then creating your own identity. You're unique. You're completely unique. Just because your garment, the physical flesh that you wear, resembles your parents, maybe resembles the people around you, you're entirely unique. And you need to start imagining in your own way. I should say, imagine the things you desire. Because not everybody desires the same thing. And you go about your own way. You don't need to compare yourself to your neighbor. You don't need to do that. Just really ask yourself, do I have more than I had yesterday? If not, then where are you missing your mark? that's these are just really what these questions are. They're self-focused, focusing on one's imagination and what they're doing within it. So I just wanted to give an overview in a sense of this channel and what I talk about here, because this channel has grown over time, and I just wanted to sort of give an overview as to what I'm trying to get across. Now, Neville speaks about the promise, and I personally focus on that in my own private time more than this. But you can't, even though you focus on the promise, doesn't mean you're not imagining tomorrow. Even if you go astray and create many other gods, you just really went astray from the one foundation. And every time I've tried to go astray, meaning I try to leave I am as my cause and try to find causation in another, or in some god, or in some idea, or some ism, it always failed me. I always returned back to the foundation. So no matter how many times you go astray, you're going to realize that you can't stop imagining. It can be a frustrating thing, or it can be a beautiful thing if you get control of it. If you get discipline over your imagination, you can be a very wonderful thing. So we're told by Neville and by Scripture that sin is missing the mark. Sin is to miss my mark. That's why I said when we go inside of ourselves, we are the archers. The true archers of life are the dreamers, the ones who are imaginative. They go inside themselves and they have to hit their mark. When I was a child, I was taught how to use a hammer, and when I missed the nail, I hurt my thumb. Or when I would eat food, if I missed my mouth, I would bite the fork and hurt my teeth. And so when I miss the mark, I injure myself. So I have to hit my mark. I don't care what the mark is. I have to hit it inside myself. That's what sin is. And we're told by Neville that Christ, really by Scripture, that Christ came to save us from sin. And so when I go inside myself, I must identify myself with a goal. I must give myself the goal. And I must hit that goal. So I don't go within myself and try to make anything happen. I look for my goal inside and I hit it. So find your mark that you're trying to hit and hit that thing by becoming that thing. Now, the difficulty is when you practice this is the discipline of it. And the discipline is the persistence of faith. It's, can you stay loyal to the mark that you just hit? Can you stay loyal to it despite circumstance, despite what was said today, despite anything in the world? Can you remain loyal to that imagined self? That's faith. I'm going to read what Neville says here. He says, first of all, I find that the lighter one treats it, the better. I assume that it's done and make no effort to make it so. I'm living by faith. By faith, all things were made. As we're told in Hebrews 11, it is by faith. So if I really believe the thing is done because I imagined it done, believe in the reality of my imaginal act, well then, the lighter I treat it, the better. If I make a problem of it, it's the lack of faith. I'm almost confessing the absence of faith. But to treat it lightly, in confidence, then it will. But if I make it a problem, well then, I make it a difficult thing. So by faith, I create my world. Faith in what? Faith in what I've imagined. That is how I create myself. That's how I create my world. That's how I create all things. Do I really believe that? That is by my faith. Well, what's faith? It's the assurance of things hoped for. The assurance, the knowing of things imagined. It's another way of saying it. And so I must save myself from my own sin. I don't like who I am. I don't like what I'm doing inside. I don't like who I'm being. Then I must save myself. There is nothing to save but I am. That's what I'm redeeming. And I will persist in I am. And what I persist in it will start to come about. Just like I'm giving birth to myself in this world, it will start to come about. And so I'm an actual womb, and I give birth to myself over and over and over again, my imagined self. And so the difficult aspect of this practice is persisting in your faith, staying loyal, regardless of external circumstance, regardless of the pressures of life, regardless of anything outside of you. Can you remain faithful, loyal to what you've imagined? Can you redeem yourself from sin? It says the Son of Man is given the right, the power to forgive sin. So I must see it as I'm forgiving myself when I redeem myself. I'm actually forgiving. So when I'm in a state I don't want to be in, I forgive myself for being in that state, and I move into a different state. So it's a continual forgiveness of sin. Now, sin in this case does not mean drinking too much alcohol. It has nothing to do with the outside. It has to do within. So what is your mark that you're trying to hit within yourself? What are you trying to be? And if you aren't it, you're living in sin. You're not actually redeeming yourself. See this as a form of continual forgiveness of sin. It's all we're doing. It's an everyday practice. It's an everyday discipline. But remain loyal to yourself, despite everything. Remain loyal. So this video is going to be about mistakes, and you can't bring someone to me who hasn't made one. We've all made mistakes, and really mistakes are first done in imagination. We first imagine a mistake, and then it comes about. And so what typically happens when we make mistakes is we respond to it the way we were conditioned to respond to it, with shame, with guilt, with feeling defeat, being lost, believing in something and that dishonors the name of I am. So we say, I'm stupid, I'm not enough, I'm a disappointment. We really bash the name of I am. But if we were to take a different approach to it and not necessarily the conditioned response, we can see that we're all trying to practice imagination while we're here. And so imagination is like an instrument, as Neville said. He said it's like a violin. It can bring harmony, while another person that plays it could bring discord. And if you gave me a violin and I tried to play, I wouldn't know what I'm doing. It would sound terrible. But you put in the right hands, and then they know what they're doing. It's going to sound wonderful. So really, the imagination is an instrument that we're all trying to play. And while you're here, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to use it unwisely. You're going to injure yourself. And, just to quote Neville, he says this. He says, while you're learning to use and believe in your human imagination, you may make alive that which you do not want. You may wound yourself in the process, but what you create in your imagination, you can uncreate. And this is really, really impactful because, we're all trying to believe in our imaginations. That's what we're trying to do. What we believe in, we can make a mistake. Because, well, let's just be honest, we can believe in anything in our imaginations. There really isn't anything that's off limits to us. It's exactly as Paul has stated, that everything is permissible, but not everything is beneficial. So in this world of imagination of mine, I'm allowed to believe in anything, good or evil. Anything I want, I can believe in it. And I can use my imagination and create nightmares and dream up the nightmares I do not want, or I can use my imagination and dream up lovely things, dream of riches and not despair anymore. The choice is mine on what I, the dreamer, decide to dream in my own imagination. Everything is permissible. I'm allowed to dream up anything. But in that process, we might dream up mistakes, things that we regret. But just keep trying to practice it. You can't just give up because you made a mistake in life. You have to continue practicing it. There's no off button on the imagination. We always have to continue imagining whether we want to or not. So then the question really becomes, What am I imagining? Since I can't stop imagining, what am I doing? What am I imagining? And as Neville says, he says it's simple. This playing the instrument. This is how you play the instrument of imagination. He says, by assuming you already are the one you would like to be, you will achieve it. Just as simple as that. I'm not saying it's easy, but it becomes easier with practice. So the true practice of this, and I've stated this many times, is that you don't become things by affirming them over and over again. You don't become it while affirming it and then internally feeling the complete opposite. You're not meaning what you say to yourself. You become things in imagination through assumption of already being it. Now that might sound crazy to one, that might sound silly, but to the person who can really practice this, it starts to look beautiful in their life. They start to achieve the things they want by assuming that they already are the one who's achieved it. And really all that is shaping the name of I am. You're no longer bringing disharmony to that name, but you're playing it as one who plays the violin in a beautiful way. You're now actually bringing beauty to the name of I am. You're making it sound, you're bringing it and you're tuning it and you're fine tuning the sounds to where you can live a beautiful life. And it all starts with I am. Now you can go astray. And what does Neville say? You can wound yourself, but what the imagination can create, it can uncreate. Now, do you believe that? Do you believe that what it created, it can uncreate, or do you go astray and find another foundation? Do you go outside of yourself and find another God, something else, some other cause? Can you remain and think that, and really see that it comes down to I am? That the root of my life comes down to I am. Can anyone say that they're not aware of that they are? Well, is that God is the question. And we're told God's name is I am. So and really God is, in this case, we're talking about it as if it's an instrument. Because it's a power. It's a creative power. It's a creative force in my life. So how I'm using this, I might injure myself. I might make mistakes. I might imagine things I do not want. And I might make alive things I do not want. But regardless, I have to continue imagining. And I have to continue regardless of what I have done. Regardless if I've wounded myself. I wound and I heal. I do both. I might wound myself in the process of imagining. I'm also going to heal myself in the process of imagining. There's no other process. It always comes back to my own imagination and what I'm doing inside. But if I don't think that I'm the dreamer, if it's something else, then I'll never change the dream. I'll think someone else is dreaming it. I had a dream recently, and in the dream, I had all these horrible things said to me in the dream. All these people. And I became so frightened in the dream. So really, it was a nightmare. And right as I was about to wake up, I was in the midpoint of waking up, and I heard a voice deep within me say, "You are dreaming these people. You are dreaming these words." But because it was a fear, because it was a nightmare, I separated it from myself. I thought that's impossible. I'm not dreaming these people. These people are doing this to me. They're saying these things to me. But who else is the dreamer? I dreamt it. I had the nightmare. I dreamt up the nightmare. So I dream up the nightmares and I dream up the wonderful dreams as well. I do both. I wound myself and I heal myself. I do both. And so I had to learn from that. It really taught me a valuable lesson, that the fears that I'm having within me aren't separate from me like I always thought they were. They weren't. I caused my own punishments on the inside. I've done them. I punish myself, but I also redeem myself. I save myself. And so we're really trying to all practice this instrument. The most wonderful instrument in the world is the imagination. There's nothing more mystical, nothing more divine than the human imagination. And it's a power that dictates my life. Whether I want to or not, it's the power that dictates my life. Because it dictates who I am, and I take myself everywhere in life. And so start to assume that you already are accepted, that you already are kind, that you already are free. It's as simple as that, as Neville said. You assume that you are, and you become what you assume that you are. Believe that. Believe that you become what you assume that you are. That's why Neville says to dare to assume. Be bold and actually dare that you are something in this world. Why not? It's just a dream anyways. It's really just a dream away. It's an imaginal act away. Costs you nothing. And you can start now to change your own imagination, regardless of what you made alive in this world. But if you go astray and think something else did it, find a different causation, you'll find 2 causations, then 3 causations, then 4, and then 5, and then it all keeps multiplying. But come back to the one. You can always come back. So although you might have created a nightmare as I did, I just see it as a learning. I'm learning how to use this wonderful imagination of mine. And it is wonderful. It really is. When you start to use it the right way, it is wonderful. And how do I use it the right way again? Assume that I already am. That's the way to do it. There is no other way. No other way that I've found that makes it easier. And so it's a very effortless way. And you walk in the assumption, you live in the assumption, you breathe in the assumption, you sleep in the assumption. Despite circumstance, you are in the assumption that you already are. But I'm serious when I say this, We're going to make mistakes, but we have to continue going. There's no stopping the imagination. There's no stopping in imagining. So again, what am I imagining is the question. What am I dreaming? If you don't like the word imagine, what am I dreaming? What do I dream about? It's a simple question. And you'll find that in my case, I was dreaming up nightmares. And who's to say that, who hasn't dreamt a nightmare before? But I thought the nightmare was separate from me. I didn't think I was the one doing it. And so I could never really stop it. Not within me, at least. But once I saw that the name is I am, and the I am is a dreamer. It dreams to be something. And I was dreaming my own nightmares. And so I had to learn, and that voice within me that spoke to me really revealed to me the answer. You're dreaming these people. You're dreaming these words. Who else is the dreamer? It's exactly what it said. And there was no question. It's like, and it wasn't, and here's the thing. It didn't frighten me. It wasn't trying to scare me. It was trying to show me something. That's all it was. It wasn't even, almost like I wasn't even learning. It was just showing me the truth. It just showed me the truth. I couldn't deny it. And yeah, I haven't felt the same since that dream. It was freeing. It was very eye-opening. So I'm going to end that one here. Again, thank you guys for listening. So when you come to study Neville's work and you take it seriously, you're going to come into contact with certain ideas that you once believed in that you're going to have to now tackle and dismantle. And one of the beliefs is that there is no external God. And I know that when I was taught as a child that there was this external God who watched us and really only saw the bad you do, and the good you do, you're just supposed to do it. And you have to get rid of that idea when you study Neville. Because, or if you really take it seriously, you have to get rid of it. And when you realize you can't turn to anyone else, anything else, for your desires, for your wants, for your wishes, for whatever you want to call them, or your dreams, or your forgiveness, when you realize you can't turn to another, can't go to another person, you can't go to another God, then it pins you against yourself, and you have to make a decision. You have to make the decision to forgive yourself. And forgiveness, in this case, means to imagine a new life. And so we can hold ourselves in bondage inside and not imagine new things because we don't think we can be forgiven. But if I can't turn to another to forgive me, then you have to learn to forgive yourself. You can't escape yourself. It doesn't matter where you're at physically. You can't escape who you are being inside or what you are imagining. You can only forgive it. You can only change it. And so the question now becomes, what do you want to do? Not what you think other people want you to do. You can't go to another person. Do you want to forgive yourself, regardless of what it is? And so you have to learn to forget all the things you've been. You have to forget all the things you've done or will do. You have to forget all of it. And forgetting is a complete release. It's a letting go of all these things. It's a complete release. And if you can't turn to another, what are you going to do inside? Whatever it is, if you're bound by the past within yourself and you need to release yourself from the past, you can't go to someone else to do it for you. So what are you going to do? Are you going to let go of it? And when you see that, when you take this work seriously and you see that there's no one else you can turn to, you're going to have to ask yourself a series of questions. And the questions are, am I really the one who's holding myself in bondage? Am I really the one punishing myself? Am I really the one keeping myself in guilt? Am I really the one restricting forgiveness? Am I really the one abusing myself? Am I really this one inside of myself? Is this me? And when you see it is you, then in my case, the mistake I made was thinking that forgiveness was going to come from some God outside of me. It was coming from some other source than me. And so I waited, and you wait for this freedom, which in this case, again, forgiveness means to imagine a new life. It's like I was waiting to imagine a new life. But if I can't turn to anyone else to wait anymore, then I have to start imagining that life now. I don't get to wait. And so although it can be, there's two sides to this coin, right? You discover who you really are inside and what you're doing inside. And you can't run to your parents to save you. And figuratively and literally, you can't run to another person to save you. You can't, what I was taught was that if you can do anything you want and whatever wrong thing you want to do, and if you just say some little prayers with a rosary, you better hope that the God heard your prayers and that then you're forgiven. You just say these little made up prayers. It's all made up. These beads are made up. The prayers are made up. The building's made up. The God is made up. There'll be a new one here 1,000 years from now. It's all made up. And so that was a big mistake of me to believe in that. And so I have to let go of these external sources for my own forgiveness. I have to let go of these external sources for my own fulfillment of my desires. I can't go to another, not anymore, if I take this seriously. And so you have to get rid of this erroneous idea. Neville says we leave the tree of good and evil. We stop feasting on that tree and we go to truth and error. We feast on the tree of truth and error. And truth is always coupled with love. And so if you're not imagining with love, which would be to forgive yourself, to imagine something new, to give yourself that grace, that's what love is, then you're feasting on error. You're in error. And there's an erroneous idea that your forgiveness, your freedom comes from some other source, that you wait for it to happen in a sense. You wait for some God to come give it to you. And I waited. I waited for many years. Decades I waited and waited and hoped and I prayed and it was never answered because I was praying to something that wasn't real. It was God that became man. God is not in some temple built by human hands. So you don't need to go anywhere else but within yourself. That's it. You just got to go within yourself and you start to forgive yourself from there. You start there. You start to imagine a new life within you. And take this saying that really I don't know if I heard this from Neville himself, but I heard this in my head. And it's that you have to be the thing before you are the thing. And when you have to be the thing before you are the thing, and you're not that thing, and you thinking that you don't deserve to be that thing, but the only way to be that thing is to be it now before you are that thing, then you have to let go of the idea of deserving. You have to let go. You have to realize grace is not coming for you. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It happens now within you. Freedom that you're seeking isn't going to come tomorrow. It happens now within you. Who else is the source of the freedom you're seeking but yourself? Only you really know the type of freedom you want. Not everybody wants to be freed from the same things. It's subjective. And so find what you want to be freed from and start being freed from it now. You have to be the thing before you are the thing. That's how you become the thing. And sometimes I think life forces us to forgive ourselves. I think we're pushed into a certain corner. But instead of being pushed into a corner like a nightmare, you're pushed into a corner to forgive yourself, to give yourself grace. And then you realize you're the source for that. You no longer have to go outside of yourself for it. And that's all this is. Throughout your life, if you take this work seriously, throughout your life, you're going to dismantle, you're going to cut off every single thing that is outside of you. That you can't turn to another person. You can't turn to another thing. You can only turn to your own state of consciousness. And that can be a difficult thing when you aren't used to doing that. But what's our other option? Seriously, what's the other option? Saying some made-up prayers, making stuff up so that we can feel better about ourselves? Why not just start feeling better about yourself? Why do all these things to be a good person? Just be the good person. As Neville said, why believe in God? Why not believe as God? Why believe in things? Believe you are them. It's a waste of time. And then I was reading Feeling is a Secret the other day. I just read it real quickly, and there was a certain, let me pull it out real quick. There was a certain sentence that stuck out to me, and it said, "It is natural to do the works of the one you believe yourself to be. So live in the feeling of being the one you want to be, and that you shall be." So it is only natural for us to do what we believe we are. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. But why choose bad? Why choose the things you don't want? Why not choose to actually be the thing you want to be? Forget what you've done, forget what you've been. It's just a state, and it has to express itself. Forgive yourself and start to imagine a new life. It's only natural for you to start to express it, so you don't have to worry about the expression. So it comes down to, what are you going to do and what are you going to imagine yourself as? And that's really the eternal question we're always asking ourselves, is what am I imagining myself as? I can't turn to another to change it. I have to take myself everywhere, and I can't escape myself. And I can't turn to anyone. Then I must adjust myself. I must change how I see myself. And you're going to see that it's going to pin you against yourself, and you're going to have to learn what forgiveness truly is. And then you will see that God is the great blacksmith of life, and we are his gold, and he's shaping us into the image of himself. But he's love. So we're all going to be shaped into love. And love forgives. Love accepts. And that's something you're going to have to do. You're going to have to learn what that means. And you learn by doing it on yourself. So you let go of the guilt and the shame, and you change yourself. For Christ didn't come for the people who are healthy. He came for the sick. He came for the sinners, the people who are missing their mark in life. That's who Christ comes for. It's always going to be that way. And so the message really I'm trying to deliver here is that you can't turn to another. It's in the beginning, actually, in the book that I wrote. The first beginning quotes, the first one I write, is that Neville speaks about how it's easier to live a life when you blame people and blame things. It's harder to live a life when you feel like you can't turn to anything. But when you see the positive to that, which is you can't turn to anything for the good things and the lovely things, and that you are also the source of that, you're going to find a freedom you've never known before. And so I'm going to end that one here. And so thank you guys for listening and giving me your ear. But again, take this seriously and take this message to heart, that you are the source of the good that you're seeking, that you want from another. You are that source. But okay, take care. In my last video, I spoke about forgiveness and how forgiveness is imagining yourself new. And there's this quote by Henry Thoreau, who, and I don't know if he coined this or if, I'm sure he was inspired by somebody. We're all inspired by each other. And, it's given to him that he said this, but who knows? I mean, he said, it's not what you're looking at, it's what you see. And so looks can be so deceiving. It's not, who cares really what you see physically? Like, honestly, who cares? it's really about what you're seeing. And so when you go to the mirror, now we can look at our imagination as a mental mirror, a living one. It's a living mirror. And you go inside yourself and you find yourself, unlike in this world where a mirror, you just see yourself being reflected back to you. In imagination, it's reflected back to you by the situations, the conversations, the ideas you're thinking. That is what's reflected back to who you are being inside. And so if you are in a state of powerlessness, it will show you that through some type of symbolic reference or some type of event or scenario happening inside of yourself. And so your imagination is also a mirror, mirroring back to you who you are conceiving yourself to be. But, you should really ask yourself, what do I see? Neville, in one of his books or in one of his lectures, he says it takes a critical and objective view of oneself. And he goes on to say that Abdullah told him to find self and never shame self, only change self. And that first process to find self, he says, never be ashamed of what you are, just change it. And Neville says you have to take an objective and critical view of yourself. And when you do that, you start to change it. Don't shame it. But that first part, taking an objective view of yourself, can be harsh. It's always going to feel harsh because you're going to discover your reactions to life. And really don't worry so much about the shame aspect of trying to shame yourself for how you've been. Focus on what you are. Focus on what you're conceiving yourself to be. What are you really seeing yourself as? You're allowed to change it, but you can't really know where to go if you don't know what you are right now. Many people focus on the feeling of I wish to be. They don't really focus on what I am. What am I being? God's name is I am. So this creative power is a present tense awareness of being, not necessarily a future tense awareness of being. Who cares what you're going to be? What are you now? That's the question. What are you now? And so when you go to the mirror, later in your day, you're going to look at yourself in the mirror. Who cares what you're physically seeing? Who cares what you're looking at, I should say? It's about what you see. What do you see that person as? Can you really dare to see yourself differently? I don't mean physically. Can you dare to see yourself wiser? Can you dare to see yourself more intelligent, brighter, stronger? Let the weak say, I am strong. So if you're in a state of weakness, can you see yourself as stronger than your weakness right now? Can you see yourself in a different state? Can you let go of what you're looking at and really see something new? Can you forgive that? And so this is really, I always say, it's a discipline. It gets easier with time. But I try to reframe the discipline to make more sense. So in one of my videos, I said it's about shaping I am, like molding it like a piece of clay. And in this case, the discipline is a discipline of forgiveness. It's the same thing. I'm just trying to frame it differently. It's a forgiveness, or I should say, the amount that you will change your life is based upon your ability to forgive yourself. So the more you can forgive yourself, the more, to that degree, you change your life. So it's really an act of forgiveness. When you see it that way, then it causes you to develop compassion for yourself, true compassion. And compassion isn't just simply feeling sorry for oneself. It's not compassion. Forgiveness isn't just simply saying it's okay. It's an action. It's a change in the mind. It's a change in state. It's a change in who I'm being. That's forgiveness, true forgiveness. So really, forgetfulness and forgiveness are one. So in order for you to move into a new state, into the one you want, that's forgiveness. But you also have to forget completely that you were in that state to begin with, the one that you don't want to be in, the one you want to leave. You forget entirely that you were in there. Just leave it behind. You don't have to go anywhere physically. Just go mentally and move into a different spot inside your imagination and just stay there. Just try to stay there. It might be uncomfortable, but just stay there. Then you've moved. That's it. It's that simple. But through our habits, through our random beliefs and arbitrary beliefs of deserving, with these rules that we put on ourselves, these conditions we place, we don't move. We want it, but we don't move. We don't move into the consciousness of having it. We don't forgive ourselves. We don't think we're deserving of forgiveness in this case. Now you can see why this is an act of forgiveness because you're bringing deserving into it. If this was just an act of changing states, who cares about forgiveness, right? You would just move into a new one. But we have that feeling that we don't deserve to be in the state we want to be in because it is an act of forgiveness. So you're basically saying, I don't believe I can be forgiven. But only you can decide that. We hold ourselves in that bondage within ourselves. So all denial is self-denial. All denial of forgiveness is a self-denial of forgiveness. So if I want to learn to love myself, I start forgiving myself entirely. And again, it comes with it's a two-sided coin. It comes with forgetfulness. I forget that I ever was in that state. Whatever state it was, I forget it. You don't remember you ever were in it. And you'll see how freeing that this mental work is. It's very freeing. Now, the work is all done within oneself. It's not about the outside. Because it's not what we're looking at. It's what we see. And what we see is what we see within ourselves. What we see with our inner eyes, I should say. So who cares what your physical eyes see? You can look at a tree and as Blake said, it's just a green thing in the way. But to someone else, it's God's creation. It's something beautiful. It's what we see different things, even though we're looking at the same thing. So try to find a state of consciousness that allows you to see yourself in a more beautiful fashion. And the same way you want to wear nice clothes in this world, try to find nice states to be in. These are just different garments. Different states are just simply clothing that the imagination wears. And you can be whichever state you want to be in. You can play, enjoy yourself in it. You don't have to stay stuck. Just because the world wants you or forces you to be in a certain state of mind you don't want to be in, you don't have to remain there. Although you might think you have to. You can test that. Can I feel free right now? Can I enter the state of freedom? Neville says, I don't wait for an incident to happen in my world. I don't wait for something to happen before I enter into a state. I don't wait for something to externalize. Now, this was something that I made a mistake on. I would wait for things to externalize before I took action. But I had a misunderstanding of what action was. I thought action was what I do with my physical fingers and my physical feet, with my physical lips. I thought that was action. But I actually speak before I even speak with my physical lips. I'm actually talking already. I'm already taking actions within myself. And I'm defining who I am inside. That's what I'm doing all the time. I'm always defining I am. I'm always shaping it and molding it. Maybe I molded it into a unlovely image. I molded this clay into an unlovely way, but I just make it into a new vessel. I don't discard my imagination. I just keep reshaping it. That's the discipline. I keep forgiving it. It's another way of saying it. So I just want to reiterate that the amount by which you change your life is your ability to forgive yourself, is in the ability to forgive yourself. The more you can forgive, the more you can change. And I can't think of a more freeing message, if I'm being honest. Now, I would say the promise is probably more freeing because it speaks about being redeemed from this world of death. But while we're here, while we travel in this world, we can perform this act of forgiveness. Scripture calls it repentance, but it's really just an act of forgiveness. It's the same thing. There's just different ways of saying the same thing. And so take your ability to forgive seriously. Don't let it pass by, and don't give it away to some person or some God. Don't put it in the hands of another. It's in yours. Don't wait for someone to come and tell you that you can move into a new state of mind. You do it before anything happens. Ignore the senses, ignore what your reason says, and move. Forgive, I should say. You see how forgiveness is better. You see how it's a better way, because why wouldn't you forgive yourself? Why deny yourself? What reason do you have to deny yourself? And many times people who deny themselves of forgiveness are the ones who are willing to give it away to somebody else. They'll forgive somebody else. They'll forgive the whole world but themselves. And then they see that they have to learn to stop treating themselves that way. Because forgiveness is for everyone. And it starts with self. For there's no one to change but self. So you don't need to forgive the world first. Start with yourself. And I would argue that if you are trying to forgive the world before you forgive yourself, you're not forgiving it at all. You're trying to give what you want to give yourself. You're trying to give away what you want to give yourself. So don't externalize the forgiveness. Just start within, keep the forgiveness within, and start to forgive yourself all on the inside. So I'm almost at 200 videos now. And if you've listened to me all this time, you know I like to give both sides to it. I don't like to just say everything in life is wonderful and it's always going to be wonderful. Although you can make a wonderful life, I like to give both sides because I see that in scripture. It says, I wound and I heal. I do both. So I wound myself and I heal myself. But what am I wounding and what am I healing? Essentially, what is that? It's my own I amness. What I'm identifying myself. My identity either becomes my prison or becomes my freedom. Now, we have to clarify something, that you aren't anything. You aren't the ideas that you think yourself to be. You aren't your thoughts. You aren't your feelings. You aren't these things. You're the being experiencing these things, but you aren't any of those things. It's important to make that distinction that imagination is not a state. It's in states, but it's not a state. And imagination is the heavenly man. It's the heavenly body. And that body puts itself in states, but it's not a state itself. I have an old video called Imagination is Not a State where I try to explain this. But it's one of my earlier videos. It's really important to become aware of that, because if you think that you are a state or an identity, if you think you have to identify one way and you don't want to, you're going to feel stuck. And you're going to find reasons as to why you should remain stuck. You're going to think about your past. You're going to think about your future. You're going to use anything really internally to keep you in the same identity that you don't want to be in. And I'm going to use the word identity in this case because maybe that can provide more clarity. Because what we identify with, we can wound ourselves with, or we can heal ourselves with. So our biggest fear in life is really what we identify ourselves with. How am I shaping the name of I am? Remember, I am is not I was. It's not I will be. Of course you were something. But what are you being now is the question. Because what I am aware of being now becomes my past. It becomes my future. But what I'm aware of being now is not what I am. And what I'm going to be aware of being in the future is not what I am either. It's what I'm aware of being. When you see that and you separate the being behind the identity or the state, then you can move. Then you can heal. If you think they are one and the same in the sense that you've believed yourself to be it, but you can always detach and believe yourself to be something else. And what we identify with, as I said, it can be it can be a prison. And so the true prison of life is not metal bars. It's not something physical. It's a prison you can't see, essentially, with your physical eyes. It's a prison it's an internal prison. But it's an internal prison of identity. What am I identifying with? I either will become its servant and become its prisoner and live from that, or I will be freed from it. Now I can say I am my past. I can say I am my behaviors. I can say I am my past behaviors. I can say I am, I can identify with all these things that keep me trapped, and that will harm me. But I can also free myself by identifying with something new. If I never, don't forget the conceiver, as Neville says. You can conceive yourself to be many, many things. And those conceptions will be reflective in society. But don't forget the conceiver who's doing it. Don't forget the dreamer. You can lose yourself in a dream, but don't forget the dreamer is essentially what Neville is saying. Now, that distinction between society seeing what I'm conceiving myself to be, it's really interesting when you see it that way, that you are conceiving yourself to be in a prison. You are conceiving yourself to be a certain way. That distinction matters, because until that distinction's made, you're going to keep thinking you are your conceptions, and then you're going to shame yourself, and you're going to guilt yourself and harm yourself, and then you're going to be stuck. And And you're not going to live a life that is one that's chosen, but one that you feel in bondage to. And so it's really important you make that distinction. Because you and I, while we walk through this earth, we're conceiving ourselves to be something. Now, we're identifying with something. We're identifying ourselves with some narrative about ourselves. We're sort of always internally answering the question, what am I being? All the time inside of ourselves. Now, you can create an idea of yourself and you can believe in it to become it, but that truly isn't you. It's just an idea you're believing in. It's a state inside the imagination. Now we can fall into states, we can trip into them, or we can actively choose to be them. But regardless, we're always in some state of mind. And imagination isn't a state. The conceiver is not the conception. They're separate. But the conceiver can conceive itself to be that conception. So what are you conceiving yourself to be? And when you see that when you see it that way, then you're going to see that, well, whatever I am doing, if I'm afraid of, or if I don't like what I am, you'll stop identifying so much with it. You say, I don't like what I'm conceiving myself to be. That's all that's happening internally. And the the only effective way I found to actually move or shape the I am, shape yourself, is by persisting in the assumption of already being it. So persistence is not, and this is a very important distinction as well. Persistence is not trying to be it. Persistence is persisting in already being it. It can take many reiterations, but the truest form of an affirmation is believing you already are that thing. If you're using methods and techniques trying to become it, you're missing the whole point. If you're persisting and trying to one day become it, you're missing the whole point. The persistence is in already being it. You may fall out of that, but you persist in already being it. You jump right back on into already being it. That's true persistence. That's the true shaping of I am. Because that's the way I've seen people become things in life, and that's the way I've seen myself become things in life. I haven't seen it work well for people when they try really, really hard. And sort of just repeating phrases doesn't seem to do it enough, because there's really no belief in it. There's no change in identity. It's just a change in words. You want to change the state. You want to change what you're identifying yourself as. I hope you see the distinction I'm trying to. Don't just change the words. Change the identity. What are the words implying about you? What is the scene implying about you? Did you move? And if you did move, are you going to stay? Now, if you go back, that's fine, but just remember why you moved it in the first place. You obviously wanted to leave that state behind. Why? And when you answer that honestly, you will see yourself not really returning to it as often. And you'll start to dwell in a new identity, because the identity we constantly return to dictates our life. It dictates our dwelling place, as Neville said. It dictates our home, the one we often return to. So I wanted to change the word from state to identity and realize that you are the being identifying itself with states. And when you see it that way, you can move. And you don't need money on the outside. You don't need anything physical on the outside to change one's own I amness. Don't think you need to go to some God to be forgiven. You don't need to be forgiven. You don't need anything. You need nothing. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to know all the right answers. You just need to know yourself. You just need to know I am. That's it. You just need to know what you're aware of being. That's it. I mean that. I don't say that to overly simplify. I'm saying that because that's true. You just need to go within yourself, find what you are aware of being, and start to persist in already being aware of being something else. And if you do it successfully, you will start to change. So hopefully that provided some clarity on the idea of identity or states. But I'm going to end that one here. Thank you for listening, guys. Take care. once had a dream where I was inside this mansion, and there's a lot of nefarious and evil things being done in this mansion. And I was a part of it. I was a slave to the mansion. And I knew this. I was aware of this. And I realized I needed to get freedom. I needed to get out. In the dream, I felt that deeply. And I didn't know where to go. I was aware that at every corner there was somebody sort of blocking the ways to leave this mansion. And so I went on top of a bed and I laid on it. And inside the dream, I told myself, I'm going to call upon the name of I am. And I started to feel myself to be free. And I kept feeling myself to be free. All of a sudden, I found myself leaving this place. I found myself in front of a door that was unguarded. I maneuvered my way out. And I escaped this mansion. And I was running. And I found my freedom. I was running away and running away and running away. And I was thinking about how the name worked. I called upon the name and it worked. But then while I was running, I started to doubt the name. I really started to question it. I said, am I really free? What if they come back and get me? What if they catch up and track me down and find me? And then the moment I started thinking that, these people that were in the mansion grabbed me and caught me and put me right back. And I doubted the one name that worked. I called upon the name and then I started to doubt the name. And so I went right back into where I was at. Now, I woke up from that moment, but the dream wasn't trying to scare me. I didn't feel afraid or anything. I just saw that I wasn't using the name of I am correctly because I wasn't remaining loyal to it. I was doubting it. And by my doubt, I went back. But I knew that the moment I went back, I can call upon the name again and again and again until I get it right, until I finally remain loyal and I stop doubting this name. And so that dream is you can see how that relates to this world. In a sense, we're always remaining loyal to some idea of ourselves. And if we are in a place that feels entrapping, we want freedom. But what we'll do is we'll go to some outside God, we'll go to some outside person to find our freedom in that. Or we'll want that thing to give us the freedom we want to give ourselves. Or we wait and wait for somebody to come and free us. When really we should call upon the one name that works, and that name is I am. And it's not a string of words. It's not something you say with your lips. It's an awareness of being. What am I aware of being? And I call upon that name of freedom. I want freedom, so I want to be freed. I imagine myself free. I imagine myself being free in spite of my circumstances, in spite of the senses of the day, in spite of the reason of the day, in spite of the politics of the day. I imagine myself the way I want to be. And so I said this before, is that you want to use the words of Christ where he says, whatsoever you desire, believe I have it and I will. And you want to choose these words every day as your own, as if you said them. And you live upon them daily. And you choose those words despite of the senses. You don't choose the senses. You don't choose the reason. You call upon the name of I am. And if I want freedom, I don't go to anything external to me to find it. I believe in my own freedom by assuming myself to already be freed. And in that case, that dream was a very important dream to me because I was in a circumstance that was very entrapping. And regardless of it, I believed in that name. And so wherever you're at right now, you can practice believing in the name of I am. And this is the only name that works. The crystals won't do it. The cards that we're flipping won't do it. I won't find it there. I won't find it in a temple or a building. I won't find it in some leader. What I'm looking for is within me, and it's asleep in a sense. The state I want to be is sleeping, and it's asking for me to wake it up. I arouse it within me by believing myself to already be that thing. Now, in my case, I doubted it. I believed it for a moment, and I got the freedom I wanted, but I doubted it, and I went right back. But this place is a school. It's a school. This dream is a school, and We have to learn to use this name of I am effectively, and we do that by remaining loyal to it. Now, if we falter, if we fail in believing in it or trusting it, you simply go back and do it again until you get it right. Until you get it right. There's no failure truly. You keep going back and using this name until you finally believe in it and remain loyal to it. That's what we're doing. And so in this case, this mansion, these evil acts in this mansion were putting me in a state of really feeling like a slave. And it put me in a state of feeling stuck and trapped. And I knew intuitively I wanted my own freedom back. And regardless of what was showing me, I did not allow that to decide who I was going to be inside. But I didn't go to some external God. I went to the only one I knew, which was my own I amness. We're told that's God's name. And that's the name forever. Now I can go astray and leave that name behind. Maybe I won't take it. I will say, well, I'll take a different name. And then next thing you know, we find ourselves believing in all sorts of gods and all sorts of objects because we don't believe in the name of I am. We don't want that to be our God. But I really do urge you to trust in that name. And you'll see you're trusting in yourself, essentially. But in my case, I faltered a bit. I became afraid that it could be stripped from me, that the freedom I'm assuming myself to be could be stripped from me and taken from me. And I didn't realize that I was the one doing it by doubting it. The moment I doubted my own I amness, my own freedom, I was the one who took it away. I was the one who put myself back in that mansion. And I can take that and apply it to my life, and you can apply it to your life wherever you're at. Call upon this name and use this name wisely. And take this name in love, which is to not take it in fear. Don't be afraid of the name. Don't be afraid of changing the name or using it. And I want to reiterate this point, is that in spite of the senses of the day, in spite of the reason of the day, you will live upon these words that whatsoever I desire, I'll believe I have it, and I will. You will live upon these words as if they're your own words, as if you said it. You choose it daily. In spite of everything, you live upon this new premise in life. And you will call upon the only name you know to call upon, which is I am. And when you start to call upon this name and it starts working, you will realize that your own freedom, or the thing you would desire to be, is always within you. It's not outside of you. So you don't have to go outside to find what it is you want to be. It will forever be within you, and you cannot lose it. You cannot lose these things. You can only believe in them again. You might forget them, but remember that you are free. It's another way of saying it. If you forget your own freedom, you forget you do what I do, and you misuse the name of I am by doubting it. Just go back into believing it again. Trust it entirely again, and live your life upon this name. So I'm going to end that one here. I just wanted to share this dream with you and hopefully motivate you to trust in this name and believe in it and not doubt it like I did. But if you do, just go back to believing in it again. So I appreciate you guys listening, and trust in this name. It's the only name that works truly. Going outward to find what is inward, you're only going to be met with more obstacles in life. Now I'm going to read you a verse. Now, whatever you think of the Bible, just remove your ideas for a second. Just hear this verse out. It says, "When you pray, you must not be like the hypocrites, for they love to stand and pray in the synagogues and at the street corners, that they may be seen by men. Truly, I say to you, they have received their reward. But when you pray, go into your room and shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you." Now, the first part of this verse is very obvious, is that you're not praying to be seen by men. Many people do this, just don't do it. Don't be that way. Don't try to be seen as somebody who prays to God and who, you see this all the time. People who want to be seen as they love God more, and they are not embarrassed to pray openly and loudly, but really they've received their reward. Their reward was to be seen, and they got seen. But when you pray, it says, go into your room. Now, your room is your imagination. Now, here's the important part. And shut the door and pray to your Father who is in secret. Now, your Father just represents the cause of your life. It's your imagination. But it says to shut the door This is very important to become aware of, that you don't take within you everything that's on the outside. You don't take the external, meaning as I said, the reason of the day, the rumors that you heard, the false narratives or the labels that you were told. You take nothing that's outside of you. You shut the door. You completely close it. You don't let anyone in. You don't go on vacation and leave the door open, do you? No. You lock your doors. You shut your doors. You don't let anything in. Same is true here. You shut your door. You don't ask why. You don't ask how. You don't ask yourself when. You pray. Remember, prayer is not petition. It's not remorse, as Neville said. It's not feeling guilty. It's not feeling bad about yourself. Prayer is repentance, a radical change in mind. I know you want to believe something good about yourself, but do you? Do you believe it? That's how you pray. You pray by assumption, appropriation, the taking of the state. You should see states as containers, and you have to be like the water that is in the container. You must take shape of the state. Just as water takes shape of its container, you, as the being that enters states, regardless of what the state is, regardless of the shape of the container, you take it. You be like water, and you take that shape. It might not be a shape you're used to, a container you're used to, but you, regardless, enter it, and you be it. That's how you pray. And what is done in secret, you'll be rewarded. So it says, the Father who sees in secret, meaning everything that we're doing within us is open to God. Nothing is hidden. For people think all the time that they're getting away with something because no one's seeing it with the physical eyes. But that's not what it's saying that is seen. What is seen is what we do within ourselves. That's who we're being. Anyone can fake who they are on the outside, but who are you on the inside? That is what starts to be reflected in your life. That is what you experience every day. You take that with you every single day. Who are you being in your imagination? That will be your reward. And so your reward is yourself, for you are always experiencing yourself. And as I said, if you want to have a better experience in life, you must have a better experience with yourself because they're intrinsically tied. And so you must think of yourself higher to have a higher life. That's just how this works. And you'll be rewarded for what you do in secret. You don't have to tell anybody what you're doing. I'd actually advise you not to. Don't tell anyone what you're doing. What does it matter? You do it in secret. The only one that matters is that your Father sees it. And you would say, well, who's seeing it? You would say, I am. Well, that's the Father. Your own I amness, your awareness of being, is the cause of your life. What are you aware of being? Now you can go into your room and shut the door and change, but really learn to shut the door. It's very important that you shut that door and don't let anything in. For thieves can come and then they rob you of your own wish fulfilled. It robs you from feeling yourself to be what you want. The past comes like a thief and takes from you the idea of yourself that you want it to be. Some new rumor comes. Now there's a war. Now there's a battle. Now you're completely so far away, so far removed from what you want it to be. And another way of saying to shut the door is to leave the world alone. Leave it all alone and change the conception of yourself. Change who you are in secret. Nobody needs to know what you're doing. The only one that needs to know is yourself. That's it. Remember, it's self-persuasion, self-convincing. Can you persuade yourself that you are who you would like to be? Now, for some people, different forms of persuasion work. For me, it's just a silencing of everything, and I just accept entirely. I trust. I live entirely upon trust. I trust in my own state that I want to be. I trust myself into it. That's what I do. I don't know how. I don't know when. Those don't matter to me. What matters is that I trust, and I don't need to know when or how to trust. For those are merely conditions that we place upon ourselves to trust something. It is by our imagination and our faith. Our faith in what? Our faith in our own I amness. That I have changed myself into something I want to be. That is how I create my life. Through my imagination and my trust in it. My faith in it. Whatever word you want to use. And I do it all inside of me, in secret. Nobody has to know. but really learn to shut the door. You're going to hear things at times that are going to shake you out of your position. As Neville said, if every rumor or every little thing you hear moves you like a pawn, you're not holding to the faith. You're not remaining loyal to it. And really, that's what Abdullah was trying to teach Neville. Now, they were friends for many years, so he wasn't doing it to be rude to him, but he shut the door on him. When Neville started asking him all these questions about it, he shut the door on him. Now, that's just a symbolic act, in my view, to teach him to shut the door on yourself. You don't have to be rude, and at times I've seen people use that story in a rude way. You don't have to be rude. You just have to shut the door to the external world. Stop letting it dictate who you are on the inside. You walk by faith, not by sight. You walk in your trust in your imagination, and you've shut the door to the outside. You don't worry about what's said. You don't care what was said. You remain loyal to what you're done, because that's how things are created in life. Things are created by faith. And so when you go to decide, as Neville did in this case, to go to Barbados, when you go to decide something and you start to say to yourself, well, nothing's happening. You've left, you've gone external, you start to sin again. Go back within to where you're not sinning, to where it's done, and have faith in that. So the main message here really is be like water. Find what state you want to be in, and don't allow yourself to condition yourself to enter it. Just be that state. Try your best to occupy that idea as if you've always been that state. Forget entirely what you are. Forget it. Just try to forget it when you imagine. And allow yourself to just be that state as if you've always been it. Imagine yourself being that as if you've always been it. And shut the door to the outside. Now don't let that decide. Don't allow thieves to come in and rob you from the state you just occupied. Don't allow something to push you out of there. And you will remain loyal to it. If you do that, you will remain loyal to it, and you will be successful. You will succeed. You will. Because things are created by faith. Regardless of whether we like that or not, that's how things are created here. So remain faithful to your idea, and you will be successful. You will. You will become what you remain loyal to. That is an absolute fact in the mind. And you become things through assumption. Simply an appropriation is another way of saying it. Meaning you don't argue with yourself whether or not you can have it. You don't figure that out. You don't spend time wondering. Or you don't try to become perfect, like a perfect moral person before. Although you should be moral, but you don't, this idea that you have to have everything figured out before you assume a state is stupid. You don't have to. There's no requirement. There's no external requirement for an appropriation of a state of consciousness. How could there be? There can't be. Everything would be made up. You would just make up a new action you need to do. You would make up a new moral. You would make up a new idea that you have to follow. And then you would give up this food and that food, thinking that that's going to be the thing that allows you to enter that state. You just need to be exactly where you are. All you need is your imagination and your faith in it. That's all you need. And those two things are internal. They're not external to you. You can't lose them. They're forever within you. And that's all you need to change your life. And so I'm going to end that one here. I do hope that verse is very important to me. I've always loved that verse. I always have. Because I would see people read this verse and then completely do the opposite of it. It used to blow my mind when I would see it. So I just wanted to talk about it. But again, I thank you guys for listening, and take care. So this is the Pharaoh Meditation. Now, the goal of this meditation is to get to the feeling, and its purpose is to show you that you no longer have to be a fearful dreamer inside your own imagination, but to gain your own authority and your own power back into it. And now I made this meditation purely out of fun and really just try to enjoy what's being said. And when I say to feel something in this meditation, what I mean is to accept it. And by acceptance, I mean you simply accept the feeling and no longer ask questions. You no longer become curious. You just simply accept what's being said and you feel it to be real. And so see this meditation as changing who you are in imagination. And so simply enjoy it and have fun. Step 1. Just lay down and relax. Any stresses in the body, try to release them and feel ease. Breathe if you have to and try to release. If you have pains in your chest or in your gut or you're feeling tight, just try to relax. There's no need to feel tense in this meditation. Just let go of any ideas that you have, any past labels. We don't need them right now. You can just let go of it all. Let go of trying to control your body or trying to control the external. Just let go. Now, step 2. Close your eyes and start to feel yourself to be the dreamer in this world within you. Feel yourself to be the one who is in the authority position to dream whatever they want to dream inside this world of imagination. Now, as the dreamer that you are, let's create a dream to the best of your ability. It does not have to be perfect. So dream yourself in first person, sitting on a throne. Now dream yourself into the Pharaoh. Notice the implication of the throne, that you must be the highest here. Notice the power and the stillness it brings. Notice the authority you have. By your own words, what you say goes in here. Just feel the authority. Notice at the moment you appropriate power, you no longer try to seek it. It brings a stillness within you. And just surrender to this power. Surrender to having it. Now for step 3, we're going to focus on feeling from this dream. Now imagine someone feeding you grapes and have fun with it. See someone massaging your feet and enjoy it. It's your world. Hear someone tell you it's an honor for them to serve you. Just hear it. Hear them call you your grace. Say no to something and let your no be a no. Notice the authority you have in this world. Now feel the power of your words and feel the power of your presence. Just feel it. Feel the power of being high above. Don't resist it. Simply accept what you are dreaming. Feel the calmness and intensity of being the highest. Feel the power of being the Pharaoh. Feel you are divine. Feel you have ears that hear beyond the physical. Feel that you have eyes that see beyond the physical. Feel the calmness of abundance. Feel that others are inspired by your presence. Feel the deepness, the stillness, and strength in yourself. You do not have to fear, but feel intense confidence in every word you speak. Feel yourself to be brilliant, to be majestic, to be intelligent, to be wise. Feel these things and accept them. You are your own authority in here. Now for step 4, I'm going to read this, and you simply accept it. You have no fear, and you speak with the highest authority. There is no need for insecurity, for you are abundant in everything, for you are the dreamer. The only lack you have is the lack of fear. You do not waste time dreaming punishments for yourself, but you uplift yourself. Punishing, fear, guilt, and shame are for the unenlightened dreamer, but you are enlightened. Feel that. Accept it. You are far beyond that now, and you see how this is your dream world. You can dream the dream to your heart's desire, and it must happen. In here, everything you desire becomes fulfilled. You have all you desire inside yourself. You have no enemies, no oppressors, no opposition, no adversaries. There is no one greater than you inside yourself. You only dream all that is loving, all that is the highest, all that is noble, all that is brilliant, all that is powerful, and you only worship your name, which is I am, by attaching the highest words to I am. Focus intensely on these feelings. Feel them, and do not allow lowly feelings of fear to hold you down. If you are not willing to feel an ever-increasing intensity of beauty, power, love, and brilliance, then why even have an imagination? You are the dreamer who can do anything in imagination, so why not do anything? This meditation is to actually change how you dream about yourself. It is to rework the clay, your imagination, and shape it to what you want. This meditation will teach you how much you, the dreamer, hinder yourself in imagination. It will reveal how much you can actually have within. It will teach you to trust yourself and to say the words, "Why not dream this?" And it will give you the confidence to dream it. The only times I have ever changed reality and myself is when I actually dream what I want in my imagination. When you free yourself, your whole feeling changes, and as Neville says, a change of feeling is a change in destiny. So I want to speak about a certain controversial quote that Neville gave and a contradiction from his earlier work to his later work. This contradiction basically is coming from this idea of changing others versus changing self, and how should I go about this idea? And if you read it in its context, it does kind of make sense what he's saying, but he does evolve his conception of self. That's how I would say it. And I'm going to give my take on it. I'm not going to read every single quote because they're pretty long, but if you want to read this, just go to Reddit. Again, in the description, it's there. I'll link it, and you can read all the Neville quotes. I'm going to paraphrase them here just to save some time, because really it's more about, really, you don't have to read every single word. It's more about what the idea he's trying to say that is controversial and contradictory. So basically, this all starts from a quote from Prayer and the Art of Believing in 1945. So this is his earlier work. He's basically saying that prayer is dependent, successfully, is dependent upon your attitude, not really the attitude of the subject you're trying to change. So he's saying that, but here, this is where the controversy comes in. He's saying that if you imagine for another, but that other cannot imagine that thing you're imagining for another person, then it gets rejected and gets sent back to you. So, and the example he gives is actually malice. So he's saying if you imagine maliciously towards another, but that person cannot imagine maliciously towards another person, they can't imagine that thing towards another person, then it gets sent back to you. And in this time, he's basically saying that if it cannot be subconsciously accepted by that person, then it gets sent back to you. Now, you can see why this is a problem, because how can you really have faith in something if the other that you're trying to imagine for can reject it, right? How can you really believe something's done if they can reject the state? And this really comes down to how you see other people. If you see other people as simply figments of your imagination, then logically there would be no rejection. But I'm going to get into that later, the idea of seeing people as figments. But if you see people as having free will and having their own will, just like you, then technically, yeah, they would be able to reject what you're saying. Again, this kind of is a contradiction, because how can you really have faith in your imagination if really it can rebound, it can be rejected, and all these things? But I think what he's really trying to say in this, and from my perspective, is that he's kind of just hinting at the idea that what goes around comes around. And you can kind of see how this makes sense, because if you imagine maliciously towards people, you're opening up the door to malice inside of you. And you become what you're conscious of. And if you continue to become conscious of malice, then you will start to take upon the nature of what you're conscious of. This isn't really up for debate. This is just kind of this is kind of factually true. Like, you'll see this in people when a certain group of people focuses on hating another group of people, that group of people will start to become what they hate. This just starts to happen because we naturally become what we're conscious of being or what we're being conscious of. And if you start to imagine evil upon others and maliciousness, you're going to start to create that because you're creating that inside of you. You're going to start to create that in your life. So don't be surprised if what you're conscious of starts to form in your world, good, bad, or indifferent. And really, he's trying to get people to not imagine maliciously. That's basically what he's doing in this section of time. And you can think of it that since we're one, to harm you would be to harm myself. So here in 1945, he's speaking about subconscious rejection. He's speaking about rebounding, and he's speaking about not imagining maliciously towards people. And basically, if you imagine maliciously towards people, basically don't be surprised if it starts to happen in your life as well. But then 3 years later, he says this. He says, I thought I could change others through effort. Now I know I cannot change another unless I first change myself. To change another within my world, I must first change my concept of that other. And to do that best is to change the concept of myself. For the concept I held of self is the reason why I saw the other as I did. And that was in 1948 in the 5 lessons. So here he's basically saying that if I want to see people more beautifully, more lovely, in a higher light, then I start with seeing myself that way. And this just makes sense. And he's saying that this is the best way to change your world, is by changing yourself. And obviously that makes the most sense, right? Why would you go around trying to change everyone around you but yourself? And he's saying the reason why you're even seeing things the way they are is because of yourself, the concepts you hold of you. And this goes back to the idea of seeing people as figments of your imagination. In order to see people as figments of your imagination, to this logic, you would have to see yourself that way because you are what you behold. And when I hear people say that people are just simply figments of my imagination, very rarely do I actually believe them because they actually believe that, because they don't live that way. Remember, Neville says that our real beliefs are what we live by. Unless you're really living as if people are your figments, then you're not really believing it. Like, people don't marry figments. People don't argue with figments. People don't, debate with figments of their imaginations. So they're not actually believing that. And in order to see people as figments, on some level, you'd have to see yourself that way. And usually people don't. So I kind of just crossed that off, that's not the way to really go about doing this. It's not about demeaning people. In order to demean somebody, you would have to demean yourself because we're one. And this goes back to the scripture of Matthew 7:2, where he says, for in the same way you judge others, you will be judged. With the measure that you use, that measure will be measured to you. So again, the way I judge another, I will be judged that way too, as I'm judging myself. It's coming from me. So again, this was 3 years later. So according to this, Neville, that if you want to change your world, you want to change others, the best way to do it is to change yourself. Now, this stayed consistent throughout his life, which is there's no one to change but self. But we're going to get into what self means later, okay? Because he does kind of change the idea of what you and I would think of self. And so a great example of this idea of no one to change but self is when he imagined himself out of the army. When he imagined himself back at home living a normal life, he didn't try to change anyone else around him. So here in 1972, he's explaining the situation that happened back in 1942 and 43. During this time, he got drafted into the army and he wanted to get out. But when he went to go sign for being removed from the army, he got disapproved. And then he said, I didn't fight the colonel. I simply rearranged the structure of my mind. And he basically decided to sleep next to his wife. He did his daily activities with his daughter and his wife back at home in his imagination. Even though he was sleeping next to 25 men around him, he said, I wasn't sleeping around 25 men. I was sleeping back at home. And I did this. He said he did this, and then he had a vision where the idea or the letter that came in underneath the door said disapproved. It scratched it off and said approved. And then 9 days later, he spoke to the same colonel that rejected him and is basically giving him reason after reason why he should stay. And Neville just didn't, he was convinced he didn't want to stay anymore, he said. And so he said nothing in response to his pleas to get him to stay. And eventually the same colonel approved him. Now, what changed? Did he change the colonel? No, he changed the structure of his mind. He did not change anyone else around him. He didn't feel defeated because the colonel wanted to keep him. That same colonel changed. That same colonel that was probably set on keeping every single person in his army. And yet he changed. because Neville changed, not because he made him do anything. Neville changed himself. He rearranged the structure of his mind. And so in this case, he changed reality best by changing himself, not trying to change the colonel's mind. He didn't sit down and think, how do I get this guy to basically see me or prove it for me? He didn't go to anybody else, he says. I didn't go to anyone else. I didn't go to a higher rank. I didn't plead with anybody. I simply went to myself and saw myself freed. So the world tried to put him into a state of being a soldier. And he said, I'm not taking that state. I'm going to put myself in the state of being free. And the world has to conform to the state that I'm in because I have to receive myself. And if that takes changing the colonel's mind, then so be it. It'll change the colonel's mind. And so he didn't change anyone. He simply changed himself. So he's not making people do things like they're puppets. He's changing himself. And by that, he receives himself in the world. And in this case, it happened to change the colonel's mind. He changed everything around him shifted that led him to receiving his imagined self, which is back in New York. Now, in the same book, Prayer and the Art of Believing, he says that fools exploit the world, the wise transfigure it. So he's saying that this is the best way he's found to change reality, which is by changing himself. You can exploit it. You can force it, but it's foolish. The best way is to transfigure yourself, to change yourself, because you're intrinsically tied with yourself, right? I mean, that you and your life are intrinsically tied. So if you want to change your life, the best thing to do is to change how you view yourself. Now, he told his army story in 1972 in the lecture, Rearrange Your Mind. But this actually happened back in 1942 and in 1943. And then 2 years later, he wrote that book, Prayer and the Art of Believing, in 1945, where he speaks about the subconscious and then rebounding and rejecting, etc. But then later in his teachings, he shifts it over from all those things to failure. He actually speaks about failure. And it's a failure in what? So he's saying that, like, if you want to imagine somebody different, now we're coming back to changing people. If you want to imagine somebody different, he's not going to speak about rebounding anymore. He's not going to speak about rejection. He's saying if you are self-persuaded that they are the image that you want them to be in, if you're self-persuaded of the reality of it, then they will start to conform to it. He says that, let's say it's somebody who's really rude. If you start to imagine themselves respecting you and you're persuaded by this, they might be rude to somebody else, but they'll respect you. And then he goes on to say that if you want to change someone and if you want to put them in a new state, and if you become self-persuaded that they are that state, they will start to conform to it. But he says what happens typically is we hear they did something, or we hear some rumor about them, and then we change the picture of what or the image that we had for them, or the state that we had for them, and we revert back to the way we saw them, or even worse. So he says don't change the picture. Still stay true to it. Remain faithful to the image you have for them, and they will start to conform to it. So now he's speaking about this in 1969, the idea of self-persuasion and failure to be self-persuaded. And this is 24 years later than after writing the book, Prayer and the Art of Believing. So failure in this case is if I fail to persuade myself that I am already the one I want to be, then I will have a failure in expressing it. Now that just makes sense, right? If I'm not actually convinced that I am what I want to be, then I will never see it. And that's why he says that your refusal to believe that you already are it is the only reason why you don't see it. So this is now coming back to self, but in the form of self-persuasion and in the form of failure. So there's no longer rebounding and there's no longer rejection. It's simply persuasion. Specifically being self-persuaded. Now, I said I was going to come back to the self. So self in this context is much different than the self that we had in the past. When it came to Neville in 1945, if you asked him, I want to change somebody, he would give you this answer of like, well, the other person might not accept it, yada, yada, yada. But in this case, he's saying it's all about self. Now, self is not the little ego that he's talking about. He has a far greater conception of self in this case. He has a far broader view of self. In this case, self is equal to imagination. So we all live in our imaginations, and what we're persuaded as reality in imagination will become our reality. And so to reverse it, reality is self, and self is a collection of persuasions in imagination. So what creates reality is what we're persuaded reality is in this world of imagination. So self is a collection of persuasions. What am I persuaded by? That will become my reality. So when he says there's no one to change but self, he's right. But in this case, he's broadened the idea of self. This is why Neville was so adamant on the idea of believe in the reality. Believe in the reality of your imaginal act. Feel its reality. Make it feel real to you. This is why he was so adamant on this idea, because you can go inside yourself and you might bump into certain states that you want to be, but you don't actually believe them. You're not actually persuaded that you are that thing. You're not persuaded that they are that thing. So it always comes back to self-persuasions. What are you persuaded by in this world of imagination? So even though we live in a physical world, we are also living in a mental one. And I'm calling this mental space imagination. And in this imagination that we all kind of collectively live in, you are convinced of certain things in this world that's real, different than me. But Neville is saying, can you be persuaded that the one that you want to change, that they're changed? Can you be convinced that the way you want to change, you're changed? Can you persuade yourself? Failure to persuade yourself is a failure in its expression. So really there is failure, but it's always coming back to the context of persuasion. So did Neville change his mind? Did he discard what he said? In a sense, yes, and in a sense, no, and I'm going to get into no in a second. But he did discard the idea of rebounding and rejection and the idea of the subconscious mind. He stopped speaking about that entirely. And he discarded the idea of the other. He calls it the seeming other. And he replaced it with self, with a greater view, a broader view of what self is. Not just my little insecurity, but like whatever I'm convinced of inside my imagination, that's myself. Whatever I've been persuaded by to be true, that's self. It could be about others and it could be about me. So we have moved from rejection to, am I remaining faithful to the image that I'm holding of this person? Am I remaining loyal to this reality, this inward reality? And this is what it means when God says he calls things that are unseen as though they are seen. So I go inside myself and I see something that is unseen by people's eyes. Yes, it's unseen, but do I believe in the reality of it? Can I make it real to me? And am I persuaded by the reality of this thing? Then that's what will start to be reality in my world. And so you can see how it's always coming back to self now. It's not checking on the person to see if they've conformed and getting frustrated that they haven't conformed yet. It's asking myself, I'm coming back to self, am I remaining loyal to this image? Do I see them in a higher and lovelier way? And a good way to do that is by starting with yourself. Start seeing yourself that way. And when I said that in a sense, yes, and in a sense, no, he didn't discard it, because the context of rebounding came from malicious intent. Even up to his death, he spoke about following the golden rule. And the golden rule is simply do unto others that you would have them do unto you. Now, he says this is just basic common sense to follow it. And that love is the answer. That it solves it all when you imagine within love, which is the golden rule. And of course, there are many people who are going to reject the golden rule. You don't have to live by it, obviously. You can just turn on the news and you'll see that nobody's living by it. But this is where it comes back full circle. Because what I've noticed for me is that when I see other people trying to change other people, they usually get very angry that the other person isn't conforming. And these people are usually upset because they don't have full control of other people. But the thing is that they wouldn't want someone to have full control over them. So they're doing unto somebody that they don't want done unto them. And so what they wish for people, they don't want done to them. And when you imagine that way, you have opened the door to this for this to happen to you as well. And that's why I don't think you should ignore the golden rule. I mean, you could ignore it and not give it another thought, but it's just common sense. And when you start to live upon it, you realize it's not about being perfect or holy. It's just that. It's common sense. What I want: riches, love, freedom, respect, joy. What's wrong with that? There's not a thing wrong with it. So I have no issue imagining that for somebody. But if you come to me and ask me to hear a change for somebody and that's harmful, and you want me to imagine their demise because that would make you happy, I won't do that. If you wish for me to break up families, marriages, and friendships out of spite, I won't imagine that for you. Neville did the same type of rejection to people. People would ask him to hear certain people are dead, and he would reject their request. He had a certain moral code that he would live by, and so do I. So Neville at this time might have been morally conflicted with the use of this law, as so am I. So I've had many people come to me with certain requests that internally I say, no, I'm not doing that. That's not something I would follow. It kind of goes against my moral code. Now, everyone has their own moral code, but try your best to live by it. So rebounding and rejection and evil and malice, these things are solved by love. That's why Neville would say, whenever you don't know, do the loving thing. What would I want done for me? Do unto others they have them do unto you. I mean, it's a very simple law. Or a simple rule. You don't have to follow it. It's not a law you have to follow. It's a rule.
And it can be seen as that if I'm harming another, I'm harming myself because we're all one. And I've seen too many times in my life where people imagine maliciously. They fill their whole minds up with malicious intent towards other people. And they do start to receive the maliciousness that they're imagining. I've seen it too many times for me to ignore it. And the way they judge people maliciously, by that measure, they're being judged as well to themselves. So it just makes sense to try to follow it. Try to imagine success for other people and imagine good for other people, because you're essentially also doing that for yourself because you're creating that within you. So personally, I think people who take issue with the golden rule really are people who want to imagine a certain way that they wouldn't want done to them. And they want to justify it and find reasons to continue imagining that way. But if you really came down to it and you ask yourself, would I want this done to me? And the answer really is a definite no, then I wouldn't do it personally. So I think when it came to rejection and rebounding, I think the controversy is, necessary, because I think Neville does contradict himself with that. I do. But if you see it in its context, he's really trying to say, don't imagine maliciously in a really convoluted, kind of strange way. But he's really saying, try to use this work lovingly the best you can. And you will create a better life if you do that. But it's clear that people can imagine all sorts of evils, but don't. Like, there's no need to. Always try to frame your imaginal acts in a loving way. So really, to me, this contradiction, what I see is Neville evolving his idea of self. He's expanding it. It's no longer just a little self. It's a much larger view of self, and it's really one with his imagination and all that he's persuaded by in his imagination. So even though there was a contradiction, I think the arrival point was similar, which is to believe in the reality of loving things in imagination, whether it's for you or the seeming other. Okay, so that was me somewhat reading it and somewhat going back and forth through reading it and speaking. Now this is me speaking about it. So I totally think this is a justified contradiction to speak about. And because on the one hand, how could you really trust in what you're imagining if the other person can reject it? But if they can't reject it, and by your persuasion, you can assume it to be true, and you can start to become persuaded by the reality of it, and it starts to become reality. Do the loving thing. If someone is in need of help, imagine they've been helped. See them from the position that they've already been helped. As Neville always gave the example of being unemployed, you start to see them gainfully employed. You have a friend who's in poverty, see them having more money. Do the loving thing. Would I want more money if I was in his position? Yes. So I try to follow that to the best of my ability. It's not really about, I've had people try to argue with me about morals and how they're subjective. It's like, yes, I understand that, but we can all collectively agree that not many of us would want to eat dog shit for dinner, right? We all kind of have an idea. Although taste is subjective, we all have an idea of what tastes good. It might, waver here and there, but for the most part, we understand. So I think it's really not hard to follow the golden rule. It's kind of simple if you see it as like, it's not about being holy. It's just, of course, if I was in a great position of need, I would want, to be helped. So I'm going to imagine that way. It's pretty simple. But I think the requests I've gotten kind of are shocking to me. And I start to, maybe this is what Neville was going through as well, where you kind of hear certain people request things and you're just like, I don't agree with that at all. And I don't want to imagine that way. And maybe this is what he was trying to do or maybe he had a moral confliction with it. And I have felt that as well. I've been morally conflicted about certain things too. And I've tried to let it go and say, well, I can't always know what's right and wrong. But if I follow the rule, it kind of clears it up for me. At least it gives me more of an idea. So when you imagine, I urge you to try to go within the golden rule. What I want this done to me. And it should give you an answer, at least give you some idea of what route to take. Because when you start to create malice or you imagine in ways that you wouldn't want done to you, you are opening those doors inside of you. And I don't think that's wise. I don't. I think it's always wise to imagine the loving thing for yourself. You will feel better. You'll feel more light. You will know that you did the loving thing within you. And when you start to do more and more of those things, they start to come into your life as well, because you're becoming conscious of it within yourself. You're becoming persuaded by the love inside of you. You're no longer living from doubting it or feeling that it's too far off. So again, I think the overall message and arrival point, although maybe the way he talked about it and the contradiction here and there, maybe he, took a step here and took a step there, but really the route was the same. It was believe in the reality of loving things in imagination, be persuaded by the reality of them, whether it's for you or the seeming other. And the main point I wanted to hit is that his evolution of self is what grew. It's his idea of self, that self is a collection of persuasions and imagination, whether it's about you or the world or other people. And so, again, start to become persuaded of the loving things inside of you. You'll find yourself living a much better life that way. And it's just common sense when you see it that way. And so I'm going to end that one here. I don't want to make this too long, but I hope I brought some clarity. And, it's okay to talk about these contradictions. You see Neville kind of be consistent towards the end of his life. That's why I always recommend reading the end of his work. I think it's he does have a greater sense of self in it, and it's hard to catch sometimes, but when you see it in the context, you'll see what he means by self and why it comes down to what you're persuaded by. That's your idea of self. And he does say that, the self is a collection of states. So yeah, I'm going to end that one here. I don't want to make it too long, but I do hope that this has provided some clarity that if you're going to change people, you're going to change yourself, become persuaded of the reality of it. That's the way to do it. And do your best to make it loving for yourself and the seeming other. And so I don't mind talking about this in the future again. I don't have to just make one video on it, but I don't want to make this one too long. And I wouldn't mind diving actually a bit deeper into it. Maybe I'll make a few more videos on this. But again, thank you for listening and take care. So the goal of this meditation is to get you to symbolize your anxiety. And by making it into a symbol, you can start to control it. So the first step is to get comfortable and allow yourself to relax, to be at ease, and to not question why you're having this relaxation. Just allow it to happen. Then for step 2, I want you to take the idea of your anxiety and your panic and make it a symbol in your imagination. In this case, symbolize it in a terrible, terrible storm in the middle of an ocean. Pay attention to the thunder, to the stormy clouds, to the aggressive waves. Just look at it as a symbol of your own anxiety.
Then for step 3, I want you to stand on top of the water, on top of this ocean, and really pay attention to how this is a symbol of all your anxiety. Then step 4, I want you to start calming down the storm, and you go step by step. So first calm down the clouds. Slowly calm them down. Then calm down the waves. See them becoming more still and relaxed to the point where they're reflecting your feet, they're reflecting your body. And just keep calming everything until it becomes still. And if you fail, just keep trying until it becomes still. And then for step 5, once it reaches a stillness, just observe it. Let its peace give you peace. Just let its peace give you peace. Now for step 6, it's simply an acknowledgement. Acknowledging that this peaceful stillness was once a symbol of your anxiety and has now become a symbol of your peace. And this was done all by you within yourself. Just acknowledge the work that you've done. And this small, simple meditation was just to show you that you are in control of all the storms within you, that they are subject under your power, and you are in control of everything and have everything within you. So I hope you enjoyed this meditation. It's just a simple meditation to show you that you can symbolize these anxieties, and then you can start to have control over the symbol. And the next thing you know, you start to calm down as well. You know, there are many quotes in the world that you can take with you and meditate upon, but there's something that Blake said that I think is very important. And it says that self-justification is the voice of hell. And I caught myself the other day justifying the state that I was in. And, Neville spoke about this in one of his lectures where he speaks about, we'll say that he did it, she did it, they did this first or they did that. And there's a lot of truth in it. And that's why self-justification is so addicting, because you're right. A lot of the times you are correct in when you justify yourself. But the problem that comes is that you are actually justifying yourself into a state you don't want to be in. So in my case, I was in a certain state of mind I didn't want to be in, and I caught myself creating all these reasons as to why I should stay, even though I didn't really want to stay. And I had to really ask myself, do I want to be freed from this state or do I want to be right? And at times I choose to be right, but it leaves me in the same position, so I have to choose my own freedom eventually. And it really is a voice of hell because it keeps me in a hell, so I justify my way into remaining in the same state, even if I want to get out of it. So when people come to me and they tell me I want to be freed from this thing, and they come up with these reasons why they're not freed, why they can't be free, why they can't appropriate this state of consciousness inside themselves, because your freedom that you're seeking is not under your bed. It's not in a cabinet somewhere. It's within you, and it's something that you need to take. But we can justify why we're not in that state. And many of the times we have this deep need to be right. And I had to ask myself, do I want to be right or do I want to be freed? And I had to choose freedom eventually. I had to see that my desire is not necessarily to be right, even though I can feel drawn to that. It's to be free. It's to be, in this case, if it's the voice of hell, if self-justification is the voice of hell, then the voice of heaven is forgiveness. I need to forgive myself for being in this state. And I forgive it by assuming myself to be in a different one. And who doesn't want to be right in this world, right? I mean, it's a habit that I formed, but not necessarily a habit I want to continue. And I need to learn the acts of forgiveness, not necessarily the acts of being right. And we can justify anything we are inside ourselves. We can find a reason why we're in that and why we should remain in it. But again, it's not a matter of being right. It's a matter of, do you want to be in this mental state? Do you want to be living mentally in this place? You're allowed to live mentally anywhere. You need to know that, or else you're going to feel like you're stuck in the place you're in mentally. Regardless of what happens in the day, regardless of what thing you heard about yourself or what rumor you heard, you can test it. So let's say you heard something of the day about you, or let's say you told yourself something that you didn't like, or you heard something you didn't like about yourself in the day. And it sends you in this sort of mental position where you are in a crossroads. Now, do I go down thinking that, or can I choose my way into believing I'm something that I want to be? That regardless of what was said, can I still be free? I need to test my freedom. Regardless of what I heard, can I believe in something new within myself? Can I continue believing in the good that I was believing in, even though I might have heard something wrong? And that is loyalty to your state. That's what it means to remain loyal. It's that it's not really about what ifs. It's even if I hear these things, I will remain faithful to what I'm imagining about myself. I'm not going to justify myself anymore into the states I don't want to be in. I'm going to forgive myself, and I'm going to keep forgiving myself for this entire life. I will keep forgiving myself. It's not over just because you moved into a state you didn't want to be in. Just because I moved into one I didn't like, it doesn't mean it's over. It doesn't mean I have to remain there. No, I can test it. Okay, just because I fell out of a state that I wanted to be in, let's say I fell out, I can test that. Do I have to remain in it? Can I move on as if I didn't even fall out of it? Do I have to justify myself? Do I have to condemn myself? No, I don't. I can forgive and move on as if I didn't even fall out of it. And that's the way to move inside. You don't self-pity. You don't condemn. You forgive yourself every time. It's the same answer every time. Forgiveness extends that far. There's nothing that can't be forgiven inside yourself. Nothing. Your forgiveness doesn't dry up. It doesn't go away. It's, again, your forgiveness, just like your freedom, is not found in a cabinet. It's in you, and it won't be lost. So if you're afraid that one day you won't be able to forgive yourself, or that you won't live in forgiveness and you'll simply live in self-justification, it's not true. That's a lie. So really, the voice of hell is just a voice of lies. Forgiveness is what's true. And so I'm not interested in living in being right. I'm interested in truth. And what I find truth to be is love and forgiveness. I don't find it to be anything else. It's not necessarily, it is logical and it is rational, but it's beyond that. It's beyond those things. I don't want to live a rational life. I want to live a life where I really understand what love is. And what I'm discovering what love is that it's a power, and I can use it to forgive or to condemn. But its nature is good, meaning that it will always be available to me inside myself to forgive. It doesn't go away. There's nothing that can't be imagined, and there's nothing that can't be forgiven. And so if I love myself, I'll forgive myself by moving into a different state. Just the same way if you see a friend that you care about, you see them struggling, you don't feel proud that they're struggling. You don't feel good about yourself that they're struggling. You imagine them in a greater state, and you keep remaining to it until they become that state. The same is true for yourself. You keep on forgiving every single day until you become that state. And you become these things by assuming you already are them. So I just wanted to keep this one short and just speak about a certain thing I was doing for the last few weeks. I caught myself self-justifying inside, and I really saw that it was the voice of hell. And again, I had to ask myself, do I want to be right, or do I want to be free? What do I want to be? And I chose being right over and over and over again. And I kept going in circles. I noticed I kept remaining the exact same way. And I saw I didn't want to be right. Not really. I wanted to be free. And so I just wanted to, it's just think about that quote. Self-justification is the voice of hell. And what does that really mean? Discover inside yourself to see if you're justifying yourself in positions you don't want to be in, like I was doing. And instead of justifying, try to free yourself by forgiving yourself into a new state. So I did a live stream yesterday, and I spoke about a certain lecture called What is Truth by Neville. And there was 2 or 3 main moments in that lecture that I thought were important to speak about. So I wanted to upload that portion here. Yeah, enjoy this portion of the live stream. Yeah, so in the lecture, What is Truth? That question comes from the character, Jesus, when he's speaking to Pontius Pilate. He asked him, what is truth? And there was no response. And we're given somewhat of an answer when he says, I am the truth. So your awareness of being is the truth. And that's really, like I said, that's what these works are. It's the awareness of being is your God. It's your creator. It sounds impossible to believe because, you've been aware, right? Before you were aware of being a wife, you were aware. Before you were aware of being whatever the hell you think you are right now, at one point you were just aware. And we're told that's God. It's not, and don't make an image of me, it says. Don't make some image of me. And so you have the word, and then a title is given to this awareness. It's called Jesus Christ, and it is the act of salvation, or God is the Savior. Well, if God is I am, so I am is the Savior. And it's the story about how I am saves man. So in the What is the Truth lecture, what I thought was interesting is, let me see if I can, I'm trying to think which way I should start. Should I start with what I was going to say? No, let's start this way. Let's go backwards. So there was a quote that was said that said, most people can't part with what they don't want long enough to get what they do want. That was a voice that this lady heard in her vision. She heard that most people can't part with what they don't want long enough to get what they do want. And then Neville goes on to say that, notice the word most people, and he's speaking about how his audience, he wouldn't call his audience most people. Because he says you could just go to your church on Sunday, do your little prayers, whatever you think you have to do, and go to the beach and cross yourself for good luck and go about your business. You don't really need to be here and spend your time and money to listen to this. So he said, I want to call you guys most people. You guys come here to get away from something long enough to part with it, to get what you do want. And I would actually make that same claim here. I don't think that people are really here if you're somebody who clearly clearly you guys have questioned enough of things to be here. I don't think that you would just randomly be here. And so he goes on to say about how there's levels of truth in a sense. On this level of Caesar, there's a level of truth that if I tell you I am this, that, and the other, and then you go investigate and you find out that I'm not those things, you would say that I made a false claim. I'm false. So truth is dependent upon the confirmation of the claim. That's a level of truth in the world of Caesar. But then he says, there's another truth that's given to us. It's whatsoever you desire when you pray, believe you have received it and you will. Now, it's something this is a different level of truth, but is that statement true? And you can try to test it. So I'm going to assume that I am something, be persistent in my assumption of it. And if it starts to come about in my world, then I have superseded the truth that was once given to me by Caesar. I'm now operating from a different level of truth. Now I can internally claim something and see it give birth to itself in my world. So now I'm operating from a different level. And you've risen beyond the truth that was first given to you in the world of Caesar, where it has to be confirmed by your external facts, And so it's not really a philosophy we're trying to teach. It's not a philosophy. There's a million philosophies you're going to find. And all philosophers are, let's be honest, they're all kind of strange people when you look into their lives. But this isn't necessarily a philosophy. I guess I don't really know what to call it. I would say it's more of a truth you practice. What am I imagining? I need to be honest with myself, because if what I'm doing internally is reflecting the depths of who I believe I am, I should be honest with what I need to be open to myself, not to anyone. I don't need to go tell anybody. I just need to be open to myself about what I am imagining in the day. And just go through your whole day. You don't even have to change anything. Just observe what you're doing in the day. Try to be observant of what you're imagining. And then the next day, see if you're doing the same thing. And then if you are doing the same thing the next day, then you must be in some kind of pattern. You must be thinking a certain way. And then if you try to equate life with imagination, then you are creating. When you're imagining, you're actually imagining life. Your life. That's your life that you're imagining. Forget the outside for a second. Forget the outside. Forget its buildings and all its jobs and all its bullshit. Just forget it for a second. Think about it this way, that life really is internal, and life starts from what I'm imagining. So the life I'm living really is the one I'm imagining myself in. That's what I'm living in. So we have some control to move inside, and we move effectively, not by affirming 1,000 times. That's not really an effective way of moving. An effective way of movement internally is through assumption, through already being the thing.
You don't have to work a 40 internally to get to be something. And then that might be, you're going to become it in the world if you assume you already are it internally. That's just how it works. I don't think robotic affirming is really a good method. I certainly don't want to do that. And I remain loyal to what I've imagined. I feel myself loyal to this idea. And if I falter, if I go back to an old idea, I just go back to what I was imagining. Because the life I'm imagining is the life I'm living. Physically, it doesn't really matter, truly, what happens to us. It matters what's happening inside of us. That's what matters. What am I doing inside? Because I've had things happen to me where to some people it might be like, wow, that's crazy. And to me, it's like, no problem. Because internally, it's like, are you ever seen somebody where it looks like they're working hard, but to them they're having fun? To you, it looks like hard work. To them, it's not at all. So it's really what's happening in us that matters. Not really the same thing what Henry Thoreau said is that it's not really what you're looking at that matters, it's what you see. What do you see? I mean, that's really what's going on whenever you see any political movement. You see people are seeing something a certain way. And so they're responding to what they're seeing. And, this isn't like a philosophy. I'm not trying to teach an ism or... I was listening to someone the other day talk about how they were a materialist. They believe in materialism. I was like, well, you don't, in my mind, I'm like, you don't actually believe that because you don't live that way. You don't live like you're just the same thing as a rock. You don't live that way. You're not the same. You think everything's just made up of atoms. And I go, oh, do atoms believe? Do they believe? Do they have hopes and dreams? I cannot understand the reduction mindset of that. Just reducing life down to the physical. I just can't understand it. It makes no sense to me. What's the point of dreaming if it's not to fulfill the dream? So someone tells you something that they want. You might have your qualms about them. You might have your ideas about them or issues with them. Let's say it's a coworker and they tell you something that they want. Try to suspend the judgment for a moment and just imagine that they have the thing that they want and see it come about. Try to live life from a different level than just a level of judgment from Caesar. Try to live from a different level. Try to practice this truth that I'm going to believe they've received it. I'm going to believe I've received it. You might have your issues with them. I remember I heard somebody that they wanted a house and I just was like, you wouldn't even know what to do with it if you had it. Like, or you want this, that, and I'm like, I come up with all these reasons. Or you think that someone that doesn't deserve it. And when you really think about it, when you do that to somebody, don't try to fix anything or change it. Just kind of ask yourself a series of questions. Do I think I don't deserve things? Don't try to change them or like try to be very kind or whatever the hell you think you have to do. Just think, okay, I put it on them that they don't deserve things. That might be true to some level. Are there things that I don't think I deserve? Just turn it back to yourself. And when you see that there are probably things that you don't think you deserve and you're operating from this idea, and ask yourself if you have those things that you don't think you deserve. You see, many times when you're trying to forgive yourself for something, it's not that you don't know how to forgive yourself. It's that you don't want to. It's not that you don't know how. You know how to forgive yourself. You just don't do it because you don't think you deserve it. So that doesn't even have to go to forgiveness. It can go to anything in life. You just don't think you deserve it. It's not that you don't know how to give it to yourself, how to accept it, how to trust it, how to believe in it. You believe in other things, don't you? You have certain ideas of yourself that you believe in. You don't question it. But it's the things you don't think you deserve internally. That's why you don't receive them internally. Remember, it's an internal world that we're imagining. So if I imagine a world where I'm undeserving of this, that, and the other, the mind, remember it says as the water reflects the face, the mind reflects the man. So it's not like it's lying to me. My mind isn't lying to me of who I'm believing myself to be. It's not joking. It's not an April Fool's joke. It's telling me the truth of who I believe I am. Always. It's always reflecting who I think I am. So it doesn't lie to me. It's not mocking me. It's just telling me, honestly, who I'm imagining myself to be. And if I imagine myself to be undeserving of this, that, and the other, then I just will be. It's not really to harm me. I'm not trying to. It says God doesn't tempt you. So I'm not really being tempted. I'm not really being punished. So if I'm imagining punishments, then I must be a guilty person inside. I'm imagining myself to be guilty. I'm not imagining my own freedom. I'm not pardoning myself. It's it's ever reflecting who I think I am. And so an assumption is always relieving. It's always something freeing. It's not something that you need to feel like you need to work really hard towards. What are you working? How can you work? Just logically think this through with me. How can you work towards a mental state of consciousness? What are you going to do? Tell me what you're going to do physically, and I'll show you things you just made up. So some people think they have to go to church. They think they have to do this, that, and the other to feel like a good person. You ever see these people? They live like the devil 6 days of the week, and then for 1 hour of the week, they go to church. And then the rest of the week, they live like the devil. The rest of the hours. I forgot what I was even going with that. Damn, because when I'm talking, I start imagining like so many vivid people, and I start seeing it in my head, and I start to forget where I was going with that. So, that's where I was going to go. So they make up this idea. So I got to go. And then, okay, let's just take it a bit further. Okay, so they go on Sunday to this place. Okay, but that place is a Catholic mass. Okay, and then that person goes, well, I'm going to go to the Protestant one. Whichever Protestant one. And I'm going to go speak in tongues at that one. And then over here, I'm going to go put some oil on my head. And over there, I'm going to pray to the Mecca 5 times. I'm going to go here and I'm going to wear this outfit. And I'm not going to eat that food. It's just like, what the hell does that have to do with anything internally? And they do all of this, all of it, to feel a certain way. And so people will go to these buildings. It says that you're the temple, but whatever. They'll go to a temple. They go to some man-made temple. They let another person tell them that they're okay, and then they believe it. They go, you're good. You feel good because you listen to the pastor speak. And now you can go be a devil after. But just come back Sunday and you'll be forgiven. I mean, is that really a life to live? No one questions it either. Blindly following it. It's the blind following the blind. That's just what it is. But on some level here, you realize that that's not the way. But you also are realizing that an assumption can't have physical actions. It can't. Mental states need to be expressed, not earned. They have to be expressed. Forgiveness is not something you internally earn to yourself. Mental states are not something you earn for yourself. They're things you move into and then they express outward. Just like you're expressing right now a certain mental state. So then you will see how imagination really, it's not a bondage. It's not some prison that you thought it once was. There's only a prison based on the ideas you were believing. And it's not really your fault. It's just the way you're thinking. Someone taught you that you had to go to this on Sundays and you had to go to that and you had to pray to this and can't touch that, can't eat that food. Don't you dare think that thought. You can think whatever the hell you want. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to think something good, but you can think whatever you want. So don't try to shame yourself. I mean, just follow what Abdullah said. Don't find self. Don't ever shame self, and just change self. And changing into what you want is never going to feel like a defeating feeling. It's never going to feel like you lost anything. It's always going to feel like energy's been restored and returned. You're always going to feel relieved. You're going to feel energized. You're going to start naturally expressing instantly what you're conceiving yourself to be. You're conceiving yourself this way. So there is a conceiver that's conceiving themselves to be a certain way. You're the dreamer dreaming themselves to be this way is another way of saying it. There's an imaginist imagining themselves this way.
So don't live from the idea that you must earn a mental state. It doesn't make sense. It's going to come into contact when the moment you try to assume a state of consciousness without any physical actions, you're going to do nothing. You're going to lift no finger and you're just going to do it internally. You might come into contact with certain beliefs that you are going to have to fight against. And you might feel like it can't be that easy. There must be something more. There has to be some form of payment. And yet it tells you come and eat without a price. Drink the wine without a price, without cost. So I don't have to use Benjamin dollars to get it. What are we talking about? We're not talking about something physical. We're talking about something mental. And the most effective way to move mentally is to go to the space where you already are that thing, because you can actually do that internally. Why would you go to a place where you're half that thing? You can do that too, but like, why? And when you start to move spaces inside of yourself, what you'll find is you'll look back and you'll have compassion for yourself. You look back and you'll see a person sitting down, imagining all sorts of horrific things about themselves. And you won't have anger towards them. You'll see it's yourself, and you'll have nothing but compassion for them. You won't be angry. Even if you've been angry with yourself, you won't be angry then. You will look back and you say, I can't believe I used to imagine like that about myself. I can't believe I used to do that internally in my body. I can't believe I used to imagine that way. There's no shame. There's just movement. And there's no fear. Don't be afraid to move. Nothing needs to change. If you're afraid of things happening quickly, nothing has to happen. Just do it today. Move somewhere today and then let it come about. Let it develop naturally in the world. And then everybody's going to point to all the physical things that happened. And they'll say it's because of that. They'll point to something in the middle, something in the middle of the bridge. And they'll say, that's the reason. I mean, let them say that. You know it's not, but let them say that's the reason. And they say, well, it would have happened anyway. That's how it works. Well, let it happen anyway. You don't need their words. I mean, so on some level, you're going to have to let go of convincing people or making people see it a certain way. Like, you're going to have to let that go. This is a journey that it's not really isolating, but it is in a sense, because you're testing your own faith. You're not testing another's faith. And so don't just make up ideas of you're going to make up ideas of what you think. If you're going to I have to quit this, I have to do that, I have to give up this, I have to go here, I have to pray to that. And then I can somewhat feel better about myself. You're making it up. Scripture says that those types of acts are like filthy rags to God. It's like filthy. It's like dirty. I don't know, there's something off about it. And you can feel it, and people ignore it. They ignore it, or they've either been brainwashed since birth to do that, or they just ignore it, there's something off about this. This isn't the way to get a certain state inside. This can't be the way. The way can't be outward for an internal state. It just can't. You're telling me it's like trying to do loving acts to feel loving. You can just tell instantly that doesn't make any sense, because now I'm just doing the act to get something. That can't be love. Love has to be selfless. It has to be giving for the sake of it. I can't have the thing physically before I assume a state. That makes no sense. You're always going to be chasing. And that's not to say that the moment you assume a state of consciousness, you're going to give up everything. That's not what's going to happen. You're going to start expressing it. It might start off as an energy. It might give you certain thoughts, and then it might start expressing itself in the way you interact. Just kind of let it be. It's hard. We want to control everything, but you have to let it be. Let it start to develop. Neville said he would take a snapshot sort of in his head. he used the idea of like cameras in his time and viewed it as like you take a photo and you have to let it develop. So internally, he's like, I would just take a photo, an image of what I wanted, and he's like, I would take almost a snapshot of it and then let it develop in the world. I mean, you can't do anything, right? If you start to mess around with the development of, this is back then, right? If you start to mess with the development of the photo, you're going to ruin it. You can't fuck around with it. Same thing is true with pregnancy. You can't just be like messing with it all the time. You have to let it grow. You have to let it be. You live fully on trust that it's growing. You will hands off and live on the trust of it. But you will start expressing it. You will. And if you need to forgive yourself, if you've been expressing something that you're in some sort of state, you've been expressing that you don't want to anymore, you're going to have to forgive yourself for it. It's just a state. It's not who you are. It's a state. Everything that happens was once imagined. You might deny that, but it's true. It is. You can go back in time. You don't have to go back too far, and you'll find certain books, certain people's imaginations imagined certain things, and those things started to come about in our world. And they wrote a narrative, they wrote a story, and it started to happen. A great example is the Titanic story. Sure, there's differences, but the central story is the same that happened. It's a book called Futility. It speaks of a ship called Titan that was hit by an iceberg, and it sank, and there wasn't enough lifeboats on the ship. And then that happens in our reality here. And so to some degree, we should be careful about the stories we write. But it also allows us to have the ability to write any story we want. So if you want to test this idea, you'd have to create yourself a new story. You're always telling yourself some story, you're repeating something. Just as a mother reads a story to their child at nighttime, you're always sort of reading yourself a story, a bedtime story to yourself. And you're falling asleep, dreaming up these dreams of yourself. And you're always thinking of yourself, because you can't really escape I am. You're always focused on I am, on being itself. As Neville said, you don't see the being, but you see the conception that the being is conceiving itself to be. So you don't actually see the self, you see what the self is conceiving itself to be. And really all that is a story. And you can start writing a new story. It doesn't have to be, it can start off something small. As Neville said, that you can start off, you might say to yourself, if I can only make $25 an hour, and then you might start making 25, and then you realize, well, I need more than that. And if I can only make 50 an hour, and then you double it. Like if I can only make 100 an hour, it's like you just keep going, because we outgrow that which we grow into. Just like clothing. You grow into certain clothes, and the next you know, the children's clothes that you once wore don't fit anymore. You need to buy larger clothes for your adult body. So we outgrow the things we imagine, but you can't stop imagining. So take it from me as somebody who's tried to stop. You can't escape being I am. And what you are aware of being starts to outpicture in your world. And I don't mean it even physically. You can just take it mentally. In your mental world, what's outpicturing is what you are aware of being. And so the words you're speaking inside, the images you're visualizing, all the activity that's happening, even the memories you're having, it's all used as a narrative, a story to tell about you. That's why we can go back to the past and resurrect things from the past that have been dead long ago, and we don't really know why we're remembering something. But that memory is revealing something about you, what you're currently imagining about yourself. It's not permanent. There's no permanency inside. You can move, you can change, you can adapt. It's just like you can develop, and let's say you go to create a new story, but it feels a little bit off. It doesn't feel right. Well, that's okay, but it's something you want, but you can't seem to gather that feeling. You can't seem to feel it to be real because it feels too far off. I mean, at one point I didn't like bitter things. And then over time, I started to like the bitterness in food. I liked when things were bitter. I stopped liking the sweet things. Same is true for the mental words we speak and the visualizations we see. It's the same thing. At first, it might feel distant and far off, but just keep bringing it near, keep feeling after it, keep bringing it towards you. Enjoy it and revel in it, and eventually it starts to become natural and normal. You start to enjoy it. At first, it might feel bitter, but then you just keep tasting it, and then you develop your mental palate to this new story. And it might seem, this, people will always claim that these books or these certain acts of imagination from the past predicted future events, but they didn't predict it at all. You can say it was created, but really it was just manifested from a place that has all things done, which is your imagination. There's nothing you can't imagine. And that is what gets manifested in this world. It makes itself in this world. It duplicates itself. What is done in fancy duplicates itself in reality. And if you want to test that, you just start changing the story you're telling about yourself. You stop telling stories of your own shipwreck, and you start telling your own story of your own salvation. You become your own redeemer. And you redeem yourself into different states of being. It's always fascinated me how we always claim the word prediction. They predicted it. But what if you changed it and said that we created it? We manifested that. We brought that into being from a strong imagination. As Neville said, a strong imagination begets an event. What's a strong imagination? The way I would define a strong imagination is an imagination that has overwhelmed itself with an idea, where it's felt the reality. It's been persuaded, the imagination has been persuaded inside of the reality of a certain imaginal act. That is a strong imagination, because you can think something and it really doesn't do anything. And again, when I say do anything, I don't mean externally. I mean internally. It hasn't really done anything. When you do something internally, you accept something internally, an unmistakable shift occurs. You've been persuaded. Maybe for a moment you were persuaded, but trust in that persuasion. Trust that you can persuade yourself into the reality of something new, into a new story. And if you can see that you're always believing in some story that you're giving yourself, the new story that you're making is made up of the same imagination. There aren't two gods that are creating the stories. There's not a bad God that creates the bad narratives, and there's not a good God that creates the good narratives. There's only one power that creates these narratives, whether good or bad. And these things are subjective to us, but I think we all can collectively agree on certain things are bad and certain things are good. But regardless, go to what you want. Write the story you want to write inside. We can become an author in this world. I can write a book as I have, but really the true authorship is within. It's within the words you're speaking. It's within the imaginal activity you're doing inside. You're actually imagining life within yourself. So what life are you imagining for yourself? When you are imagining certain things about yourself, you are actually imagining your life. You are seeing your life within yourself. That's where you actually live. And as Neville said, you have to find where you dwell, because where you dwell is where it starts to form out of. Your life starts to form from where you dwell. What's your dwelling place? Where do you live psychologically, as he would say? You might live in a home you don't want to be in anymore. But really, again, it's just a story. It's a story you've been telling yourself. It's a parable. And it represents something about you that you are convinced and been persuaded by, that you are this thing. And you've reaffirmed it and reaffirmed it and reaffirmed it. But at a certain point, I think you wouldn't be listening to this unless you've been wanting to outgrow the mental position you're in. It doesn't fit anymore. The clothing's too tight. You're looking for a new taste. And that taste you're seeking is not of food, and it's not of the physical cotton clothing. It's not that. You're looking for a new mental change. But the difficulty can figure out, well, how do I change, or what do I change internally? Well, we change what we are persuaded by. We're persuaded by certain things. I am internally. I have certain things I'm persuaded by, and you have certain things you're persuaded by. They might be different, but we're persuaded nonetheless. We're persuaded. Think of it this way. Imagination is like a large room. It's like a museum of ideas. And there's certain ideas that you're persuaded by and certain ideas that I'm persuaded by in this museum. And the ones I'm persuaded by, I start to experience. And whether it's good or bad for me, that's up for me to determine. But I don't have to. Just like a museum, I'm not stuck at looking at this one thing in the museum. I can go to somewhere else, a different section inside this museum. So I view imagination like a land. It's an infinite land, sure, but it's like a land that you're walking down. And there's certain ideas that you can... It's like you can peek inside of it and see if you like it or not. And if you do like it, if you like the thought, believe you have it. Become persuaded that you have that thought. Become persuaded by being that in imagination. And you will start to become what you are in imagination externally too. That's just what happens. There was a certain quote that really caught my attention that he says, when you imagine, you may include others, but do not think in terms of influence. Rather, think only in terms of clarity of form. And this is very crucial because when you imagine people in your mind, you do, in a sense, want them to mirror you. You know, if you became the person you wanted to be and you had a friend, I'm assuming they would probably feel good about you being the one you wanted to be. And Neville would say he would have people look at him in his mind and they would sort of look happy for him. But he wasn't trying to influence them and he wasn't trying to necessarily control them. He was simply trying to see it clearly because that's all you would do normally. And another example is if you're trying to hear something, don't think in terms of controlling the person and controlling their mouth or influencing them in some way. Just hear it clearly. Whatever you're trying to hear, whatever good news you want to hear, just hear it clearly. Don't do anything but make it clear to you. That's all you have to do. Participate in the clarity of it. That's what I would suggest. And so like the practice is it's very much you enter yourself and then you imagine it, right? And it being your desire or whatever it is, it being the thing you want to hear, whatever you're identifying as your savior, whatever will save you. And you imagine having it or seeing it or being it and feeling it, accepting it. And then when you leave yourself, you will leave you will leave from yourself from the inside and you come back into the world of reason, into the world of your senses. And you walk trusting in what you have done internally. You remain loyal to what you've done. That's faith. You remain loyal to this unseen reality, to what you've imagined. And if it externalizes itself, let's say it does externalize itself, then it externalizes itself in this realm we call reality. Well, if that's the case, then really where is reality being held at? It'd be within us. If what I'm doing in me, by my faith in what I've done in me, externalizes itself into this realm, like I said, we call reality, then where is this realm reality really being held at? It's all in us. And it's important that we see that it's in us. And speaking of it being in us, of this world of imagination, when you're walking in the world of Caesar, or the world of senses, you know your government name. You know your friends, you know their names, you know what job you have and what you do, and you know to pay your taxes and all of that. You understand how this realm works or this world works. But when you go internally, I want you to be almost like an explorer and ask yourself who you are within yourself. You know, what is your name here? You'll find that it's not a name you have that you utter with lips. It's an awareness. It's a dreamer that's behind every dream, or the thinker behind every thought, however you want to word it. But, really ask yourself, who am I in here? What can I do in here? And you start to explore, and you start to see that you are more than just the little thoughts you've been thinking. Who am I really? How far can I go in here? Where can I take my faith? What can I imagine about myself, about another? And just do it.
Don't worry about externalizing it. Just do it. Whatever it is you want to do it inside. And you'll see you have this power that's always been in you. You might think it's outside of you at some moments in your life. You might forget, as we all do, but just try to come back. That's all that's really being done here is we're coming back to within ourselves. And you want to give yourself the thing, whatever it is you want, before you have it externally. It is believe that you have received it, and you will. So I first have to believe I've received it. Have faith that I have it before I do. Is that possible? Can you do that? You have to ask yourself these questions. If you're going to test this, is it possible for me to assume I have something before I do? How would I go about testing that? Well, Neville says to think in terms of clarity of form. I don't try to control people and make it come my way. I assume inside myself that I have it, and if I want to see it, I see a clear picture of me having it. I partake and participate in that imaginal experience. And then, as we said, after you leave your internal world, you come into this world of the senses, and to the world of reason. You walk in your trust in what you've done, because you did some work. You've moved somewhere internally. You've done something. You went from one position to a new position in that moment. Now, do you trust that? That's the question. Do you remain loyal to and who you really remain loyal to? If you remain loyal to what you've imagined and you're one with your imagination, then you're remaining loyal to yourself. You're just trusting yourself. But you're trusting yourself from an imaginal standpoint, which is technically what you always do, but a little bit different. We're trying to be more creative in this. We're not just following logically what one should do. We're trying to go beyond our logic, our rationality, our reason, whatever you want to call that keeps you bound, that doesn't allow you to explore your mind, that doesn't allow you to feel the fulfillment within yourself. Whatever that is, when you overcome that obstacle, and if we start to see that after overcoming that obstacle, that what you've imagined starts to appear in your world, then where is this world really being held? It's held in us. No, just take what's being said here and just contemplate on it. You don't necessarily have to believe it. Just think about it. Take some time to wonder about reality and where is reality being held at? Are we really the ones who are creating this world that we're in? On some level, we're animating it that we're unaware of, that's sustaining it. And then there's another level where we're actually not just, well, some of us are reactive to it, but some of us are proactive. And the ones who are proactive, there's some level of you that is inputting things into it through your imagination, through what you're doing internally. You're not simply responding to a world anymore. You're trying to act upon it, but trying to act upon a world like this, it's like trying to act upon a dream. It seems counterintuitive because really what you should do is not necessarily force people or force things. You need to change what you're dreaming. You need to change you. And that's really how I see reality. It seems to be like a dream. That's the closest thing I could call reality. It's like a dream. And we're told that this dream changes by our faith, which is the assurance of things unseen, the confidence in things imagined. Can you be confident in what you've imagined? It's unseen to everybody, but to you, you saw it. Can you trust in what you saw? Yes, you saw it with your imaginal eyes, but do you trust your imaginal eyes? Do you trust these things? And what you'll see is the more and more you trust your eyes, your imaginal ears, your imaginal mouth, the more you trust, you're trusted in the imaginal you. The one that doesn't have a government name, has no name. The only name it has is I am, but that's not a title. It's an awareness of being, a present tense awareness of being, if you want to say that, if you want to get detailed. But you should explore yourself. Explore your imagination as if you're exploring a piece of land in a forest. Go for a walk inside your imagination and see what you can do in there. But that's all I have for this one. I hope that this kind of helps you contemplate a bit and gives you something to think about. The same one you're doubting is the same one you're going to have to trust, and that's yourself. But take care. If you're really a student of Neville, or you've paid attention to his work for a while, you know that most of his work actually isn't even about the law. Most of it is about the story of salvation. The true story of salvation, of the Messiah being God, and it's in us, and it doesn't happen outside of us. So we're not waiting for someone to come and save us on the outside. He won't be in a president or in a whatever the leader, the Caesar of the day. That's not going to be your savior. It won't be. You find this by the millions. People will believe in the savior of some man that's going to come up and rise, and it's not true. And really what he's speaking about is the future of man as a collective. Not just, but the future happens individually in each person. So we're all sort of heading at the same point, just at different times. That's what it appears to be. And so the true future of man is to become a spiritual being, not just a physical one. And it doesn't seem that it's something we do, and it seems like it's already been planned out. And this is sort of the way things are situated. Now, inside of man's world, we can become great artists and actors and mathematicians and scientists and all the things you would like to do, you can pursue those things. But that isn't necessarily your future, because the enemy of man is not each other. That me and you are not really at war. The true war is against what I'm told by scripture is sin and death, that every man has to face this enemy. And so the future of man is one in which it's more of a purification process. That's why it's said that this life is like a furnace. And it is like a furnace. And there are certain things that you're going to be purified from. And one of the things will be shame. You're going to be purified from all your shame. You know, there are two things that displease God, and it's the eating of the tree of the good and evil, knowledge of good and evil, eating from that tree, and lacking faith in God. And it defines, also another thing that you be rid of as well as evil. Now, scripture defines evil as worshiping other gods. Eventually, you'll worship the one God, the correct one. And it's going to be your own awareness of being. And you'll see that is going to be God. And so the future of man, although you can be if you want to be a great actor or a singer or whatever it is you want to be, you can be that. And that could be your future in man's world. But your actual future isn't that. There's a greater future. And it seems to be predestined. It doesn't seem to be something that, the same way you kind of join this world and it's already moving, kind of like you join in the middle of a movie in a sense. Things are already set up in place and they're already happening. And within these parameters, you can play with it, just like a playground. But eventually, the true future is not in man's world. It's not getting a job. And we can find ways to utilize the law to help us in our life and to believe that you are the thing you want to be, to see yourself as that thing, to have faith and trust in that unseen reality of yourself, to trust in the imaginal you. But your actual future is not that. And again, most of Neville's work is about this. And it's very important because it will calm you down. That your future is not one where you're going to be given more shame, more loss, more despair, more trials and tribulations. It's actually the removal of these things. It says God created everything and said it was good. But what did he really create? He created man. And all things exist in man. So he just has to create the man. And we are the creation of God. It sounds insane, but it appears to be true. That the only fall that happened was God falling into man. And he will rise out of man. And we will be one. The only reason why we even have the wars of today is because we don't know each other. We don't know we're the same being. We just don't know it yet. We see it in part, but the future is that we will see each other as the same.
We won't acknowledge each other's. We won't judge each other off of these appearances. And so the future is not something that will happen outside of you. It's going to happen in you, and it's going to be revealed to you who you really are, and it will be revealed to me and everyone else. We're all going to come into the acknowledgement of who we really are. And also what we are as well, that we're not simply a being of flesh and bone only. There's something beyond us, a realm that exists in us that is unseen by these physical fleshly eyeballs. And yet it's still there. And yet it exists, and it walks with you throughout your life. And it's always, in fact, you couldn't even claim that you're separate from it. You would see yourself as completely one with this spiritual plane or imaginal plane. You could completely feel connected. It would be odd to think that you could be separate from this plane of existence or this realm. And we're really what I love about Neville in his work is, especially in Out of This World, he picked this world apart. It seemed like what he was doing was very much of a pioneer and wanted to explore his own imagination. I remember one of his lectures, he said, he woke up inside of a dream and he said, I'm going to explore regardless of the consequences. I'm going to explore. And that always, reading that just always ignited something in me. Maybe because I was always afraid to explore, especially within myself. So seeing somebody say, regardless of the consequences, I will explore, just gave me the confidence to do the same. And the more you explore, the more you expand. And you're expanding your imagination, which you're one with. So you're expanding yourself. And eventually this imagination in us reveals itself to us, as us, and we will all know each other as the same being. And so right now we feel a bit separate. We don't feel like we know each other, and we believe in all these little ideas, all these little gods, and some worship other ways while others worship different ways. And eventually it's all going to come, it feels like we're scattered and we're all sort of in Babylon speaking different languages and not understanding each other, quite literally. And it's true. But the future of man that I see, although even regardless of all its wars and the horrors that man can imagine in this world, in spite of all that, the future of man is good. It's something transformative for the person. In the same way they were born in this world, they're going to be born in that world. They're going to be born again, but just not necessarily a physical birth. And they're going to be self-begotten. You won't need the aid of a man here as you do in this world. And this is what we call an age, and there will be another age that you will live in. And this is the future. But while you're here in man's world, or as scripture, Caesar's world, Neville would always call it Caesar's world, and you want something, and Neville would say, well, who doesn't want something? Assume you have it. Try to see this plane of existence, not less than, but I would say don't see it as something so important that you think this is the only thing that exists. Because that will take the stress off of yourself when you imagine. I guess what I should say, let's go to the self. See yourself as a spiritual being first that's in a physical body. And you're sort of roaming around in a physical world. Because then you won't give the physical so much importance. And that you, as this being, this imaginal being, can assume it has things in spite of the senses. It can. I mean, this is not something to debate about. This is just true. You just can do it. Now, what does that do is the question. Not many people test this out in life. Some of them do. But regardless, it's just true that you inside yourself have a realm that exists. And in this realm, you, as the being that you are, can assume a certain state of mind about yourself. And you start to express that naturally, and then it starts to form into your world. It's just how sort of life works. In the battle between the senses and the spiritual man, it says that the spiritual man wins, or the heavenly man and the man of earth, whatever words you want to use. But it's just important to take this perspective in, because I think that this perspective, and I say perspective because it's a very broad view of this life that we're in, because it really fascinates me that people tend to not think about life, because this life is very strange. And it's very odd that you're born, that you're alive. And it's very odd that you have a physical body, and yet inside this body, you can imagine all sorts of things. It's almost like you're completely free in it. It's strange. The fact that we can think thoughts, to me, just fascinates me. And it is strange to me that people don't question it, but maybe they don't have the time to. But eventually, and I think that if you're listening to this, you have questioned reality or life, I should say, to a degree. Something about life, you put your head down and you work so hard that you forget to question the fact that we're even alive. And what is its purpose? Is there a purpose to this? And we're told there is a purpose. And the purpose is man, to transform man, not from one being into another. It's the same being. Remember, in Adam, we all sleep, and in Christ we awake, but it's the same being. Adam and Christ are one. And they're really states of consciousness. We start off as one and we're going to move into another. And I think this perspective is important to share and at least wrestle with, because I do hope it calms you down. Things are going to be okay. It's going to end not like this. That's not the end of the story. And if you read scripture, you go from the beginning to the end. You go from the beginning. It seems horrific. It seems completely unrepairable. It seems impossible to repair this thing called man. They do all these horrific things in scripture you read. And yet in the end, man gets transformed. He's saved. And so I urge you to not put your salvation in a physical man. It's not going to happen that way. It's going to happen in you, and it'll unfold in you, and you'll recognize who you are. You'll know who you are. And the same way you'll know who you are is the same way somebody else will know. Now, I don't want to get too into the promise on this right now, but this is a part of the promise. I said I would speak about it to people in my lives, and I wanted to share that. And I do find this important to take and consider that the purpose of life is man, that you are the purpose. Can you honestly see yourself that way? So what if it comes against your little ideas of what you thought of yourself? Neville said, believe you are God, and you'll be given the visions and dreams to confirm it. It'll happen within you. And you don't have to be arrogant about it. So what if that collides with your little ideas? So what? Why not just take the chance and believe in it? Regardless of the consequences, you're going to believe this thing about yourself. That your future is one of redemption. That really is what Neville was speaking about. To believe in that story. Can you, now coming back to Caesar's world, in Caesar's world, can you believe yourself to be something greater than what you are right now? If you want to apply this work. Now, the application in Caesar's world is different than really the goal in which we're heading to, the purpose of it all. But while you're here, why not collide with the certain ideas that you have been thinking about yourself for so long, that you no longer want to hold on to? Even if it feels jarring, or it feels like you're afraid of thinking something great. What's going to happen is the thoughts you're thinking now have led you to the point where you're at right now. Imagine if you were to not be ashamed. Imagine if you were to start the process now. Purify yourself from false gods. Purify yourself from the shame. You don't need it. You don't need that to imagine. There's no requirement. All there is can you imagine it? That's all that's being asked. You're imagining something now. Can you imagine something different about yourself? And you'll find that you can. And then you'll start doing that. But really know that the goal, the purpose of life is good. And try to accept that to the best you can. And if you can't, wrestle with it. But I just felt like sharing that. And maybe I'll speak more about the promise and how I've seen it. And how I've seen, I know I haven't had every experience that Neville's had, but I've had enough to know that this is happening inside of us. And I think if you even follow logic on that, you would see that it's very illogical to put your trust and hope in a man, that they're going to save you. Somebody who's bound to the same type of body as you. They're not going to save you. It's very logical. You'll see that the Savior is not going to come without. It won't happen outside of us. But I'm going to head off on this one. Thank you guys if you've made it this far, I really thank you for listening. I mean, I know this is a different topic, but yeah, I just hope that you can contemplate on that idea. It's made me really question life. And I think that if you're someone who questions life, I think this message will interest you. But I really hope that my goal with this was just to get you to question life from a calm standpoint. Because I know life can feel chaotic at times, and I just want you to take a step back, slow things down, and question its purpose. Thank you. So I was writing out this post that I made about The Fly with William Blake's poem. And I figured I should make it into a video or audio recording. And I just kind of go through my ideas about this poem because it's a really good poem. And I think that it represents us. And when I speak to us, I mean humanity as a whole. I was speaking recently with somebody, and we're speaking about how you can go to a bonfire and everybody experiences the bonfire differently based on how they talk to themselves and how they think about themselves. Basically what they're imagining. But life is like a bonfire. You can extend it out and sort of see that this whole life is like a bonfire, and the experience you have closely relates with the experience you're having internally within yourself. And that's really what I love about William Blake here, because in the poem he says, it's called The Fly, and it's about a fly, but it really is about man. It's not about the fly. And it starts off like this. It says, "Little fly, thy summer's play, my thoughtless hand has brushed away. Am I not a fly like thee, and art thou not a man like me? For I dance and drink and sing, till some blind hand shall brush my wing. If thought is life and strength and breath, and the want of thought is death, then I am a happy fly, if I live or if I die." And this poem just, William Blake didn't see the world like many people see it. He saw things differently. And, you can look at his painting called The Flea, if you look it up. And it's of a man. It looks like a man, but it's a man looking for blood. And that's what Blake saw. He would see what people would worship in this world would be typically famous people or people with a lot of money. But if their intentions were to sort of take from people, Blake saw a flea. He didn't see the famous person. He didn't see the money giant. He didn't see those things. And it's sort of, Blake also didn't really want to bow down to the king in his time. Blake probably didn't see him as a king. How can you bow down to a flea? Something that you actually see as a flea. How could you bow down to that? You just couldn't, right? It's like bowing. It's like going to mass and seeing, sort of an idol made of plaster and bowing to it and praying to it. Like, after knowing these things, could you really do that? You might do it out of social pressure because, everyone does it around you and you feel like you have to do it, It's sort of like when Neville got his kid baptized because his mother really wanted that to happen, but he didn't, he clearly didn't believe that. You might do it because out of a social obligation, but in your heart, you can't pray to it. You just can't. Like, what are you praying to? Something that doesn't even have, it doesn't even see.
you're better off praying to a person than praying to that thing. Not that you should pray to people, but like, why would you worship a thing that can't even walk? What's the difference between that and a scarecrow? And Scripture actually likens those two things together. They're analogous: a scarecrow and a false god. You have to carry it and walk it to a field because it can't walk itself. And yet people pray to these things, and they pray to things they don't understand. We all do it. It's a state. It's a state that thinks that God is outside of man. And in the poem, the little fly that summers play, my thoughtless hand is brushed away. Am I not a fly like thee, and art thou not a man like me? He's equating the fly and the man the same, because it's true. I mean, like, every time I've ever killed a fly in my house, it wasn't thoughtless. Like, I actually thought about it and how I'm going to get it. And then you buy one of those electric nets, and then you buzz them and kill them. But so we put a lot of thought into it. But maybe there's times where it might be thoughtless just to kind of wave your hand away. I get what he's saying, right? You kind of just brush your hand away at a fly. Maybe you kill it while you do that. You didn't really think much about it. But that's kind of how we are. We kind of just disappear one day. We're just gone, the same way that fly was just gone. And when Blake would see, so when he would see a fly, he would see a man. He would see a candle, and he would see his life. He did, a candle. What is a candle? How is that any different than your life? You come in, the flame comes in, and it goes for a certain determined time, and then it leaves. How is that any different? What's the difference? You can read the back of a candle and it says it's 3 hours. It could be 3 years. There's no different than us. So these are real symbols representing us. And our body is the great symbol. It's the great cross. It's not, so when we read that Christ emptied himself and took the form of a servant unto death, even to a cross, you have to ask yourself, what cross is this? Is it really a cross made of wood and nails? No, like this body is the cross. And we will see tombs, and we will see crosses and temples being built by man, but really these are symbols representing the body, because this body is the temple of God. This body is the tomb of God. This body is the bed. It's the true bed of life. It's not really, and by life I'm equating God and life there. It's the true bed of life. This is where life dwells. We're sort of in our body more than we're in the world. And we're a slave to this body. We have to wake it up and feed it and take care of it every single day. Every day you have to pick it up. And that's why it says carry your cross daily. But if you don't think that, and you externalize this God, you're going to be wandering, and you're going to be you're going to find many false gods. You're going to bump into them. And so this God dwells in a temple not made by human hands. It's not made by bricks and stone. And it's in us. And we are one with it. And that's why in the next verse, or in the next part of the poem, he says, for I dance, sing, drink and sing, till some blind hand shall brush my wing. If thought is life, and strength and breath, and the want of thought is death. So he's equating here that you can change thought to imagination. You can say that if imagination is life and strength and breath, and the want of imagination is death. So he's equating, let's just go with what he said, thought. He's saying thought is life. And can anyone honestly here say that they desire thought? You couldn't, right? Like, you can't say I desire thought because you don't want thought. You have thought. And he's equating that with life. And it's true. I mean, like, we're not animated without it. You would never look to your hands and say that that's me, because you can chop them off and you're still there. You can't look to your feet or your ankles or your knees and say that's me, because you can chop it off and you're still there. So this body is something we're wearing, and it's not who you really are. It's a part of the eternal structure of this world. And that's how I see it. And that's why Neville quotes Blake in this in Infinite States in 1968. He says, the oak is cut down by the axe, and the lamb is slain by the knife, but their eternal form remains forever and reproduces its external form by the seed of contemplative thought. And then he continues, the being that you truly are descended to the weakness of the flesh, causing you to experience the state you are now in. Contemplate another state, and the same being who brought you your present form into being will restore you and make you alive into another state, the desired state. This he will continue to do until his purpose is fulfilled. That purpose is to follow a certain pattern back to the unity of being. So Blake is saying that contemplative thought really is the foundation of man. And so if we pass away, we will just be reformed by contemplative thought, because that's our foundation and that's life. And so death is not actually permanent. It doesn't cease to be because my mortal eyes cease to perceive it. It continues on. So really the body, this body that I have right now that I'm wearing, it's eternal. It will always forever remain for any other soul to enter into if they need to go down this path that they're going down for their own purpose. But really the purpose is the same. Everyone's going down the same way. And I just kind of wanted to share this poem because I found it to be, it seems so simple and it rhymes so nice, but there's a lot of depth to it that is often missed with its beauty and sort of rhyme. But it's much deeper than it kind of comes off. And that's how most things are. They're very simple. You think of killing a fly, and Blake saw something so not just symbolic, but what's the word I'm looking for? It's so foundational to us. Just the simple idea of killing a fly, just swatting it away, is something spiritual, because he could see through the simple act of it, that we're really no different. And you can always sort of equate your imagination with the true thing of life, whatever it is. You play the piano, but your imagination is the true piano. It's the true instrument. It's you can always view things as symbolic. It doesn't necessarily have to be something literal. And so I just wanted to share this poem. I thought it was, I think it's interesting, and I think it's something to contemplate on. But yeah, that's all I have. So thank you for listening.
So we're told that the name of God is I am. I am. That's the name. And from what I found, it's not a name that's uttered with lips. I am is just a way of saying what really can't be said. That before you were given a name here by man gave you a name, they give you a number here, they give you an identification here. You had a name before that. But it's a name that is not really uttered with the lips. But the way we would say it would be I am. That is your true name. And we're told that that's the name of God. It's not he is, it's not she is, it's not they are, it's I am. It's an awareness. It's an awareness of being. That is your name. And this name, we're told, is a creative power, and that it creates in our world. Now, is that true? That what I'm being, what I'm aware of being, starts to control my actions, my thinking, the pattern in which I'm going down. Is that true? Now you'd have to test that. If you want different ideas in your head, you have to start being a different person. If you go through your past like with a fine-tooth comb and find everything you're guilty of, and you want to have a different experience internally, you'd have to stop doing that and start doing something else. Start showing some sense of forgiveness. Start becoming forgiveness. It's one example of you can become something different on the inside. And what I'm trying to get people to do when I speak to them on the one-on-ones is I'm trying to give them a different internal experience. I'm trying not to focus so much on what's happening outside of them, because what happens on the outside of us matters to a degree, but when it comes down to it, it's really what's going on in us that matters to us most, because that's what we take with us everywhere. You know, it doesn't matter if you move across the world. If you're a certain way on the inside, you're going to be that way over there. You can try to think I can escape it, but
but you can't escape yourself. You can only change. You can only change yourself. You can't escape. And it's a very important distinction because we're not trying to escape things here. We're trying to change things. Repentance is a radical change of attitude. It's not remorse and it's not feeling guilty. It's a change in attitude, a radical change in mind. It's a change, not something that you have to feel wrong because you sort of went down a path internally that you didn't want to go down, or you expressed and externalized something you wished you didn't. We all have done that. Everyone has made a mistake. You can't give me somebody who hasn't. And so it's not really about the mistake. It's about learning to forgive. And you can learn to forgive in multiple ways, but the greatest way of forgiveness is to actually change yourself. It's not just merely saying, it's okay that I was in a state I didn't want to be in. That's not enough. And you know it's not enough because really the point to forgive it is to change it. So true forgiveness is change, which inevitably leads to freedom. And Neville said these two things are linked. Freedom and forgiveness are the same. These two are one. So your ability to forgive it gives you the amount of freedom you're going to have. So the more and more free you are, the more you have forgiven yourself. And when you start to do that, you become your own forgiveness. You don't need to wait for somebody to come do it. You don't have to wait for a God to grant it, some false God on the outside, or you have to wait for some person or Messiah to come. You have to wait for anything on the outside. You do it all within yourself. That's what Neville said. I do it all within me. Whatever change I'm seeking, whatever thing I'm trying to have, I do it all in me. And when you realize you can do it all in you, you will start to do it all in you. But until then, you're going to feel that it's outside, that there has to be some change in the outside. And maybe you are successful in changing the outside, but there's going to have this feeling that it's not enough because it isn't. Because again, I think the change that we're all really seeking are internal changes. We're looking for a different internal life. And if you want a different experience on the inside, you have to start living a different life on the inside. Not one given to you by man. This is one that you start choosing within your own self. Because when you're born here, you're just given certain ideas and you're told to live by them. These are your daily bread. But you don't want to eat that anymore. You want to feast on something new. Well, you're given the opportunity and invitation of repentance at all times. It doesn't go away. And repentance, again, means change. And change we equated with forgiveness, and we equated forgiveness with freedom. So the invitation to constantly forgive yourself is there, always. It doesn't disappear. You don't drop it like you would an item out here. It doesn't gather dust. It's something internal in us that we decide every day. We pick up our crosses and we decide to forgive within our own cross, within ourselves. And that's the story. While we're here. And to get into the promise, the same way you were born in this world, and you didn't do anything, did you? Nobody does anything to be born here. One day you arrive. Well, you'll be born, but you were born of man while you're here, and there will be another birth, and it'll be of God. It'll be in a different age. But until then, we're sort of here, and you can read that. This is sort of the idea in Ecclesiastes. That's kind of what's getting across, is that try to learn to eat, drink, and be merry while you're here. Try to utilize this law to change self. No one to change but self. Try to utilize this to a strong degree, and you'll change the nature in which your experience is here. But I think the most important point that I'm gonna always hit every time is that it's really a form of forgiveness. It has to be seen as it's a loving act to change states, because if you see it as a way of controlling the external world or the world that appears external to you, when you think about it, controlling that, I think you just set yourself up for nervous breakdowns and anxiety. But when you see it as a form of forgiveness, it's an act of love. It feels more in line with your own nature, with what you really are, which is love. And that's something you have to believe, that in spite of your mistakes, you're love. Can you believe that? In spite of all the things you've thought, You're love. Deep down, that's what you are, because God is love. God is light and God is spirit. These are actually what you are deep down. And you have a name, and it's I am. It's not Edward. These are just what man gives to identify. But imagine if we didn't give that and we all had the same name. We all have the same name. But we fragment with all these ideas and the appearances. And it says that God doesn't judge after appearances. And you'll find many people, you'll see somebody who's very, very rich and famous. They'll do something in a video and then everybody tries to mimic that or buy that product, whatever the person was using. They're trying to mimic this wealthy person, whatever it is. But in scripture, we're told to mimic God, told to be like God. And God calls things that are unseen as though they are seen. Something that is unseen as though it is. And we have that ability. And you can start with yourself. It might be unseen to everybody's eyes, but within yourself, you see it. You start to become what you're seeing within your own self. And so you start to give and create within your own self what you desire without anyone's permission or awaiting anyone's, approval. You don't wait for a savior to come. You do all within yourself. And you no longer pray to scarecrows and things that can't walk. I was asked a question the other day that said, but aren't people who are bowing to these sculptures doing it because of what the sculpture represents? To me, it doesn't matter. Why would you bow to something that can't walk, but you can walk? It can't talk, but you can talk. It can't see, but you can see. Why would you bow to such a thing? It seems absurd when you see it that way. And you really have to ask. I used to bow to statues growing up. But if you really ask me, why are you bowing to it? I don't know if I'd have a good answer. And then you start to give up every God you bump into in this world that is given to you. You start to leave it. And then you come back to the name, the true name of God. You come back to how to utilize the name. And it's through repentance and forgiveness. So no matter what, always view a change in state as forgiveness. Because then you will do it. You are forgiving yourself. That is what you're doing. You can forgive yourself into wonderful states. That is what you do. And it's unseen, but to you, you're going to call it seen. You're going to mimic not just the wealthy people in the world. You're not going to mimic them. You're going to mimic God. And he calls things that are unseen as though they are seen. So that's all I have for this one. I just woke up and I just wanted to share that message. But again, thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
There's a quote that Neville said that I think is really important. He said that, and you should take this quote and just try to think about it and meditate upon it and dissect it. Try to understand it in its depth because it's very important. He said, the outer man sees a seed, but the inner man sees a flower, a blossoming flower. If you could just take that quote, apply it to your life will change. It will, because you're going to radically change how you think. This is speaking about how one thinks. From my perspective, this is how I see it, is we're trying to change how one imagines, not necessarily what they imagine, because you can imagine all sorts of things. And at that point, that would just be like mind control. I'm just telling you what to say and do. Like, I don't want to do that. But how to think is different. In this case, seeing the flower instead of the seed makes all the difference between your failure or your success inside. Because to the one who is imaginative, when we use this term, we don't mean someone who can think abstractly. We mean someone who can actually imagine the fulfillment of it. They don't see seeds like anyone else. And what is a seed? A seed is like speaking about the how or the when, being afraid of the fulfillment. All of that are seeds. You're saying, well, when is it going to grow? You go dig up the seed to check on it, see if it's even growing. You kind of mess around too much with the seed.
while the inner man sees a blossoming flower. And so you can take that idea and apply it to any walks in life. Wherever you are in life, you see the flower. Whether it's you wanting to express something, you see yourself expressing it on the inside. You don't ask when you're going to start, when it's going to happen, how it will happen. You don't think about the limitations of your resources. You don't think in terms like that. You see flowers. That's just what you do. That's what the inner man does. They see flowers. They don't see the seeds. And it doesn't matter what part of life, if it's in having something. Here's another quote that Neville said that I think correlates perfectly with this is, the outer man may not have a nickel, but in imagination, I'll have much. You'll have much. So you're not doing a bunch of things to try to have much inside. You're not doing a million affirmations to try to have much. No, you just have much. You have faith in having much on the inside. You see yourself expressing and having that which you otherwise think you don't. You assume the flower. You assume things on the inside about yourself, about another, and make it lovely. I really urge you to make whatever it is. I don't really care what you think. Just try to make it lovely, because things without love are distorted. It's like a distorted image. For example, it's like intelligence. Intelligence without love just starts to turn into arrogance. And arrogance is a sort of a form of stupidity because it just repels people away from you. And imagination without love just turns into a prison of fear and limitation and restriction. So it's really important that you imagine whatever it is in a loving way. And usually it's a place that comes from a good heart and has no fear. It's hard to define it, I know, but you will know it when you imagine from it. You will know it's something good. It's freeing. It's always freeing. It always feels truthful. It feels correct. It feels inherently correct. Like deep within you, you know it's right. It's the right thing to do. You imagine the right thing to do, and you start to become that character. And you start to feel more aligned with who you are. That's just what's going to happen naturally. That's a consequence of just imagining the correct way. But how one imagines is equally important. And it's important that you imagine flowers. I don't care what it is, but you imagine the flower of it. You don't see the seed. You see it already done. You see it fulfilled. No matter what it is, you see it fulfilled. You understand what I'm saying? This is the difference between success and failure on the inside. On the inside of imagination. It's important that you hit your mark. And the way you hit your mark is by seeing that flower. What do you do with a flower that's beautiful? You look at it, right? You simply look at the image. It's a blossoming flower. You just look at it. So if you want to hear something, you've been itching to hear something, hear it in imagination. That's your flower. You just hear it. You want to see yourself expressing something, you just see it. Don't do anything else. Just keep it simple and just see it. Once you start to accept this new way of imagining, your inner feeling will change. Meaning you're going to become more and more free. That's just going to happen naturally as a consequence of imagining this way. It's not something you strive to do. I've had people come to me and tell me, I can't seem to get the feeling. I can't seem to get the feeling. They're trying to perfect this feeling, but the feeling is more of a response. It's more of a response to imagining the way you want. When you actually free your mind from the restrictions and limitations that were placed upon it through, whatever conditioning you were given, you just naturally feel a freedom, that sort of a burst of energy that comes. That's another thing you should do. Imagine things that inspire you. That's a loving thing to do. Imagine things that inspire you. Because these things that are lovely, like inspiration, they're always awaiting at the door of your mind, waiting to be let in. They're always knocking. You just have to let them in. So you want to imagine thoughts that ignite you, that inspire you, that fulfill you. They're always there. They're just awaiting to be thought. They're just awaiting for you to think them, to dream them. But again, in whatever you do, try to see flowers. Because in my view, the moment you start to go to the how and the when, you fell out of the state. The state is it being fulfilled, expressing that which you want to express, hearing that which you want to hear. That's the state. Once you start to go to the how and the when, you start feeling after those things, You fell out of the state. You just need to get back on the state. You don't necessarily have to do anything else. You don't have to. And if you are somebody who keeps falling out of a state, let's say you were in a state that you wanted to be in, keep falling out of it, you keep going back. Nothing's really changed. All that's changed is that you went back to the state you just left. You just have to acknowledge that that state will always be there. So if you go to move into a new state, tell yourself that if you really want to go back to the old state that you just left, if you really want to, you can. It will always be there available for you. When you actually see that you're allowed to go back as many times as you want, it just kind of dissolves the urge to go back. You kind of don't really want to anymore. You kind of see why you're leaving in the first place. Why are you leaving that state? You should ask yourself that. Why do I want to imagine fulfillments? Why is it important to me to imagine from a place of love? Why is it important for me to see myself expressing this thing? Why is it important for me to change? When you find why you want to do it, you'll stick to it. You'll become disciplined in your imagination. Until then, you kind of might be like the wind. It will just kind of you'll be like a wanderer inside your own imagination, which you shouldn't be. You own your imagination. You own these things. You own these these thoughts. These are yours. You own them. Who else are they? No one else can think that thought for you. I can't eat your own food, right? Physically, I can't. Now take it to the mental level. Mentally, I can't think the thoughts for you. And if you take it to a spiritual level, I can't make you born again. But let's just go back to the mental level. I can't think these thoughts for you. Nobody else can. So you're not a wanderer. It's like what Neville said. You're not a tenant in your imagination. You're the landlord. You might be a tenant in your body. You might be renting out your body, but you are the landlord. You're the owner in your imagination. So don't be a wanderer trying to figure out where to go. If you're a wanderer inside your imagination, my guess is that you are stuck between you have all these paths in front of you, and many of them are paths others have laid out for you and tell you that you must do these things or there'll be consequences. And so that's what pulls you into certain paths that you otherwise wouldn't take. So what you need to do is you need to discover what is it that you want to take inside. This is your imagination. Where do you want to go? What do you want to start seeing and expressing? What flowers do you want to see? This is your decision on the inside. And so if you're sort of wandering, it's probably because you're going between what you think you should do versus what you want to do. And just test it. If you're somebody who only imagines within shoulds, just try to test it to see if you could imagine in wants. So whenever I'm stuck in something, I always ask myself, I always test myself. Can I imagine beyond this? I'm not wondering if it's going to create in my life yet. I'm just seeing if I can imagine from a place of it being fulfilled, whatever it is. Can I do this? Can I let go of what I should do right now and go to what I want to do? Let's say if I'm really in bondage in a certain idea, I will ask myself, can I imagine myself freed from this idea? I'm not trying to become free. I'm just trying to see if I could do it. Regardless of my circumstance and, physical obstacle, could I do it? And you'll see you can. And then a freedom comes. And then you just broke free from that inner bondage. And then life would have to change because you're more free than you were a minute ago. And so life has to keep giving to you that which you are. We don't really get what we want. We get what we are. And the more and more you free yourself from the inside, the more you break these chains on the inside, the more free you become on the inside, the more you have to experience this new freer self that you've become. That's moving a state. Many times what I see is people repeating certain ideas and looping certain ideas over and over and over again, trying to move on the inside, but really they're not moving. They're sort of on a mental treadmill. Like they're doing something, but they're not really moving anywhere. We want to move. We want to go somewhere. And the only way I've found to really move inside is through assumption. And to make that poetic is just like what Neville said. You don't imagine the seed, you imagine the flower. That's assumption. That's making the idea of assuming to make it more beautiful, for you to understand it better. See it from a place of seeds and flowers. The one who actually assumes correctly sees the flower. They don't see how it grew. They don't see the roots growing. They don't check upon it. They just keep holding the image of the flower. You see the difference? So that's all I have for this one. Try to imagine flowers, not seeds. And take that idea and just contemplate on it. Take some time really throughout your day, maybe this week, and just kind of try to understand that phrase. I think it's a very important phrase. Thank you guys for listening. So I waited about a year to share this because I thought about it. I had this experience happen to me a year ago, around this time. Well, a few months before this time. And I try to come up with how to understand it and how to think through it and how to view it from different angles. And I could try to deliver that, but I just figured, why don't I just share what happened and take what you will from it instead of just trying to like go down all these different avenues of thought. I'll just share what happened. So a year ago, there was this experience that I was unaware that it was going to happen at the time, but it was on my birthday. I went to this bar and I was walking in and thought nothing really of it. I drove there and, the hostess asked us how many people. I said 2, and they sat us down. We ordered a drink, and the whole time I really didn't think anything of it. And then it wasn't until I looked up, because the way the bar is, it's on the second floor of this building, so you don't really see the road or anything. You kind of just see the middle of other buildings. And there's this one building in particular that when I looked at, it was a red building. And the moment I saw that red building, it triggered a memory I had. And then I remembered I had a dream. And the dream was exactly where I was at that bar. And that red building was in my dream. That was the trigger that started it all. And I remembered this dream so vividly. And it shocked me because in the dream, I was at that bar. Now, at the time when I had that dream, I remember waking up and thinking really nothing of that dream because, there's not much to think about because in the dream, I'm just at a bar. But I didn't know at the time that dream, which happened a few months before my birthday, that was my birthday that I experienced. To me, it was just, like I said, it was just me at a bar. But once I went across the bridge of incidences, I went across that bridge, I experienced that dream on my birthday. And then I really had to sit there and realize that I experienced my birthday 2 months before it happened. And I experienced it in me, inside of me. At the time, I was unaware, again, that it was my birthday, so I thought nothing of it. It's not like there was any sign in the dream. It's not like there was a birthday cake or anything like that. It was just, like I said, it was very, like maybe 5 minutes of me just kind of sitting down, looking up, seeing that red building. And in the dream, that's what I did. And then in real life, in here, what we call real life, waking life, I did the exact same thing. And so I experienced my birthday inside of me 2 months prior to it happening. And the entire time, I didn't know I was walking down that bridge towards that. Everything I did, it seemed like it didn't matter. It was going to lead up to that event anyways. Now, I've thought about this for about a year now because it was such a shocking feeling. And it wasn't something I set out to do. It just sort of, it was just like a night dream that came upon me, like any other night dream. What I thought was interesting, though, was that from the time of that dream to the realization of it, it all just sort of worked its way out. It's like I went down certain paths and routes. I thought certain things, and yet all those things that I did, these little micro things, led up to this point. And I had no clue that I was on track of experiencing something outside of me that already happened in me 2 months prior. And it's just something to think about, that this
imagination of mine went beyond and experienced my birthday months before it happened. It already knew what was going to happen. It showed me, and I experienced it. That's why I had the feeling. It wasn't even like deja vu. It was just like this. It's just like whenever you hear something, it triggers a memory of a dream. It was the exact same thing, but this was very strong because it triggered at the moment I saw that building. And so you take what you will from that I guess I just want to share what happened because it'd be better to share that than try to come up with all of these theories. So I can just say without speculating it is that I experienced my birthday months before it happened. And my imagination or the dreamer in me showed me that it goes beyond this realm of time. It really proved that to me. I mean, well, how else? I mean, it was just, I experienced that. So it's not like again, I'm not, as Neville said, like he always said, I'm not speculating, but he wasn't. And I'm not either. I'm not speculating this. I'm being as genuine as I can be. And my genuine experience is that I had something happen that at the time I didn't know was my birthday. And I experienced my birthday months before it happened. And so my imagination went beyond time. It went beyond my reason, because reason tells me that my birthday's 2 months from now. Time tells me it's 2 months away. And I was told, anything could happen in between that time that could deter me from experiencing it, but that's not what happened. I was shown exactly what would happen. At the time, I do wish I would have known that was my birthday when I had the dream, but I was just unaware of that. And so what this tells me is that our imagination is far greater than I gave it credit for. I've always known that it can go beyond time. It can go beyond the dimension of this world. It can supersede a certain circumstance in an environment. But to actually experience that, it's a bit different, because when you set out an intention to create something in your world and you imagine or you experience that the creation of it inside of you, and then you experience that feels slightly different than what I experience, where I wasn't really trying to do that. And yet it came about. And that really, this whole experience from last year really pushes me to really believe in what I'm imagining. That if you treat your imagination like it's phony or it's just made up, then that is how you're going to treat your whole life, because what you're imagining is really correlated with your life. It's almost like you're calling yourself phony, because you are one with imagination and you can't really deny it, because your imagination is reflecting the depths. It's mirroring the depths of what you believe yourself to be. And so you don't have to feel like an imposter on the inside. You don't have to feel those things. And you don't have to wait for a certain time frame to take place. As what my imagination showed me is that your birthday's in 2 months, but I'm gonna have you experience it now. And I did, and it came about. And so for me personally, this experience confirms really what was once speculation, is that my imagination can show me something before it happens. I've had this happen before, actually with a sporting event. I saw the score of a sporting event before it happened, and then it played out exactly as I saw in my imagination. But again, I didn't really do anything to induce these things. I wish I could give you some type of formula or method, but I didn't have that. It just came upon me in a dream. And the same thing happened here for my birthday. So you take what you will from that. So the message on this one for me, what it showed me was don't wait for anything. Even if it's 2 months or 4 months, as it says in scripture, 4 months till harvest, you see that the harvest is ripe now. So whatever it is that you want to experience, whatever you want to hear, you hear it now. Whatever it is you want to start doing, you do it now. Go beyond your reason. It's not really needed in imagination. Imagination doesn't rely on that. Faith doesn't really rely on other people believing in it, and it doesn't really rely on the circumstance being perfect. It doesn't rely on any of that. Your faith won't rely on you being perfect either. It's the moment you imagine something and you believe in it,
Can you put your trust in it as if it's the only reality? There's not two gods here, right? There's not two causes. Can you believe in that? Can you accept that? Because if you create another god, you're going to create a devil. And you're going to have a bunch of these false gods everywhere. And you're going to be very, very lost in life. Because there's only one way, we're told. And it says, I am the way. Now, if you have a different god, name something else, you are not following the right way. You're going to wander and be lost. And that's again, that seems strange, but when you start to go down that path, and you'll see it's true. That most of the confusion comes from believing in these false gods, thinking that they're the cause. So people look to the stars. They look to all these things to believe, instead of just putting their faith in I am. So if you don't pray to something you don't know, don't hope for something you don't know, pray to the God whose name is I am. And so you claim to be something and watch it come to pass. Now you do it in the now. And that's really what I took away from this dream, is that inside of ourselves, time doesn't seem to be an obstacle. But okay, I'm going to end this one here. Again, take what you will from that experience. And thank you for listening. You know, there are two thoughts that I want to give in this video. One comes from Blake and the other one comes from Neville. And the one from Blake says that I must create a system or be enslaved by another man's. I will not reason, I will not compare. My business is to create. And I've thought about this quote for about a few years now. And the more I think about it, the more I agree with it. And the reason I agree with this, because we're kind of born into this world. It kind of feels like you're dropped off into an ocean, and you just hope there are people around you who will help you. And it feels kind of lonely to a degree, because you have to do everything alone, right? And you're born into systems of beliefs and thoughts. And it could be a family system. You can make it small, and then you can expand it to a government system. Expand it a bit more. You can say it's nature's system, biological systems. There's all these systems that dictate and control you to a large extent. And it can feel sort of defeating when you kind of look at it that way, because there's so much control over you, and there's such little control you can exert, or you have very little power, it appears. I once said that it feels like you tell the wind to stop and it doesn't stop. You tell the sun to cool down and it won't. You tell it to come out and it won't. You try to tell nature what to do and it doesn't seem to care about your voice. And it tends to feels like, what's the point of my voice if it doesn't seem to do anything. But to get to the Neville point, which, he said that subjective appropriation for the objective hope. He always said that subjective appropriation of the objective hope. Now, these two, I think, go together, these two thoughts of Blake and Neville. And the reason is because we do come into a world of systems of thought. I know, like, Blake wasn't really a fan of bowing to the king. It was something you had to do in his time. There are things we have to do in our time, and you might not be fond of, you might not like. I totally understand it, because I have the same thing. But what Blake is saying is that he understood that you're governed by systems if you don't create your own. Now, he's telling you to create your own system. Now, what does it mean to create your own system? He does mean it as far as creating your own system of imagination, like what you want to imagine, what you want to do. That's why I think Neville comes in, because he says subjective appropriation. Now, appropriation is a very important word in this quote. It's the most important word, because one thing I've learned about this life, unfortunately, I say unfortunately because I wish it wasn't this way. I wish it was a bit more peaceful, I guess. But in this world, you have to take things. That's just what you have to do. And if we can see that life is mental before physical, then to a degree, you have this advantage to use.
At least try it, right? Before you knock it. Just see, at least see. And what Neville's saying is subjective appropriation of the objective. So what do I want to objectify in my life? That's what I will subjectively appropriate within myself. Now, what does appropriation means? It means he used this word all the time. If you pay attention to his work, he used it all the time. And it means to take as possession, to take as yours. That's what he's saying. Now, the reason why I made a post one time talking about you have all these versions of yourself, and since they're you, they're yours. I was trying to find a way to appropriate in a more smooth fashion by understanding that these thoughts, these ideas, these concepts of yourself are yours to have, right? So it allows you to sort of have them in a I guess, smoother way instead of just feeling like you have to pounce on it and take it. At least that's how I think about it in imagination. But when you go inside yourself, you should see things as yours for the taking. They're yours to take. They're yours to feast upon. And when you start to imagine new things for yourself, you're going to come into contact with a lot of the beliefs of the systems you were given. So the way you were taught about yourself, the way you thought about yourself your whole life came from systems of thought. And you can you have a regressive thought and say, what created that system? What created that system? And you will find out it really comes back to man. So it's you. It's you who creates these things. And so you have to follow what Blake says, create a system of thought, and then do what Neville says, which is to appropriate things. And, I just talked to a friend who said, he sent me, a comment of what someone said. And this person said, they kind of asked themselves what Neville would do. And I thought it was interesting because I was just thinking about that for about a week. And there's this common question is, what would Neville do? What would Neville do? But if you read Neville carefully, you will know what he would do. He would imitate God, which is the only thing he cared about. He would imitate God. And God calls things that are unseen as though they are seen. That's what he would imitate. And so that's what you should imitate. And he is saying to call the thing unseen as though it is seen in this quote. It's just another way of saying the subjective appropriation of the objective hope. What do I want to objectify about myself and my world? That is the thing I will subjectively appropriate within. And he said, you might not believe it, but all things were once subjectively appropriated inside the individual, the things that they have. And he says appropriation there again, which is to take, to have it as your possession. It's a big difference between fantasizing about an idea and actually living from the idea. So when Neville speaks of having conviction or being persuaded, it's the same way. It's a knowing. Belief is a knowing. You know it. The same way you don't believe your heart's beating. You know it's beating. If you can get to that belief, that is what we're talking about. We say that knowing of yourself. You're so sure of it, of you, that you are this thing that you once weren't. But if you know it's a mental state, you will appropriate it. You will take it. And the way you take it, the way you truly appropriate something is you know it. You know you're that. You just know it. That's the belief we're speaking about. And how does one know that they know something? They live from it. They live from these ideas. Because you can go to a mall and you can see hundreds of people walking. And yeah, they're physically walking inside a little space, but what actually is happening is that they're mentally walking somewhere. They're all walking a path mentally. They're on some track. And the track they're walking is the one they have appropriated. That's the one they're living from. That's the one they're convicted by. That's the one they feel they believe in. Our real beliefs are what we live by, as Neville said. And so the issue in man is that he can't trust his imagination implicitly. He believes in something outside of himself to give him something. That's not what Neville says. He says it's about man appropriating, taking whatever it is he wants to have inside. He takes it as his own, as his own possession. He has ownership over it. And so when you ask somebody, well, do you believe in your age? They would say, well, no, I don't believe in my age. That's what my age is when I was born. They just know it. They don't have to sit there and try to figure it out. That's what you have to get to. That's the conviction you need of yourself. You know it. And how do you know something? Well, you have to get there through trust. You trust in the knowing that you are that thing. And what are you trusting in? Your imagination. And where is your imagination? It's in myself. So what am I trusting in? I'm trusting in myself. And is my imagination nothing but a mirror reflecting the contents of what I believe myself to be? It's a living mirror. It doesn't just, it's not stale and just reflects your face. It shows you images, a bunch of conversations, all implying something about you. It can be mundane. It can also be great, but it's yours for the appropriation. All things exist in the imagination. All those things were given to you, the good and the bad, the blessings and the cursings. But choose life. That's what scripture tells you to do, to choose life. Choose the life more abundant. It's a choice. You're given the choice between these things. And you can sit down like I've done and imagine things that weren't worth your time because you were convinced by some system of belief to think of yourself that way and to see yourself that way. And so your imagination becomes restricted and has all these walls in front of it. But the great wall, really, the wall of Jericho, is the outside. So you imagine beyond it. You go beyond the wall. And you see yourself expressing, which is to imagine the flower. You don't imagine the seed. You don't imagine how did you come to express this? You just see yourself expressing it. And you just keep holding that vision of yourself. That's imagining the flower. That is appropriation. And you know yourself to be it. How do I know myself to be something? I live by it. That's what I imagine from. And living is correlated with my imagination. So what am I imagining by? That's what I live by. That's what I really believe in. What I continuously the place I go to all the time in my mind is where I live. That's what I live by. That's what I believe in truly about myself. May not be flattering. It might be, but it may not be. But if it's not flattering, change it. Remember, and what is change other than forgiveness? You can't really forgive someone unless they change, right? Forgiveness and change are completely linked. So once you change yourself from imagining from a new position, knowing yourself to be different, that's the belief we're talking about. To that level, to that degree, you know it. That's forgiveness. That's actually a form of forgiveness from Scripture. Now, when you see it that way, with a loving twist to it, you see appropriation, again, comes down to forgiveness. Appropriation is the new system of belief, or the new system you must live by, which is to imitate God. Call things that are unseen as though they are. You're either going to imitate God or you're going to imitate some person. But try to imitate God. And then you found a new system to live under, a new idea to live under, which is you call things that are unseen as though they are seen. You know them. They're yours. You have them. You live from it. And you know a little objectify, because you're taking the objective hope and you subjectively appropriate it, which really comes down to forgiveness, which is a form of forgiveness. So all these things are linked together in Neville's work. And I think that's why he was interested in Blake. Blake said it his own way, and Neville said his own. And I'm just trying to thread it all together, and why Neville was interested in Blake, and why Blake was interested in the Bible, and why these men wanted to at least study this. And I see how it's so freeing when you look at it that way. But if you think it's like a constant work to get to that knowing, then you're going to feel like you're going to tear your hair out, because it's just going to feel exhausting. You know it. You know, you just know you are it. You don't have to be persuaded. You've already self-persuaded. Remember what it says in Scripture, to commune with yourself. You're not communing for another. You're not persuading another. You're not trying to convict another. You are becoming self-convicted, self-persuaded, communing with yourself on what it is you want to do. And how do I do that? Subjectively appropriate the objective hope. That is what Neville is saying to do, which is the same thing as saying to imitate God, who calls things that are unseen as though they are seen. It's the same thing. We're saying the same message over and over again. But I think threading it together, seeing how it kind of weaves together, it paints a clearer picture for the mind, that when you see that you are governed by systems, you are. There's no question about it. You're born into a family system. You're born into a belief system, which would be like a religion. You're born into these systems of belief that teach you a very important thing that's wrong, that it's outside of you. That's what they teach you. So you have to believe in an outside God. Everything's on the outside. They judge solely upon appearances. And what does it say God doesn't do? He doesn't judge after appearances. So that's why Neville says that if you judge by the appearances, you will be enslaved by them. Or sorry, if you judge by if you judge by the senses, for what we judge by, we're enslaved by it. So that's why he tells you to judge by your imagination, you'll be free. Because in imagination, you can judge after anything. It's really up to you to decide what you will be inside your imagination. That's really what we live by, because man doesn't live by bread alone. There's more to life than just bread. And you have concepts of yourself that you hold dear, that you've held on for maybe a long time. But you might want to change it. And the way you change it is you know you are a new thing, and that's you forgiving yourself, believe it or not. You're actually partaking in Scripture. You're actually doing it. You're not just being a hearer. You can hear me say this right now, but not do anything about it. Not know yourself to be different. Once you know yourself to be different, you have become a doer. And so when you see this message this way, it's far more freeing. And from my perspective, it's far more freeing. It's less work than you think. It's not exhausting. It energizes you. It brings clarity to you. Because really the thing that's blinding you is your low self-concept of like the ideas that you hold that are not things you want. That is what's blinding you in your life. So from my perspective, I see no greater being to imitate. I look around and I see man who's having to do the same things I have to do. They have to breathe, they have to eat, they have to go to the bathroom, and they'll take up their body every day. And they're the same as me. And I can't imitate what's the same as me. It's just, might as well just be me. What's the point of imitating anything? But if I want to imitate something, I should imitate God, who calls things that are unseen as though they are seen. And so to me, those two quotes come together very well. And I really feel this is what Neville was trying to convey to us. It's an appropriation. And you must create a new system to live under for yourself, something you decided within yourself. And I'm choosing to follow Scripture. I'm just telling you honestly. And I'm going to try to practice this the best I can. I was asked a question in the comments that I thought was, I thought, why not? So they asked me if I could explain at least the artwork that I chose and why I chose it. And I'm just going to do that. Yeah, I thought that would be a cool idea. So for this image here, obviously I see a man contemplating, right? He's in the realm of thought here. And there's these different choices. At least these arches represent at least choices. And I just mentioned how Scripture tells us that I brought you into a land of blessings and cursings, but choose life. And that's what I see a man doing here. I see him, the stairs represent going inward or going up into himself. And I see him deciding to choose life. At least it's a choice. It's sort of in the realm of, he hasn't necessarily chose it yet, but it's something that will be chosen. He's seen himself on the edge over there. At least I think that's him going down a different avenue instead of going up. And he might be leaning more to that direction of choosing whichever one that would be for him. But I see a man at least contemplating on the idea of what life means. What does it mean to choose life? And he can make other choices. He seems to be free to decide other things, but I feel like he's reached a point where he wants to choose a life more abundant. He wants to imagine for himself greater. And maybe that's what it, maybe he was going up these stairs and he reached a point where he realized this wasn't the way. And it seems like in the other side, there's a ladder there that seems to be, he's almost a bit confused on where he's going, doesn't quite know. And so that's what I see in this image. I just see somebody deciding to imagine a life more abundant and to imagine really upon, because we're told God is life. So to imagine upon God and what does God mean? And who is it? Not necessarily interested anymore in the existence of God, but who is God? That's what it seems like to me. And that's why I chose this one. I think it's a great image to describe at least a moment in imagination where you're kind of interested in God. And God resembles this tree.
At least he's looking at a part of himself. So that's why I chose this one. So again, thank you for your time and thank you for listening.
So this is part 2, section C, called The Technique Resurrection by Freedom Berry. And this is his book called I Do. And I'll be giving a commentary at the end. Continue in what you have learned and have become convinced of, because you know those from whom you learned it. 2 Timothy 3:14. The precise technical exercises which I shall recommend for the development of faculty in metaphysical practice have been set forth lucidly in the books of one called Neville, whose personal mystical experiences in the depth of spirit have rendered his acquaintance with that realm as intimate for him as the most commonly accepted appearance for most of us. My gratitude to Neville is immeasurable, for it was he who wisely encouraged me to conduct my own spiritual investigation and speak only from the conclusions of my personal experience would yield. My purpose in urging the use of this technique is to indicate a far more reaching result than merely to witness the evolution of a conceivable desire as it becomes an environmental condition. Beyond the projection of a possibility into time-space appearance, the indulgence in these exercises by the individual effects in him the personal fulfillment of the second of the 3 greatest Christian mysteries, the resurrection. No one can exercise the experiencing faculty without expanding its capacity. The stone of ineptitude is rolled away from the sepulchre of spiritual inactivity only through the individual's consistent discipline. The weakness of the one who repeatedly demands external aid in solving his problems always matures into a stronger weakness, and that one progressively finds himself even more deeply entombed in his prison of helplessness every time he leans on another's efforts. One by one we find ourselves, at the point of individual discovery, immersed in the dream. The illumination which our discovery produces in us begins germinating in the desire to extricate ourselves from the sleepwalking to which our conformity to the dream has accustomed us. But our intention to act decisively soon reveals our feebleness in attempting to adroitly maneuver this tremendous force. Imagination, because it has no external limits, has freely roamed with nothing to constrain its wanderings. If it is to have any direction whatever, that direction must be initiated with a discipline from within. It is in the interest of charting a purposeful course that systems are devised. The pity is that when a mystic visionary provides a set of rules as a temporary aid for the individual in steadying his course, some kind of ecclesiastical group inevitably forges from these rules an iron doctrine to which then seeks to bend the disobedience of a body of unawakened and therefore willing subscribers. Blake clearly exposed this pattern of behavior as one of the eternally conceivable states. In A Vision of the Last Judgment, he writes, "I do not consider either the just or the wicked to be in a supreme state, but to be every one of them, states of the sleep which the soul may fall into its deadly dreams of good and evil, when it leaves paradise, following the serpent. Following the dictates of another's ideas must always conclude in a show of tyranny." Here's a quotation from Jerusalem, which indicates that Blake had recognized the necessity of acting only from his own spiritual vision and devising his own rules for guidance. "I must create a system or be enslaved by another man's. I will not reason and compare. My business is to create." As an example, no successful concert pianist would expect to use today the same set of technical exercises that was necessary for him in the beginning. At the start, he required those exercises designed to provide him with independence of fingers, flexible wrist, and even touch, and so forth. As his technique developed, the demand was for precision of attack, delineation of phrases, shaping of nuances, and so on. The set of rules had always been adapted to the individual need. In the prodigious operation of resurrecting the being from its dream, no fixed set of rules can be thought to suffice for every encounter. Or to put it another way, one should not attempt to solve cube root problems with the rules governing simple fractions. The individual should draw on his resourcefulness to expand the exercises which will facilitate his deliverance to an even greater need, and continue this way ad infinitum. In 7 steps, I would outline the general fundamentals for a successful development of spiritual prowess and the production of desirable environmental changes. Step 1. Remind yourself that your imagination is the being, the power, against which the most bombastic threat of force is of no moment whatsoever. Step 2. Select from the inexhaustible alphabet of conceivable possibilities the ideal you would like to embody. Step 3. Devise a situation which implies to you that your selection is already a visible condition. Step 4. Imagine yourself is detached from identification with your present environment. Step 5. Abandon yourself to actualizing your selected situation. Step 6. Feel the emotional release that would accompany your experiencing of your ideal in the flesh. Step 7. Intensify and persist in your feeling of actually being this ideal in your outward visible expression. Let me here emphasize that this activity is not a mere picturing process of the mind. Results depend whether or not the individual succeeds in deepening his mental concepts sufficiently to achieve a conviction. God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship him in spirit and truth. John 4:24. Worship in the depth of spirit is not accomplished by visualizing mental concepts. Whatever visualizing is permissible in this process of awakening is found in the third step of the outline suggested above. There is nothing of a creative or productive nature in just visualizing. That aspect is a purely mechanical one, the assemblage, before the mind's eye, from the alphabet of imaginable situations, of a scene that implies fulfillment. Visualizing is only the setting of the stage. Nothing but the actual performance of the scene can establish the conviction. There is a cogent scriptorial authority for the use of this technique disclosed in the Gospel according to Matthew. I understand Jesus of Nazareth would be the Word made flesh, the spiritual seer prototype of the embodiment of creativity. We have already discovered the creative being to be imagination. So, in this light, contemplate the deeper meaning of what, on the surface, gives the impression of being merely a simple answer to a question. Then the disciples came and said to him, "Why do you speak to them in parables?" And then he answered them, "To you it has been given to know the secrets of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. For to him who has, more will be given, and he will have abundance. But for him who has not, even what he has will be taken away. This is why I speak to them in parables." Matthew 13:10-13. A parable is a little drama with an implied meaning. The finely disciplined attributes of imagination can immediately assume a feeling that a desire is already fulfilled. But the undisciplined attributes do not respond quite so readily. Therefore, imagination enacts the final segment of a situation that implies fulfillment, and in performing that scene, embodies the feeling of fulfillment. The impersonal fashion in which the law of cause and effect operates shows the necessity of changing the feeling of not having or not being to the acute feeling of having or being. For to him who has the conviction of having, will it be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who has not that conviction of having, even what he has will be taken away. One's feeling is outwardly multiplied in identical appearances. Who but to you is capable of feeling in your deepest awareness that a particular situation is so or not? Anyone could feel that a thing is true of you. No one aside from you yourself could feel it in you. The necessity of exercising your own faculties is abundantly clear if you would experience the awakening of the spirit. This is a present necessity, an urgency in which is now upon you. You do not roll away the stone of ignorance in your study of arithmetic by engaging another to solve the problems posed in the examples the textbook offered. The actual indulgence of your faculties in the principle involved eventually made clear through repeated adaptation the direction to take each time. Take this technique and apply it to making it the crooked places straight. Whenever a thought impinges on your attention which causes you a sensation that falls short of satisfaction, devise a new meaning for that thought, one that genuinely satisfies, and specifically apply it to the 7 steps of the outline. If you continue using this method, all the while expanding the techniques from those suggested above to fit the conditions at hand, there will come a moment when you will hear a voice from your own depth say with unquestioned authority, "This is the way, walk ye in it." Isaiah 30:21.
And you will know surely it refers not only to the direct process of producing results in your environment, but also to the far broader reward of effecting your redemption from the dream. The untold want, by life and land never granted, now voyager, sail thou forth to seek and find. Walt Whitman. Okay, so now this is me talking. This is me coming in. Quite the mouthful, I will say. But overall, I think it was actually a really good chapter. There are a couple things I want to go over that I found interesting in this chapter. One thing he said in the beginning, which stirs up within the person a hyper sense of responsibility, is that he says, if you are always asking others to solve your problems for you, you just mature into a stronger weakness. And he's really trying to get you to trust in your own imagination entirely for yourself, not for another. And I just made a video recently describing this quote where Blake says, I must create a system or be enslaved by another man's. I will not reason and compare. My business is to create. To me, I think this quote is one that should be taken very seriously. And I think it can be expanded upon, and it obviously can be contracted to the individual themselves. And it also can be expanded to see the individual, how they fit inside frameworks and systems that they live under. I think that, as I was saying in that video, that we are under many, many systems of that really aren't our own doing. We kind of are born into these systems. But Blake is right that if you don't start to create your own system, or let's just call it system of thought or the system of thinking, if you don't create your own way of dreaming, you just become a part of someone else's dream. That's basically what he's saying in their own way. One thing I found interesting that Freedom Berry said was that he's saying that these techniques are good. And he said Neville laid out a lot of good techniques. But what happens typically is people start to worship the technique, and then they start to create sort of, iron doctrines surrounding these techniques. And they basically lose the point of it all. And the point shouldn't be the technique, but the point should be the technique. I always viewed Neville as, when I would read the 5 lessons, when he gives like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps, I always thought that was simply a framework, sort of a stone to walk upon. I never viewed it as the end all be all. There are times when you imagine something once and you know it's done. Other times you sort of need some repetition. You need to become more persuaded of it, or you need to completely trust in it. So certain situations demand different types, in my view, of imaginings, and that's something personal. I just noticed there's some things for me, I just have faith that I just know it will happen. And other things I feel this questioning, this doubt in me that I need to work through. And detach myself from. I need to detach myself from the doubt. And, I just found that interesting because you see this a lot in our time, maybe in his time too, that these techniques become the end all be all for people. But in reality, it's your imagination that brought it into being, not the technique. And then what he says here is that basically if you do all these steps, but in the end of it, you don't have any conviction, you didn't do anything. That's what he's saying. He's saying the point, because he's like, basically, if you just follow these steps, you're just a robot. It's just mechanical at this point. If it hasn't moved you into a certain conviction, then it didn't move you at all. You're not convinced of this new thing, being this new thing. And so he said you have to have some type of conviction. That has to be the point. And then he goes on to describe the verse where it says, he who has, more will be given, and he who does not, even what he has will be taken away. And he inserts in that the one who has is the one who's convicted of having. More will be given to the one who's convicted of having. And like I said, I haven't read this book either. It kind of amazes me that the conclusions I came to on my own with Neville's study were almost word for word the things he came up with as well. When he says here, he says, the impersonal fashion of which the law of cause and effect operates shows the necessity of changing the feeling of not having or not being to the acute feeling of having or being. And I have a video I made it a few years ago, called the law of being and the law of having. I wasn't trying to create a new law or anything. I was just sort of trying to reframe it, because I think a lot of this is just framing, trying to reframe that this is about being.
This is about having. This is about fulfillment. Walking in a conviction of fulfillment, walking in a conviction of being something, of knowing it. You just know you are. You walk in that knowing. And then he says, eventually you get to this point where you hear this voice internally, and it's unquestioned authority. I like those terms he used. And he says, this is the way, walk this way. And you just do it. You just know it's you're referring to yourself, and you don't need anybody else's approval of it. You just assumed it for yourself, and you accepted it based on your trust in your imagination. And if you go through the steps, he basically says the first step is to feel that your imagination is the being against which all threats or force basically render useless or weak against you. They don't have any power over you. He's basically trying to set up your imagination as this power, and go within this power that's inexhaustible. Find yourself in this. By self, I mean, he didn't say this, but I'm saying this. You want to find yourself. We would call it your desired self, but remove the desired. Try to find yourself in there and become persuaded that you are that thing. Now, he's saying here that simply visualizing it is mechanical. That's not going to produce any conviction or mode or movement, as Neville would call it. That's just simply seeing it and sort of from a distance. He said you want to actually perform, be in the performance of that scene. Now, the question becomes, well, what if you can't see things? In Neville's book, he also mentioned that you could hear them, participate in the hearing of it. So it's actually not as hard as it sounds, because all you have to do is what you would do in the flesh. So if you want to hear your friend tell you good news, the way I would do this is I would just simply hear the good news of them telling me. And I would respond as if it's my first time hearing it. I'm not making this up. I'm sort of trying to lose myself in the imaginal act. I'm not trying to, like, if I'm imagining a friend telling me good news, I'm not secretly thinking in the back of my head, well, I'm causing him to say this. I'm actually playing the part, behind him, the author of this, and he's just saying this because I'm imagining it. I'm not doing any of that. I actually lose myself in it as if it's happening to me, as if it's happening, as if this good news is being told to me. And to me, that is motor movement. That establishes a conviction when you sort of, believe in the reality, as Neville said. Neville says, believe in the reality of your imaginal act. Believe in the reality. So he's not speaking about externalizing things yet. He actually doesn't speak a lot about that, Neville, if you read him carefully. He speaks a lot about becoming convicted, becoming persuaded, believing in the reality. He tells you, just believe in the reality of it. Just keep believing in the reality of it. Trust yourself. Trust it implicitly that it will express, if you want to focus on expression. But really it comes down to trusting it and becoming convicted, having self-conviction. That's what he's speaking about. That should be your focus. Your focus really shouldn't be on externalizing. I think someone asked me in the last live stream, do you have to believe that it will externalize? And I said, no, of course not. You don't have to believe that at all. You have to become convicted. The externalization is something that just happens. It doesn't, then if you read it in Power of Your Awareness, Neville says that everything that befalls you, or everything that happens after you assume a state, you don't have free will beyond that. It just befalls you. So there's not much one can do. You kind of have to live. That's why I say you kind of have to have the control off of the world. You see this many, many times. People try to control people. They try to control what people say, what people think. There's a lot of control going on. And it's sort of like whack-a-mole. You kind of, control one mole, another one pops up. You have to whack that one and whack that one. It just keeps going on and on and on. And I'm saying don't even play that game. Just let the world kind of be the way it is, and you be the way you are. Let the world be convicted of what it's convicted of, and you become self-convicted of something that you desire. Become convicted that you are that thing, or become convicted that become convicted of fulfillment instead of doubt, and instead of lack, or instead of loss, or instead of not having. So like a way to, for me, I kind of apply this slightly differently, but I think of it as, it's like somebody who is stuck in the past. It's like somebody, and I'm guilty of this, but it's like as if you're stuck in the past. Think of somebody who can't seem to overcome their past internally. They feel that the past dictates their future, and so it does. They believe it. They're convicted of this idea that they feel that their past has not allowed them to be free now. And so they're deeply convicted of this idea that because of their past, they can't be free now. But the only way for that person to really know if they can be freed from their past, if their past doesn't have to bind them for the rest of their life, is if they start not by questioning the past or fixing it all up. In my view, I don't think that that's the way to go. The only way to really test this is if you start being completely free. To the best of your ability, you start to walk in absolute faith in your freedom. And you let the past not dictate your freedom now. That's the only way to really know if you can be freed from your past, is if you start being free now. That's the only way I can think of. You have to become the thing that you're seeking. That's the way you find it. That's the only way to find it. And that's really the only way to know. The question is, does my past have to control my life? Does it have to imprison me? Well, that's a question. For me, I was living as if it was already true that it was imprisoning me, right? But let's say I want to be freed from it. What do? Well, I test it. Can I be free in spite of that? Can I be free? Can I assume my ideal regardless of anything? That's the question. Regardless of time, regardless of obstacle, physical dimension, can I assume that I am my ideal now? And when you test it, you see you can. And so if you go back to believing that your past controls you, or you go back to believing that you're not your ideal, then you're believing in a lie because you just tested you could do it. You're, now that you know you can, you're going back to acting as if you don't know. So that was a mistake I made, was I would discover that I can be free. I can be as free as the wind, but then I'd allow myself to go back because I became convinced again that I couldn't be free. Just like that dream that I had. But the truth is that I could be free regardless of anything. Regardless of any circumstance, I could be free. And to me, the unquestioned authority, that voice internally, for me, it didn't necessarily say this is the way you walk it, but it did sort of feel, I guess I felt it today, and I just knew with 100% certainty that I could never really know something. I will never really know freedom or understand freedom. I never really will until I assume I am that thing. And if I really want to know it, I have to assume I am that thing. Well, regardless of consequences, I have to do it. If I really want to know that state, the thing I desire, if I really want to know the thing I desire, I have to assume that I am that thing. There's no other way to know. I won't know by speculating or by fantasizing or by wondering. I will only know until I'm convicted of being that thing, and I'll start to experience it. Until then, it just remains sort of a unproductive fancy. For it to be productive, you sort of have to assume. You have to assume it to be the case. I was recently asked a question about intensity in regards to what Neville meant by it. And I wanted to speak a little bit about intensity because I think that the instant thought is some type of strong emotional reaction or something feeling almost charged up and explosive, almost like you have to be so intense about it. And there is a degree to that I think is there. But I think that comes from the acceptance of it rather than the goal is to sort of force a feeling upon yourself. The feeling should sort of open you up. It should feel intense by the acceptance of the wish fulfilled. But I'm going to change the word acceptance. I'm going to say that intensity is determined by how much you agree with the state that you want. So when Neville says you must be intense, or he says to the degree of intensity by which you believe it, to that degree you are changed. I would also say it's a degree of agreeableness. So the more intense a belief feels to you, the more you actually agree with it. That's how I've seen it. So you'd want to find a state that you want to be in and start to actually agree with it. Agree with the new self-concept of, the more you agree with, the more intense it becomes into your life.
the more you'll start to express it and it being reflected back to you without the, it should feel natural after you agree with it. It shouldn't be something that you force upon yourself. I don't think force, really, Neville never even says that, but I think the way people apply it at times, they apply Neville with force when he actually never tells you to use force. He has a whole chapter called The Effortless Way in The Power of Your Awareness. And to me, I've used the word trust. I've used the word acceptance. Another word could be agree. Do you agree with the new idea of yourself? And you can genuinely ask yourself that. When Neville says, how would I feel? You can also ask, do you agree with it? And maybe at the time you don't, but try to feel that you do agree with it. Agree with the new idea. There's a reason you're attracted to this mental space that's within you about yourself, a new self-concept. There's a reason why you are drawn to this imaginal area, I should say. And it probably is because you want to uplift yourself or, change yourself in a more loving manner. And the more you agree with the new concept, the more you actually are forgiving yourself. Again, this all comes back to forgiveness of oneself, which is really a form of compassion for oneself. You can analyze yourself, chop yourself up to the point where there's nothing left, and you can think so low of yourself, and you can agree with these ideas. But there's going to come a point where you're going to get sick of it. It's going to become a hell, and you're going to have to fashion a new heaven within you. Now, I don't mean heaven in the sense of like harps and angels and things like that. I just mean like a new idea of self. That's a heaven. A lovely idea of oneself it's a form of a heaven to think of yourself that way. And so you have to take your time to start thinking the thoughts you need to think. What do you need to start thinking? You just start doing that. What do you need to start seeing yourself as? You need to start agreeing with it. The more you agree with it, the more intense it becomes. So I just want to do something different with this one. I just want to keep this one short. But at least contemplate on this idea. I always recommend people to contemplate it. I mean, take like an hour to think about it. And when I say contemplate, I mean let it sort of unfold within you. Don't try to force wisdom upon yourself. Just sort of feel open to it. Feel open to understanding it. Feel open to the idea. And you should be given some sort of either a visual or some type of audio, something that will free you when you, if you listen in. But okay, I'm going to wrap this one up. So again, thank you all for listening. I'm just drinking some wine right now, and I just had the urge to talk about, this topic and just Neville's work. And I'm just more of a stream of consciousness style of, I don't have anything fully planned. I'm just going to go with how I feel about it. But, when you study Neville long enough, you start to realize that, he's mainly talking about these states of consciousness, but really you can reword anything you want and to make it make sense to you, because the way I kind of view it was, yeah, there are these states of consciousness, but it almost seems too abstract for me. Like that felt too abstract to understand. And it's not until you see that you're a being living inside this world of imagination. And in here, you can decide how you build your mind, really. And you can think of your beliefs as buildings, and you build these cities internally in you where you live. And they're all built through assumption, really. But viewing it, taking the outer world, making it a symbolic representation to the inner world, to give understanding, to me, is what helped me get this work. Because when you hear states of consciousness, it's almost too abstract to get. And like, for example, like, what state are you in? Instead of that question, it could be reframed more as, what mind are you creating? What kind of mind do you live in? What kind of mind do you want to have? You could have any mind in the world. I'm sure if I asked you what car do you want, you have some answer, but what kind of mind do you want? I'm just trying to get you to see that there is this ability to create, as well as we can create external objects and things. We can create internal worlds as well. And it's a vast place, and it doesn't require anything external to you. So you are really free to create away as much as you want to create in here with no one's permission, no one's knowledge. It doesn't matter what qualifications you have. You can start to build and create a world really based off your own faith. And this question as to what mind am I creating, I think it invokes or provokes really something that's already there, which is this inherent purpose and responsibility that we all know to some degree, that we are responsible for what we do internally, that we know when you tell a little lie, it's that internal being that knows you lied. But really, the point I'm trying to get at is that there's this purpose to what we do internally, that you should think about making a purpose in your life to create the mind you want. When you see it that way, and this is all reframing. I'm not saying anything new. I'm not saying anything different. Really, I'm keeping the principle the same. I'm just reframing it. So, instead of what state am I in, what mind am I creating? And that's the point of the Pharaoh meditation. All my meditations are really just to get you to the point where you just realize that you're creating this world. If you can just acknowledge that, then the responsibility and the purpose sort of is a given. You kind of realize that, well, if I have freedom to create whatever I want, then there is some responsibility to what I create. If I really do, if everything is permissible, as Paul says, but not everything is beneficial, then I should figure out what's beneficial, what I perceive as beneficial, and start imagining that. And you start to build your world that way. You start to build your world off of the thoughts you love rather than the ones you fear, because you're probably going to always fear certain thoughts. But again, it's not really about fighting the fears. It's not about really changing them. Really, that thought will forever remain the same. It's just you have to give your focus to something new. You're just misusing the power. When you bump into a thought, you can think of it's already was there in imagination. And so when you have a nightmare, the nightmare already existed. You just in a sense, you kind of bumped into it. And when you see things that way, you're going to assume something new rather than fight against what always is going to be. Like that thought will always remain there. So you might as well just give your attention to something new or something you want rather than trying to fight internally. Like, why create a war? No wars need to be really created here. And when you realize it's a world that you're creating, another question pops up just as it's the same question that would pop up in this physical world. You ask, who am I? Or what am I being here? Or what job do I have? You kind of ask these questions to have some kind of identity. Well, the same is true internally. Who are you? You can ask the same question. Who am I to this world? What am I doing in this world? And so again, there's some reframing that can happen, which is, I can ask myself who I am in my outer world. I can ask myself that. But let me reframe that and just change it to really ask, who am I in imagination? And do you see how that reframing, who am I in imagination? Do you see how there's a freedom attached to that? You need to see this freedom. It's really important that you see the freedom, because without seeing this freedom, you're going to go back. You're going to go back to forgetting who you are. So really, when you discover who you are and who you are internally, that's actually where freedom starts to begin. It's not going to begin when you get a bunch of stuff. That's not when your freedom begins. Your freedom really begins when you figure out who you are on the inside, or in what you're being. That when you realize you're the dreamer, what dreams am I dreaming in here? I'm building this world off of dreams, and the ones I assume to be true become true to me in here. So what world am I building? And what character am I building in here? Who am I being in here? You don't have to be afraid of it, because you can always change it. You see? You never have to fear about anything in here, because at a certain point, you're going to acknowledge that, well, it has its root. The dream always has its root in a dreamer. So whatever I'm dreaming in here has to have its root in me, so I would be its source. And if I want to strip myself from it and bring myself to a different dream, that's really all I have to do. There's no shame. There's no, there's none of that. None of those things, the confusion and questioning. You just kind of do it. You just assume something new internally about yourself, and you've moved states. But the problem is that man gets confused. He thinks it's harder than that there has to be more. It's like, well, how do you think you were put into a state? Someone persuaded you. Something persuaded you, and you moved into it, and then you lived your life off of it. Maybe it happened early on in childhood, but either way, you were persuaded by it.
Same is true again. It doesn't change. It comes back to being an effortless way of persuasion. How do I effortlessly persuade myself that I am what I want to be? Well, Neville would say you make it real to you. I'd say you make it feel independent from you. Take a dream of yourself and make it feel like it's happening to you, because that's how life feels. That's how dreams feel, don't they? To some degree, a dream, not even to some degree, it is dependent on a dreamer. But it feels real when it's happening to you. So I thought, well, that's the only way I could think of that would make it feel real to me. It's just like a dream. Well, I let the dream, I imagine it, and I let it sort of start to happen to me. You let go of almost. You almost set the whole scene up and then you click play. That's how it feels to me. And that's the way I found to imagine anything, is you kind of just take yourself out of it and let it develop and then let it play. And you start to participate the same way you would in this world here. You can think of it as like, I guess the scene right now just came up as like, I don't know if you like cigars, but imagine you like cigars, and just imagine for a second you like cigars and you want to just be at a cigar shop, or sorry, a cigar bar, and you go there, and you can imagine maybe there's like 6 other people there, and then they're lighting up, or some of them are already halfway into their cigars. You can see the smoke kind of developing. You can smell the tobacco. I love the smell of it. You can just build this, but you're not controlling how the smoke moves and how the person is and what they're wearing. No, you kind of just place them there mentally. This is what you do, and you let it happen. You just start to participate the same way you would physically. Neville kind of worded it, you want to mimic in the spirit what you do in the flesh, bring the flesh to the spirit in a sense. That's the same thing. I'm saying the exact same thing. You almost want to let it happen. And that's how you get there in imagination. Because if you don't do that, you're going to be confused the whole time, and you're going to be thinking, am I doing this right? What if it really doesn't happen? Or like, well, how would this work? You're doing everything but experiencing. You're doing everything what you would do. What you would just experience it in the flesh, right? So you're doing everything but that, and all you have to do is mimic the flesh in imagination. That's really all you have to do. That's what Neville means by sensory vividness. It can't mean anything other than trying to mimic the flesh. All he's trying to do is make his imagination feel real. That's all he's doing. Once you realize that's all he's doing, all the symbolism and the idea of like your thoughts being buildings, and you're building this place to live, and it's, the dwelling spot that the state you're in is your house. All of those are just symbols. To better understand what we're doing. But really, all Neville is doing is making his mind real to him. That's all he's doing. He's making it feel real. Some people will go to certain degrees, but they won't go past it because they're sort of scared. They think they're going to lose their mind if they make a thought real to them. Other people are more willing to take the step. Other people don't want to do that either. But you're not going to go crazy. I know William Blake said he would go mad, but I wouldn't. You don't have to even word it that way. You're not going to go crazy. You're actually going to feel more normal. From what I've seen, is that when you shape yourself by making things real to you, you actually take control of your mind rather than letting it be sort of manipulated by whatever is around you. It's you who decide what's real in here, right? Or else something else will do it. That's what Blake was saying. I must create a system or be enslaved by another man's. I will not reason. I will not compare. My business is to create. So his purpose was to create really the mind he wanted, because if everything's stemming from his imagination, then he needs to start shaping his imagination. That's the true clay of life. And what vessel are you shaping it? Don't discard your imagination. Don't get rid of it. You can't. Don't try to just act like it's not there. No, reshape your mind. Reshape yourself. And so, yeah, that's really, I guess that's what I'm stressing here, is like, that's all Neville's doing. He's just finding a way to make it feel real to him. And if you can understand that, you'll find your way. Yeah, that's all I have for this one. I just want to talk for a little bit. Sorry if this was a little bit rambly. I mean, I'm just more, I don't have like a concrete thing. I just wanted to speak. But yeah, thank you for listening. So this video is just going to be a section that I clipped from one of my live streams I did a few months ago. And I'm just mainly speaking about how one should imagine something for the sake of it. You should imagine the having of it for the sake of having it. You should just do it instead of trying to get things. When you imagine trying to get things, you get all sorts of nervousness and anxieties, and you kind of mess up the whole thing. You should imagine having it for the sake of it. You should imagine it for the sake of it. Once you understand that, this work becomes a lot more freeing. I hope you enjoy. Do you think it's a good practice to live certain desires and imagination simply for the enjoyment of it rather than trying to get something in the world? I think of it as imagining it for the sake of imagining it. So I actually don't try to create anything in my world while imagining. I try to imagine it. I don't try to. It's like a paradox. Like, so when I go inside myself, let's say I'm on a walk. Let's say I go for a walk and I go inside myself and I go to imagine something I want. In that 2 minutes, I just experience having it. Whatever it is I'm wanting, I just experience having it. Not to get it. I'm not trying to get it in the world. I'm not trying to create it in the world. I'm trying to create it in myself. And then after I feel like I've completed it, I just trust it won't return to me void. I trust that I did something in me. I changed something. And I move on. I just move on and continue my walk. If it gave me joy, then it gave me joy. I enjoy the joy. And if I fall into a stupid state after that, I fall into a stupid state. I know that it still would arrive because I imagined it. But I'm not trying to do it in that moment. I'm imagining it for the sake of it, for just the sake of doing it. I do it because I want to do it. It's very paradoxical. You almost don't want to go in, because if you try to go into it, I'm going to try to create this thing, I'm going to try to do this and try to do that, you're kind of losing the plot of it all. And then I've noticed I get things easier when I stop trying to get things. I don't imagine to get it. I imagine having it. Because one will leave you unfulfilled. If you pay attention to how you feel after, one will feel phony. One will feel like you're trying to do something. You're trying to trick yourself. The other one is you're actually enjoying what you're imagining. You're in it. You gave it reality enough to be in it. Whether we like it or not, we have to give reality to things. Movies suck if you're just there's 10 guys behind the camera and they're, this isn't really real and they have a script. And if you do that with every movie, I've done that. Do it with every movie you watch. Start thinking about the people who are recording it. And you're just like, well, this is dumb. Of course it's dumb, but it's when you feel the reality of the movie, it's like watching try to watch The Matrix and be like, well, these people are just characters in a movie, and those outfits were just given to them and made probably by some company, and yada yada yada. He's not really a chosen one. It's all for the script. You can't do that while you imagine. You can't be like, well, I'm imagining this. Isn't really. It's all happening in my head. It's not really true. It's all kind of stupid. Whatever. I'm just gonna, and then you get out of it, and then you imagine something else without realizing it, and you don't realize that many of the times when you're let's say you're imagining something you want, and then you start going on that path where you're like, well, I'm just imagining this. This is really stupid and pointless, and then you get out of it, and then you don't realize you're thinking the same thoughts you were just thinking probably before that, and now you're on the same path again. You adjusted paths, you moved paths inside yourself, and now you're back on the same track because you can't stop imagining. So you can't have that attitude. So when I imagine something, I don't have the attitude of I'm just imagining this. And ironically, I get rid of myself while I just sort of enter it and experience it without really any attachment. I just sort of experience it without trying to force anything upon it. Like, this has to happen. I sort of just imagine it for the sake of it. So when you go about applying Neville's work or this style of work, there's something very important that you have to do. You have to embrace mystery. What I mean by that is I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how this works, and you think it's going to be found in the books. You think that if you study the books long enough, you're one day going to understand the ways in which imagination creates in life. And you see this a lot in people who want to almost control it. And in a sense, there's a feeling of almost fear in them because they want to know it all. And it's kind of doesn't make sense, because if it requires faith, requires some sort of completely, Neville said, I would trust my imagination implicitly. If it requires a sense of trust, that is a response, really a beautiful and, a beautiful response to uncertainty, right? Because you can doubt it as well, which is also a response to uncertainty. But trusting it it's purposeful, it's intentional, and it embraces mystery. So to me, that's what I see Neville doing. I see Neville embracing mystery, because when he says God created, or God became man that man may become God, and this is the greatest story ever told, and nothing can top this story, he believes it. Now you can go, well, how did he do this? Does that mean that man always existed? Does this mean that when God became man, what's the process in that? How does this look? At what point does this happen in life? And you can go down that route, but you don't get very far. You sort of have to embrace it. Embrace that it's a mysterious thing, that God became you, and that your origin and your ending is going to be God. And you embrace that God will not be found outside of you. It will be found within you, and you're going to find him as your very self. And that's something you embrace, or it's something you accept. It's a mystery. Paul called it a mystery, called the gospel, the mystery of Christ, the Savior within us. It's a mystery how it works. And while you're here, you can, in a sense, use this mystery, this mysterious thing called Christ, or called the imagination, to create in your world. And the way Neville gave was that, in a sense, you assume that let's say you want to be more known in the world. You start feeling yourself to be recognized, that you're known. Walk as if you start feeling. When you start feeling it, you'll start to think from it. It just happens naturally. When you actually feel you are something, you kind of accept it. You'll notice that your thoughts will naturally start to go down that route. And whatever you might, if you start to feel more recognized, you start to feel more known in your life, you start to feel more famous, you will, in a sense, naturally almost find yourself eavesdropping from hearing people talk about you. Or you'll see people look at you in your mind, or you will, something that implies this love, this mood that you're feeling after, it will become a picture. It becomes a picture in your mind, this mood. And I think that's what's happening, is that we catch the mood and we kind of let the mind develop a certain picture of it. And you just accept it. And if another one comes, you just accept it. And if another one comes, you just accept it. But how these things will come about, I spent time trying to understand that. And I realized I don't know. I accept that. I have embraced that I don't know. I'm, in a sense, really not called to know these things. I'm called to imagine. I'm called to have faith. And faith is the assurance of things imagined. I feel assured in what I've imagined. I trust in it completely to where I feel assured. And that's how I create in my life. And you can do it for any little thing in your life, to the larger things, to the smaller things. And you can, stub your toe and you revise that if you want. And you have to embrace it. Because if you notice, Neville really is not trying to, you have to see, we're sort of studying a person who didn't even really look into it that way. He trusted it. He practiced it. And you can't really trust it completely if you're trying to understand it from what are the ways in which, what are the means in which I'm going to go? What's the bridge? I actually don't try to figure that out anymore. I've embraced mystery. That's what I see Neville doing. And I understand that I I understand that now because I just concluded after years of looking into it and trying it out that I never knew how it came about. Once I see things come about, I look back and I realize I could have never figured that out. And the way I worded it was like this. Neville has said that it happens when you least expect it, right? And he also says that it would have happened anyway. That's how you're going to feel. So if it's going to happen when I least expect it, why expect anything at all? Why not just focus on what I'm imagining? Why try to focus on its externalization or expecting it to externalize? Why not just focus on what I'm imagining? If it's going to happen when I least expect it, and if it happens, if it's going to feel like it would have happened anyway, then why not be more relaxed in my life? Why not let go of trying to control things? If it's going to feel like it's going to feel natural in a sense, right? It's going to feel like it would have happened anyway. That's another way of saying it's going to feel natural. So why not start feeling more natural about life? I feel like it's going to naturally develop, and I start to walk through my life more naturally instead of feeling anxious, living in some type of nervous expectation while also feeling like I have to control everything. It's when you realize that if it always comes about in this way, then you start to let go. You start to just embrace that this is how it works. You accept the mystery of how it works, and you just practice it by imagining fulfillments all throughout your day. Every day, just imagine you can do something in your life that you can imagine some fulfillment. It can really be as simple as some appliance is broken and you imagine it being fixed, to experiencing an entirely different reality. You can do both ends of the spectrum, but it's important that you start with anything, and don't try to understand it too much on how it works, because I guess you can if you want. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm telling you my experience is that, and I don't think it's that I wasn't intelligent enough or I wasn't smart enough. It's just I realized over time that I'm wasting time. I'm not actually practicing it. I'm wasting time by when I could be applying it by trying to read all about it or figure it out. You learn more through practice of it. And it's just a very mysterious thing on how this works. And everyone seems to call this thing a mystery. Even Neville said it was a mystery. He said that when these mystical things were happening to him, he would try to tell people. And he goes, all they could look at me, they looked at me almost just like, oh, poor Neville, strange things have happened to him. And he kind of just like, he didn't feel that though. He felt like there's something happened to him. He said it was like a burden because it felt like a mystery. And I didn't understand really what happened to me. And I would try to tell it, and people would just look at me and say, poor Neville. And that's not really what he was trying to do. He was just trying to share what was happening to him. And like I said, I've had my own experiences. It's not that you're crazy. It's just these experiences happen within people, and they've talked about it throughout. This is a part of man. This is what happens to man. And man should talk about their visions that they have. But yeah, it's kind of all I have for this one. I just see Neville embracing mystery, and maybe at one point, I'm kind of young still. To some people I'm not, but I'm kind of young to me. I still feel young, and realizing that this isn't the route to take for me. And I see why Neville didn't really take it either, and just embraced practicing it and embracing that he doesn't quite know how it works either, but he just knows it does. And that's good enough. That is good enough. If it's good enough to get you to apply it, then it's good enough knowledge. So whatever it is that you need to know to apply it, or for me in the case, I need to take my hands off of trying to figure it out. I needed to actually stop to apply it. I need to embrace the mystery of it all to apply it. And that's where I get the idea of imagining for the sake of it. Because when you embrace the mystery of how it works, you embrace the mystery of how things unfold, then you just naturally become focused on what you're imagining. You no longer really care. You don't feel nervous or anxious how things come about. You just imagine away. And you imagine this, and you imagine that, and you imagine this, and you fill up your whole mind. You literally almost create a whole different environment to live in. Again, embrace the mystery. It's very important that you do this, because you're going to feel much better, and you're actually going to take more action in imagination when you do this. You're going to trust yourself more. A common theme that keeps popping up is repentance. And repentance, that word used to disgust me. I used to hate that word because it always felt like it was filled with some type of guilt or feeling constantly remorseful or feeling bad about things you've done. And I'm not sure where I got this idea, but I used to think that walking around feeling guilty all the time was like it made you a good person. I don't know why I thought that, but that is what I used to believe. And while I was just kind of going through this series, there's a quote that popped up that I thought was important. Neville says that repentance, he has two quotes really. He has one that he says it's not petition, it's not begging. Basically a radical change in the mind. But then he has another definition that I love too. He says repentance is becoming a different person. And I absolutely love that quote because I don't think there's another way to really know if imagining creates reality, if imagining changes my world. I don't really know unless I'm a bit radical with it, unless I radically see myself differently, unless I radically change the feeling of the feeling of myself. Unless I radically do it, I won't really know. I will I'll just say coincidence to everything because it's always going to feel like it would have happened anyway. But if I tell nobody what I'm doing, if I don't let anyone know, and I start to see myself differently, it's like Neville said, it's like, is there anyone here who can see themselves so differently that their own friend group, their own circle of friends wouldn't recognize them? I love that because that is what it's like. It's like people won't recognize that the virtue, it's like what Shakespeare said, assume a virtue if you have not. Can you assume you are something that you don't think you are right now and start to become it and tell no one about it? And if you do, then you have found some cause in your life. Now, reason will come and tell you how things came to be, but reason is not your cause. The cause will be the change in the feeling of I. So that's why Neville says signs follow, they do not precede. So you're not looking around for signs to see if you should move into a state. You don't wait for signs to appear. You don't wait for your outer life to be organized. You start exactly where you're at now. Because other than that, you're going to place a bunch of conditions. You're going to say, well, certain conditions externally to me have to be met and rearranged. It's sort of like saying I can't move into the mental state I want to be in unless the furniture is organized a certain way. And that's not how this works at all. Is that no basis in fact at all, and you change your feeling of I, and you do it radically. And it really means that, be radical about it. This is the old definition of it, and I like the way Neville framed it, where it was repentance is becoming a different person. And you can do this, and it all starts from within. But what does it really mean to be a different person? The way I would frame it is exactly how Neville framed it, which is you change the feeling of I. I feel a certain way about myself, and by that I see myself a certain way. And all day long, I'm speaking and having internal conversations, and I'm moving around. Maybe I'm sitting down physically, but internally I'm moving around. I'm doing all these things internally. And it's all pointing to some direction. Just like I walk with a purpose where I go places, I'm doing something with a purpose internally. And it's all pointing to a certain way I feel about myself. And can I change that feeling of I? Can I change that feeling about myself? And you'll find that you can. Now, changing it might not be the hard part. It might be a little bit of sustaining it might be more difficult. But how do I continue sustaining it? Well, I just keep trusting it. I keep trusting that new feeling of I trust that new change. It might not have any basis, in fact. It might, I don't have to tell anybody either. It could be my own little secret. But I will decide what I'm going to be. And if I start to see it push out into this world, then I have found some cause in my life. And I don't use reason to get there. I don't use reason to assume something. I don't use logic. I don't use any of these things. I don't use facts. I go within myself and I shut out the world outside of me. And I assume something within. And I become that thing in imagination, and I walk that way in imagination. So I literally change myself in imagination because I am one with it. It's a very strange thing
The more free you are in your imagination, the more free you become, because you are quite literally one with it. We become what we imagine ourselves to be. So don't wait for signs to appear or the passage of time. Don't think that time will eventually make you into something. That's not how this works. If you really take this approach seriously, you won't wait for those things. You could hear something opposite to what you want to be right now, and that wouldn't affect you. You can assume being wanted, and tomorrow you get told how unwanted you are. You just leave them alone. You leave that whole thing alone, and you keep assuming your wantedness, and that's how you defeat those words. You don't defeat them by arguing with them or fighting with them or tearing those words down. You do it with inner assumption, an inner change of the feeling of I. That's how you do it. That's what repentance is. And yeah, so I just wanted to talk quickly about that because I found it important. I noticed it just kept popping up during this. But yeah, I'm excited to share that I am doing the series. It's actually coming out way better than I was expecting. I guess while I was working on it, I don't want it to be a copy and paste because there is a free version out there. But I just wanted to change up a lot of the wording because this was written a few years ago. And some of it to me isn't clear. And so I wanted to add to it. So far I've added about 7 or 6 chapters to it. And I wanted to go back and add to each chapter and change the wording so that it makes more sense. And just while I was doing it, this whole repentance thing just kept popping up, or this change of feeling of I just kept popping up. So I just wanted to kind of quickly share that if you want to really know if this works, you have to be radical about it. Find out what you feel about yourself throughout the course of a week or a day or a month or even the year. Pay attention to how you feel about yourself, because that is where you're going to live from. That is where you're going to think from and act from. So go to the beginning, and the beginning will be your imagination and who you are in that world. Who are you? Or I should say, what are you? I mean, we know who you are. You're the potter. You're the dreamer. We know you can do these things, but what are you being? What are you doing? What are you seeing throughout your day? Who are you talking with, and what are you saying? No one sees this. This is really unseen. This is only you. Only you can see this, and only you can change it. So pay attention to what you're doing. And then when you find out what you're doing, ask yourself if you like that feeling of I. And if you don't do anything other than change it. That's all you have to do is change it to something you do love. That's it. And you sustain that through your trust in it. You keep trusting in that feeling. And you let go of all doubts that restrict you. Because really, this is an internal game. You're just internally becoming the thing you want to be in imagination. It's just like what Neville said. I might not have a nickel, but in imagination, I'll have much. And by that, I start to become it. Because we become what we imagine ourselves to be. I wrote something today that was on my mind. It was, I don't need a ruler in my imagination. I don't need a watch on my wrist. And the image I got was I imagined somebody in my mind who was really scared of feeling that feeling of when is it going to happen? When is it going to happen? And I almost took them into my imagination and I put my hand on their wrist to cover their watch, and I'm telling them that you don't need that here. I'm trying to tell them the nature of imagination. And someone's trying to measure everything, and I'm trying to stop them and say, you don't need to worry about the dimensions of here. This thing's always shifting. We can just create. And you need to see imagination as a place of creating things with no basis in fact. There is no shame. There's no judgment. There's no fear. You can create entirely off of nothing. The same way we create stuff from scratch in this world, right? We always say that we honor things that are created from scratch. Oh, they made this soup from scratch, or they made this from scratch. And we love when somebody does that. But the same is true with imagination. We can make things from imaginal scratch. You don't need a basis in fact. Well, although you can, right? You can readjust some words that you heard in your life. You can readjust certain scenes and scenarios. There's nothing wrong with that. You can totally do that. But you also can just create something new. As it says in Isaiah, look, I created something new. Do you perceive it? Do you see it? And I love that question. And you have to ask yourself, who is speaking? Is it the outer man or the inner man? It's the inner man. The inner man's telling you, look, I created something new. I created you in a new way. Do you see it? Do you accept it? And it becomes more free when you see it that way. There's a funny video of a funny photo of Neville dancing, and you could tell he was just free in that photo. He was just having fun. And I don't see it any different in imagination. I used to feel so scared in my imagination. I thought I wasn't allowed to touch things or have things, sort of like my wrist my hand gets slapped when I try to touch a dream. Like it's like a fancy heirloom piece that I'm just not allowed to touch. And it's just not true. I learned that it wasn't true. And I started learning that I actually enjoy laughing in my imagination. I like creating funny things in here. And I like to create stuff off of nothing. I love creative freedom with no expectation, no judgment. I like to just see what I want to see, regardless of what anyone thinks. And when you start to go down that route, it's not that you choose to not imagine nightmares. You just don't. And the reason why you don't is because if you're imagining nightmares all the time, you have to understand your imagination is a mirror to the man. If the face of a pond reflects the face, the mind reflects the man, not the mind. And so if you have to change something inside yourself, it's the man. And then the imagination mirrors you differently. So if you're having nightmares, it's a mirror to you. And so so the question is, what do I do? Well, you start seeing yourself free. You don't change the nightmare. You feel free in here. You start to change yourself in the imagination. I become more free in here. And when I become more free, all of a sudden, I don't find myself that stuck in that nightmare. I don't find myself feeling like I have to continue it. I can readjust myself rather than try to fight the giant in front of me. It's only a giant. The only reason why you see giants, the only reason why you see prison bars in your mind, and I don't mean literal prison bars, I mean anything that you feel trapped by, is because you feel like a prisoner. It's because you feel like a grasshopper. Don't change those things. Change you. Make yourself larger. Make yourself free. You've never been more free in your life. And all of a sudden, the prison bars just melt away. So you start to figure out, I don't need a physical key to get out of the mental prisons. I am the key. I make myself different. And when I make myself different, it readjusts itself. So I never have to really be afraid of being stuck in a nightmare. Even if the nightmare feels so real, you wake up from it, don't you? And then you're relieved. You realize it's not real. I'm unscathed. Same is true all the time. When you're stuck in a certain state, you feel it's real. It's really getting to you. It's making your heart race, making you breathe fast. But in the end, it really can't be independent of you. So it is dependent upon the dreamer. So you have to remember the dreamer. Changes in the dreamer changes the dream, not the other way around. You have to change the dreamer first. So it's not so much about what you do in here. The whole nightmares and imagining all these fears. A lot of people who imagine this way are very creative. They don't realize they can create from nothing. They think they have to fight with this fear when it's like, no, you can just scratch it and go create something new. It's not so much about what you do in here that matters so much. It's about who you are that matters more. Who are you in imagination? And you have to ask yourself, am I free in here? And the way you address that question is up to you. But the way I address it is, am I? I really question, am I free in here? I don't worry about the outside. I just think about my insides. How free am I in this world? Do I really need permission from somebody in here? Do I really need approval? Do I really need to feel afraid? Does this world really mirror me? Then am I not free in here? If it does, am I not free? I always have been, but I find myself imagining bars. That's okay. It's not over. It's just a reflection of me. So everyone in my imagination is me pushed out. I put the words in their mouths, even if it feels like I don't. No matter how independent a dream feels, if you wake up from it in the middle of the night, everyone in that dream was you, right? And you might not feel like that, but they're personifications of you. It looks like they're different people, all dependent on one dreamer. And so they're all different parts of you. Change not them, or else you're missing the whole point. Change you. And even if you change yourself in small ways, that's enough. And one small way you can do is you start to free yourself inside. You start to say, do I have to earn worth in here? No. Do I have to prove that I'm something in here to somebody? No. And when you realize you don't have to, you start to realize you've always been free. And so when you come back to the inner man, to your inner self, which is made of all imagination, when you come back to that being, things are restored. You start to realize, I have a choice in what I do in here. The moment I become aware of what I'm doing, I have a choice. I don't need to act from compulsion anymore. I don't have to act from nervousness. I can choose how I act, and I can choose what I want to be in here forever. Some people in this world decide, I'm going to choose, I'm not talking about physically, I'm talking about internally. In this imaginal world, they decide to be a thief. For the rest of their life, they're going to be a thief. That's what they decided. That's what they choose every day. That's what they choose to be in here. I'm not speaking about the outside right now. What do you choose to be in here? And you can start from scratch. You don't need $1. You don't have to pay me money to change yourself in here. So I put my hand on your watch and I say, you don't need it here. You don't need to worry about the time here. You don't need to worry about how with a ruler and try to measure everything and figure it all out. You don't need those things here. That's for the outer man. You just leave that up to them. But here within, you always have a choice. We have gone beyond dimension and time inside of ourselves. And our imagination puts us in touch with an unseen reality. Mortal eye and organ perception doesn't see it. They don't perceive it. But again, in Isaiah, it says, do you see it? Do you perceive it? I made something new. And you can change it to say, I made you new. Do you see it? And you take that with you and you contemplate on this message for a while. You don't have to figure everything out. I know I haven't, but you think about it. While you're doing something mundane, think about this message. Who am I in here? How free am I? Am I as free as I would like to be? And you just answer honestly. There's no judgment. It's just total honesty. And then you slowly will start to free yourself. So I just wanted to give that message. I realized, I'm like, why don't I do this more often, where I write something online that I could totally just give a little talk on it. So I might just start doing that more often, because sometimes it's hard for me to find exactly what I want to say, but I'm more of an in the moment person. So I like to jump on it in the moment rather than like write it all down. That just bores me. So the next time I have something that I write or it pops up, and I might just make a little video explaining why I wrote it. And so that's why I wrote that today, is that in imagination, I need no ruler and I need no watch on my wrist. And that's the message. So I ended up just writing something online that I think warrants a video. So I wrote that nobody holds power over you inside. If you think they do, then you are living in a lie. I actually didn't mean for that to rhyme. It just happened to rhyme. But I think that this warrants a video. I've been talking about this for like the last maybe 3-4 weeks, maybe this last month, on the live streams. If you're interested in that, just go to the description and you can join the live streams there. But I've been talking about this idea that you have to discover what truth is on the inside. And there's certain truths on the inside that everything in you is you. So like, let's say you have a dream and you see people in the dream. Those are representations of different aspects of you, because everything inside of you is you. This is what we mean by everyone is you pushed out. When you go within yourself, everyone is you pushed out. It just is, because you put the words in their mouth. You decide what they do. And I think sometimes when we think of, in terms of nightmares, we think of something very shocking, very, like a monster chasing you, or like some horrible thing happening to you or to someone you love. And we call that a nightmare. And that's true. It is a nightmare. But there's also different types of nightmares that are more insidious, You don't notice them as much. And one of those nightmares is believing that someone has power over you inside. That's a nightmare to me. Now, it's not one that shocks you out of like, you don't just shock yourself to awake and, your heart is racing. But to me, that is a nightmare. This belief that you go inside yourself in your own imagination and you think something has authority over you in there, as if you aren't the rightful owner of this place, which is your own creative space. It's the way I can only describe it. It's like, imagine you have like an eternal father that gave you a room. And instead, just like how we do in this world, we have rooms where we maybe paint or something, or we do something creative. Imagine your father gave you a room and it's a place where you can dream whatever you want. And I kind of make a joke out of it where he goes and he lets you dream whatever you want. He goes and makes himself a drink real quick. He's going to come right back. And you dream this whole thing of life. And the dream really is, your father tells you can dream anything you want of yourself and you can go ahead and do it. And he walks away and gets his drink. And you're left alone in this room and you can do anything you want. But what you discover is the most important dream is the one you have of yourself and how you're imagining and dreaming yourself to be. And if you are dreaming yourself to be powerless, you have no authority to do what you want on the inside. You make no choices on the inside. You're just simply reactive. You're not going to build the life that you like. And you're going to be in a constant state of needing the external to be a certain way before you can become that way, which is the opposite of what Neville is saying. It's the complete opposite. It's the complete wrong direction. It's to clean the inside of the cup that the outside may also be clean. And so we have to clean the inside of ourselves. And the only way you cleanse yourself is by cleansing the name of I am. You start to cleanse it. And I am it's not a statement. It's not like I am this. That's not really what I mean. I am just means, what are you aware of being? Doesn't always have to be good. Sometimes, most of the time, it isn't good. And that isn't your fault. But you are being something. And that is what you start to experience on the inside. And that's what you start to naturally express on the outside. And so if we want to express something differently, we have to change self. And in this case, when it came back to what I wrote, which nobody holds power over you inside, if you think that they do, then you are living in a lie. Then that's the type of self I express in my life. I express a self that is powerless to the whims of someone else's ideas or emotions. And I hold no conviction. I don't live from self-conviction. I live from always wanting something validated outside of me. And then you're living in this lie. It's just a lie because there's really truly nothing more this world can offer you. You are already worthy. And if you can start living life from already being worthy, that you already have power, that nothing in you holds power over you, that you decide what you think, you choose what you think. No one else chooses this for you, just like no one else eats your own food for you. You decide what you think about, and the most important thing that you think about is yourself, how you think of yourself. Then you start to express that. So you stop expressing a powerless self that's just reacting to a more proactive and thoughtful self that holds more power in their own life. And that's the self you express, and that's the change in self that we're talking about. For there's no one to change but self. Why is that? It's because we only filter reality through ourselves. And so if I want to see, it's not what I'm looking at that matters. If I want to see something differently, I must see myself differently, because it's not what I'm looking at that matters. It's what I see. And what I see is myself filtered through. So I've been talking about this on the lives lately, but that's kind of really the main point, is that nightmares don't have to be shocking. They don't have to be catastrophes. Thinking that you have a king inside of you that tells you what to do, and you can't be as free as you want to be because you have to meet some, internal rule or criteria that was self-inflicted. You're living in a lie. It's a delusion. It's just like if you woke up inside of a dream tonight and you started asking people if you're allowed to dream something new, it's delusional. Of course you can. You're the dreamer, right? You're allowed to dream whatever you want, and everything reflects you. And that's the key part, is that it reflects you. It reflects the dreamer. The dream reflects the dreamer. It mirrors the dreamer. It's very important, because if you don't think that, then you're going to become a victim of your dreams rather than seeing that you're the dreamer. And not only will you have great difficulty changing it, you're also not seeing the benefits that could happen from you seeing that it's an actual mirror. That way you can start loving yourself, regardless of external validation or external need. You just start to cultivate your own self-convictions of yourself, and you live off of those self-appointed convictions. You have your own self-approval, your own self worth. You decide what you do. And you, as Neville said, everyone around you can be anxious, but you don't remain anxious because you know yourself. I should say you chose that self. And everything you choose inside, it feels like you created it, but you actually are just discovering what's already there. It always feels like you created it. Every time I've ever changed myself, it always feels like I'm creating something, but then I look deeper into it and some part of me already knew it was true. I just didn't believe it. So it's kind of paradoxical inside. You sort of don't have a choice and you're only reactive, but you actually do always have a choice. You just have to give that to yourself. You actually do have things, but in a strange way, you have to give what you have to yourself. You have to acknowledge it. So the moment you give yourself the choice on what to do inside, that's when you have choice. Until then, you're just reacting to dreams. Like an artist is just reacting to the paintings he's painting. And reaction is not the way you want to live. It's just not the way you want to think about things. You want to become creative, not reactive. And creativity, when you start to become creative, you actually diminish your anxiety inside because now you have a goal and now you have something you want to do rather than only reacting to a catastrophe or feeling that you're powerless or living in a lie. You create, and you can start from imaginal scratch. You can start from imaginal scratch and decide to imagine something new completely with no basis in fact at all. And you can test that. Do I need to have the facts conform in order for me to conform to a new mental image? And the answer is no, you don't need it. You can start now. And if I start persisting in a new image, and I actually believe myself to be that, will I start to become it in my world? The answer is yes. That's the promise. But you have to start to become a new image. You make yourself into a new image. That's really all you're doing all the time. But if you think that you can't make yourself into a new image without the permission of another, or that you're too powerless to make your own choice, that's the self you project in your world. But it's not true. It's a lie. Because the dreamer always has the ability to change what they're dreaming about. And the most important dream in this case is the dream of the self. While we're here. So, yeah, this is what I've been talking about for this week. It's kind of been, this month. It's kind of been the most important thing for me. But okay, I'm gonna head off on this one, and yeah, I hope that this encouraged you to not be so afraid to do something within yourself without any outside permission. You just decide it within yourself, and you give yourself your own self-approval. I had a question asked to me that was interesting, and I have an answer for it. But my answer right now is I'm really just going off of the top of my head right now. I don't write anything down, so there's no pre-planned thing. I'm just talking. So the question was basically asked is like, if Neville's work is true, that imagining can create reality, or does, can one believe in twin flames and sort of create a reality from that? I think there's a lot going on with this question, because you can substitute twin flames with anything, right? This is just the subject that we're talking about, and there's an implication with the subject. Is basically what we're saying is like, can I create a world where I get what I want through this method, which is obviously doesn't make sense with Neville's work. You would just go to the end. In the end, you wouldn't have to do all this twin flame stuff. But I want to talk about the question itself. I want to talk about like this idea that people are seeking this type of truth outside of them, and they're not understanding what truth is. This world that we're in only offers you half truths, and
falsehoods. Just honestly, just the gods people worship in this world are false. They're all false because they're not you. And by you, I don't mean your little ego self. I mean, we'll get into that in a second. Like, every god that people follow in this world that's outside of them is a false god. It's not true. It's a falsehood. And so there are things that are false in this world, and which would imply there's something true. But if you can see truth not as a concept or some like idea, it's not even a state. Truth is a being. If you can see it as a way of being and a being itself, and that being is you, you see that you are truth itself. Truth is a man. It's not a concept in the world. It's not outside of man. So you read in scripture that I am the truth. So my awareness of being is the truth. That's the truth I'm looking for. It's my own awareness of being. And it's really a present awareness of being. That's the truth. It's a way of being, and it is a being. And we tend to go outside of ourselves to seek a truth, and all we bump into are false gods and falsehoods. And so the question, coming back to the twin flame thing, the twin flame thing kind of feels like a falsehood to me. It feels like a unnecessary step in the mind to assume one has what they want. It's like we're almost manipulating these little things. We're trying to say, okay, well, if I do this, I can get that. It's like we're still trying to get to the end, but we're going in a very convoluted way. It's like, well, why don't I imagine having the right tarot cards drawn, and that would imply that I am the thing. You know what I'm trying to say? It's sort of like we're like almost trying to perfect the method in which that will imply something about us. And I just find that to be wrong. I just do. I think it's a wrong way. I think you should just assume you are the thing you want to be. A lot of the time I just let the scene develop on its own. I don't even choose it. I just start to assume that I am who I want to be, and I just let it develop. Or if it's a feeling that comes up, I go with the feeling with no judgment. I just accept it. I embrace it as if it's a part of me, because it is, and it's inside of me. And so, yeah, I view the twin flames things as all these kinds of things. I look into the stars to align, looking for these religious beliefs to make sense. They just don't to me. They don't make any sense to me. I don't see why I would ever believe in twin flames. I see no reason for it, because it seems like I'm going outside to something else to decide my fate. And I don't like that. If I am the truth, then why am I going outside of myself to find it? Why am I trying to find it in something else that isn't me? And then you understand what a false god is. A false god is anything that's taking you really away from yourself and making that thing God, because it's you. And so we create all this meaning around the idea of twin flames, and we make it up as we go. But you don't need to go to that. It's like you don't need to go to the stars to figure out who you are or what you're doing inside. It doesn't have to be outside of yourself. It doesn't have to be in some cards. I am totally against all of it. Not against in the sense that like I rail against it or anything. It's more that I would never go to it for it to decide anything for me. The decision's made within, and it's done by the inner man, not the outer one. The outer one, you can rearrange the cards all day long. You can keep flipping them until you get the ones you want. But that's a false god to me. That's a false way of going about things. You should assume you are something before anything in the world shows it to you. You should assume you are it. And just try that first before you deny it, before you just, say it's silly. Try to assume you are something before you are, and you'll start to see yourself become that thing. You'll take upon the feeling maybe first, and then maybe naturally some thoughts arise, and you take upon the thoughts of that way of being, and then you feel that way of being, and then you walk in that way of being, and you start to just become it. And the more you kind of persist in being that new way, and you expand it to other areas in your life, even for moments at a time, you just start to become that. And then you start to just see it reflected in your world. It happens very naturally. It's a very natural thing that happens. It's not going to be crazy. Usually it's very natural, and you don't even really notice it. That's why you should just focus within. Don't look outside for signs. Just focus within. Keep your focus on yourself. Acknowledge that you are the truth you're seeking. It's you. Sometimes people come to me and they ask me if they can imagine something. And it's like, of course you can. Like it's almost like they're asking to seek permission from me to decide whether or not they can imagine something. And the truth is, it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter. Like, it's like just what Neville said. If you have self-conviction of being something, what does it matter what I think? You have to eliminate that. Edward's thoughts don't really matter. They don't. Not really. You can imagine whatever you want. That type of freedom is up to you. And you're entirely free inside because you're self-approved. You're self-anointed. You decide what you imagine without anyone's permission. It's the dreamer. It can just do whatever they want. And so asking me, someone in your dream, in a sense, if you're allowed to imagine something is silly, right? If I appeared in your dream tonight, would you ask me if you're allowed to imagine something in it? No, you shouldn't, because you just dreamt of me as some authority figure that I decide what you can and can't imagine. I don't decide that. But it's just like what Neville said, it seems to be easier to live with more love than fear. It's easier to live a life of peace than being at war with oneself. It seems to be easier to live in surrender than it is to live in a tense position. So you find ways that are easier for you, but you can imagine whatever you want, and I don't dictate that, and neither does Neville. And I'm just sort of saying that because people tend to come to me with, it kind of reminds me of this twin flames question, which is like, I guess you can imagine, those things. I think that it's probably not the best way, but obviously you can imagine that way. You can imagine what you want. I think you should go to what you want and see yourself the way you want to be, regardless of external fact. Just start now. Let your imagination for once be a fact. Just try it. See your imagination as fact rather than just fantasy. And if you do, you'll start to shape it, and you'll realize I'm shaping truth because I'm shaping myself, because I am one with my imagination. So the more I shape it, the more time I spend on it. It's like a sculptor. The more time you put in, even if you put in years on yourself, you're going to make yourself into a beautiful sculpture. And all it takes is for you to remove fears on the inside. The same way you remove them in a dream. When it's a really bad nightmare, it's not until you become aware that you're dreaming it that the nightmare goes away. It's no longer scary. The monster is just no longer scary. Anything that was terrifying in the dream just kind of stops. And it all stops because you became aware. And so you have to just become aware that you're dreaming this. You don't have to stay in the dream. You can change it whenever you want on the inside. It's us thinking that we can't. And so you can see your imagination as this like vast, just imagine as like a huge infinite field, and you're just focused on one little corner, thinking that this is all there is. And it's the same narrative we're repeating in our heads. But really you can always know that you're not stuck in this one little spot in imagination. If you can see it that way, it's obvious. It's obvious that you're not stuck. And the only way to free oneself in imagination is to feel oneself to be already free in it. You assume you already are it in imagination. And that's how you start to become things. And it's all through assumption. There's no work that needs to be done, right? You don't shovel snow in your mind. I guess you could, but you don't necessarily, that's not what I mean. Like, you don't put in that type of effort. It's all through assumption. That's how you move. You assume that you already are that thing, and you'll find that you already are. So I know that this wasn't the most coherent answer. I know it's not short and to the point, but all I'm saying is that you should focus, to answer the question, I guess, quickly, I would say just focus on imagining that you are who you want to be, rather than trying to figure out what tarot cards you need to pull, what twin flame idea do you need to believe, or how the stars need to be aligned, or how you need to rearrange the couches and furniture before you get to, Man does this all the time. We think that it has to come out a certain way before I become something within. And that is a reactive state. It's reactive. It's not a state that decides freedom. You decide it when you want to, for how long you want to. You decide it whenever you want to. In spite of organ perception, you decide your own freedom whenever you want. And you make it, you make the wish fulfilled. Everything within you that you desire, you make it independent of external confirmation. So you don't need external confirmation first. You live life in reverse. You confirm it within, and you start to become it within. And you live your life from the inside out, rather than trying to rearrange the outside to, fulfill the inside, which is a silly game that we've been playing for a long time. And it starts to end when you just rearrange the inside. You start to see that you're the one doing it all. And you really discover who you are. And you're an imaginal being. You're not just a physical one. And so, yeah, that's going to be my answer. I'm just going to conclude that there. Hope you enjoyed it. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you did. But I just think that one should focus on oneself rather than these, a new ism or a new thing that pops up. Just reform and change I am, which is your own awareness of what you are and what you're being. But, okay, I'm going to wrap this up here. Thank you. So this video might be a bit different than the other ones that I make, but I still think it's Neville related. Because if you study Neville's work, you know that he is about this idea of creation, and you can think of imagination as a thing and a power, and it has this ability to internally create within ourselves. Now, if you contrast our time with Neville's time, ours is clearly different. It's been sort of inflated, if you will. It's not that there wasn't media in Neville's time. It's just that the media nowadays is far more extreme, and it's very much a part of our lives now. And this is going to be a challenge for us, because unlike Neville's time, his type of media was newspapers. And newspapers do not have the visual component most of the time. It's just a text. And there's elements to reading that is not required of you in visual consumption of media. Because what's happening is, and this is coming from me when I took a month off from not necessarily posting, but just mindlessly scrolling on my phone. I took a month off and I felt very different. And then I came back to see how I would feel if I came back and started to scroll again. And I just noticed a few things. I noticed my doubts came up, like doubts that I didn't have before started to arise. Like self-doubt in the sense of questioning myself that weren't there before. And I started, not just anxiety, but it wasn't that. It was more that I started noticing that my imagination almost felt like it was hard, like it wasn't malleable anymore. I wasn't able to create as easily anymore. And my reasons for this is just from my experience. Obviously, depending on the feed you have, things are going to be different for you. But when I'm more just talking about the actual framework and just the foundation of what's happening just from consuming media. Because the media that we're consuming, they're images that are already finished. They're finished visuals. So you don't necessarily have to create anymore inside your imagination. You just sort of scroll and you're given either like an argument or somebody's fighting or something is being done on the screen. And the screen's image is complete. And then you do it again and again and again. And what's happening is your imagination now becomes a consumer rather than a creator within yourself. And remember, imagination is the ability to create within ourselves. And when it's just consuming and not creating, it almost feels like it's pointless. Like the imagination becomes, there's like almost no life in it anymore. It just feels like your inner world becomes,
dark and pointless. But things that you could do to sort of, there's a couple things you can do to solve this issue. And because the point is to create inside ourselves, the point is to use our imagination. So let's say you see a completed visual, like a video on your phone, revise it. Do something with what you just watched internally. Unlike reading, where you kind of had to create something within yourself while you're reading, you had to piece it together. Visual is a bit different because it's completed already for you. And so try to revise things when you hear them or when you see them on your phone, to just practice creating within yourself. And another thing you can do is to have an intention. Try to correct the intention. Try to create for the sole purpose of creating. No other reason. Don't do it to try to change things all the time. Just try to focus on creating things within you. Start to gather the ability to start producing and creating within yourself. Create an idea. Feel after the idea. Start to do and take action within yourself, and your inner world will become more important, and it will take upon more tones of reality. It will start to feel more real to you, start to become alive again, and you can start to become self-inspired rather than sort of waiting for some image to appear to, create for you in a sense. And that's really what's happening. Is what I'm noticing is that the media we have now creates for us, and we no longer create within ourselves, because what's happening is our awareness, which should be inward, is being externalized, and it's externalizing our awareness onto the phone, and the phone is giving us completed images to our awareness. And then once we come back to ourselves, we've been shaped by it without really realizing it. We've been shaped to a degree. Something on our phone, whether maybe it's not everything, but something will be persuasive enough to persuade you to think a certain way, to dream a certain way, we can say. And we really are living in a world of assumptions. And so when you're on your phone, you're really getting suggestions. You're getting assumptions, dreams given to you, sort of without really saying it, telling you. And it's more of a demand in a sense. It's more of like an intrusion. It's almost like intruding upon you to dream this way. And if it can't get you through the intrusion, it'll get you through the persuasion. It'll persuade you to dream this way. And it may be not something that you want to dream yourself. It might not be what you actually wanted, but you're just told to do it. And if we know anything about human nature and just the observation of it, is that people will bow to statues because you tell them to. People will bow to gods they don't even know because they were told to. And so it's very important to be sort of not vigilant, but just aware of this fact that you don't want to make your imagination become just a consumer, just constantly consuming media. It needs to start creating again. And you'll find so much freedom when you realize creation should be done just for creation's sake, just because you can. Something you can do. And then that will allow you not only to get motivated, but it will also allow you to stay disciplined, because the intention is always the same and the goal is always the same, which is to create. Rather than like, there's almost this something I don't really like in regards to Neville's work, and it's not a knock on Neville or anything. It's more on the interpretation of Neville's work, which is this like, and I understand the sentiment why you need to change your the outer world. We call it the outer world or Caesar's world, whatever you want to call it. But really, we need to focus on changing our inner worlds. And if there's no one to change but self, any other focus is pointless, right? Like, it shouldn't matter as much. If there's nothing and no one to change but self, and I'm just simply consuming and not creating, then I'm not really changing myself. And if there's nothing else to change, then I really shouldn't focus really on much else, right? Let's just take the premise as it being true, no one to change but self. Then any other focus is less than self, at that point. And so I need to start imagining, if imagining creates reality and no one to change but self, if you combine those two, and feeling is a secret, then I change myself through feeling. And if I want to create a different world for myself, I must create a different self for myself. I must create myself to be different. But we can't create if we're constantly consuming. This is just something I noticed just from my own kind of experiment. I just tried to experiment with myself. Like, let me take a month off, not watch anything, and not scroll at all. And by the second week, I mean, I felt pretty good. And then when I came back to it, because you have to see how it's going to be when you come back. Yeah, I just noticed my imagination felt a bit limited out of nowhere. And it wasn't anything I was doing. It was just mindless consumption. It's really just the imagination it atrophied because I stopped creating with it. And yeah, that's what I've just noticed, that if we don't start dreaming for our own selves, dreams will be put in us. We're dreamers, right? The same way we eat food, like we have to eat food, we have to dream. What we dream about is subject to change, either through ourselves or through persuasion. And outer persuasion, I mean, externalization of ideas can persuade us without really realizing it. And then we're on a certain track. We're on a certain, we start expressing this without really knowing that we're expressing it. And then life turns a certain way. And we wonder why this happened. We wonder where this came from. How did this appear? It's sort of like we forget. It's like we are gardeners, and when we see something sprouting in our garden that we don't want, we forget that we planted it, with our memory. And think about it. I mean, if you spend a whole day scrolling, and I asked you, which ones do you remember? It's very hard to remember them, right? Like, wouldn't you agree? I don't think I'm alone in that. It's very hard to remember what you just watched. And so that tells me that the state of mind I'm in is almost like a hypnosis. Like I'm just sort of being receptive to it. I'm not really creating or thinking twice about what I just watched. I'm not doing anything with it. I'm merely consuming it, which I don't think is good, because I think the imagination is the ability not just to consume, but to create. It must start creating. And that's what I was saying, that a thing you can do is revise what you just watched, regardless if you think it's going to happen or not. Don't think about creation. Think about just creating. You hear something, change it if you want to change it. Start to create on the inside rather than passively consuming on the inside. Don't let your inner world go dark just because it's easy. It's important. This is really important, because we're supposed to be dreaming what we want, not what we're told to. Yeah, I know this was a bit different. I mean, I don't really have, I guess I could go on, but I don't really have much else to say right now. I probably might talk about this. I'm going to talk about this probably again in the future, but I was just wanting to give a little brief talk on this little experiment I did with myself. Start to imagine what you want versus what you don't want. You can just start simply there. But again, thank you guys for listening, over these years, and take care.